jump in here and say something?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Angelo if you know about the construction industry. Or Alberto, sorry, not Angelo, I
Alberto.
apologize. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, what? What?
Earlier, you mentioned, I was listening to what you were saying earlier, you were talking about, being in this world and having to appeal to this world. My question to you is, do you know about the construction industry?
What about it?
What are the principles that they employ when they're building?
I mean, it depends on the specific job, I guess, like the requirement.
Okay, so if I'm going to build a wall, what's the principle I'm going to build that wall to?
On the end project, what do you want the wall to be like for what? Stuff like that.
Well, it's a structural wall, right? It's going to hold up the ceiling above it. It's going to be attached to the floor below it. And what is that principle? Principle. What is that principle that wall is going to be built to?
I'm so confused. I don't know what you mean, honestly. I don't.
Okay, so do you know what plumb is? Plumb? Plumb?
No.
Okay.
I'm not English native, by the way. I just,
it's totally cool, brother. All good. And words mean stuff, right? So it's the idea that if you're going to talk about the world that we exist in, then you should be familiar with the different industries that exist, especially when it comes to the construction industry, because the construction industry builds every single building that we reside within. And the two principles, and this is where I'm going to leave you, because again, this may be over your head, but I'm going to ask you, if you're really interested, to research the two principles of level, which are all ceilings and floors are built to the principle of level, and all walls, functional walls, are built to a principle of plumb. Thanks for listening to that, brother.
What? What?
Okay, so sorry, my bus is here. I have to go. Plumb and level. I would suggest you research those two principles, brother. Plumb and level.
Okay, what's your point? Like, what are you trying to achieve from this? What was your question? What is like?
There's no question there. It's me urging you, right, to look into those two principles in order for you to understand that when you look at any building, it's built to those two principles, level and plumb. Now, how can I have a spheroid, a ball, existing with buildings being built to a principle of level and plumb? That's a question for you, because you believe in the ball. So I'm just trying to figure out how I can have buildings built to a principle of level and plumb existing on a spheroid. That's ultimately my question for you, who believe in the ball.
Actually, I'm a flat. Actually, like you didn't hear me before.
Right, but I'm saying to you that you still appeal to the idea. You appeal to the idea that if you're going to be of this world, then you must be in it, right? And with that comes the ask of, if I work in the construction industry, do I then have to believe in a ball?
Alberto, Killian works within the construction industry. That's why he understands these terminologies. But what he's telling you is plumb is basically establishing a vertical line on the earth, a truly vertical line. And what he's trying to tell you is every building that's built is in respect to plumb. Those plumb lines don't diverge around a ball. I don't know if that's too technical for you, but we understand that every single building is built on a level surface, not a curving surface over any distance.
Oh, okay. So he's trying to prove that it's flat. I get it. I know it's flat. Like I've said this before. I know it's flat. I know it's flat. I just say acknowledging it and discussing it in public is kind of a little bit weird. That's all I said. I guess it's here because it's online. Like it's the internet. You guys can have discussion freedom, say what you want. But there's places where there's consequences. Like there's in this system, there's consequences for speaking about it, and it can be like socially consequences. I'm just saying, like it's either it can
I
be
can
legal.
smell your fear, Alberto.
Bro, everybody has a fear. Like everybody? It's a human nature. It's a human nature. Like if you're gonna deny that you have no fear of like, and when you do business, when you are risking something, you have a little bit of a fear that it's not gonna work out. So if
Nah,
you're gonna
brother.
deny that no one here has a fear,
Nope.
you have no fear.
Nope.
Come on.
Brother, here's the
Flat
thing.
Earth
I'm
Of
gonna
course,
say
everybody
to you-
has fears.
No, I want to jump in hot on this to say,
Yeah, everybody
Alberto,
has
and
the
I'll
fear.
be
Some
quick.
people
Hold on
have
a
fear
minute,
of
Alberto.
ghosts, which is
Hang on
not
a minute.
true. I know.
I'm going to say this very clear and succinctly, and I'll mute up. Right? The truth fears no investigation because it's the truth. And if you're scared of the truth, then I would suggest you realign your paradigm, right, with looking for what the truth is. Because if you're scared of the truth, brother, you really need to reassess your foundation. Go ahead.
I know the truth is ugly in general. Truth is ugly. If you see the world for what it is, it's ugly truth. The
Right,
the
and you're
world
going to
is
be
hard.
scared to. And are you going to be scared to speak the truth? Is this really where you're at right now, as an individual in this place? You're scared of
No,
observing and speaking the truth.
no. I said like okay, you can like. I'm saying like there's consequences if you
No,
go out
and I
in the world
refuse to
and do
bring the
it.
consequences. You want to cut my head off because of the truth? Go ahead. But at the end of the day, the lies are the lies. They will be exposed, and the truth that we live on a stationary topographical plane is what we observe every day with direct evidence. The circumstantial evidence of NASA is what's required in order for anybody to think that we live on a spheroid. That's the bottom line, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't believe in NASA. I know they're capping so hard.
So I'm not religious, but I believe
Mm.
in pretty much every religious scripture dealing with truth. The message is, that the truth is something that must be done. You know what I mean? Like, regardless of the consequences, you must find the courage. Otherwise,
Mm.
there are consequences to that. So, from a non-religious perspective, I would rather deal with the physical, material consequences than the character or spiritual consequences. So you can choose your poison, my friend. You can either serve this material world and the social construct that's been built around it, or you could serve yourself in a sense that you're going to be self-honest, right? And if you're not willing to be self-honest, then you've chosen, the materialistic social construct, and that's
Okay,
your
so
choice.
okay, then okay. What do you tell the people who are they come from a religious family, but they necessarily don't believe in religion, but they know like if they had these conversations with their family, and they almost lost their relationship with their like let's say like their father, their mom, like because of their strictly religious. And the moment that you say something like that, they might like disown you, like throw you outside. How do you tell these people?
You mean if you bring up flat Earth?
Bring up flat Earth, bring up religion, bring up any ideology, not ideology. Sorry. I mean any
in general.
Yeah, in general.
Listen, this is just my advice from my experience as a 40-year-old man. Relationships are important, and those close to you, family, friends, neighbors, you should respect that relationship, and you should put that on a pedestal. And if you bring an idea to someone that they're not ready for or they don't want to hear, you shouldn't force it on them. Which is why it's better to be in places like this, or speak to people who are actually interested, and not cast your pearls amongst swine in that respect. What would be the point of that? You're just going to damage your relationships.
Yeah. Well, I want to give an example. Like me personally, there's a time I wanted to put tats. Like I want to put like I want to have a tattoo on me. And my family is very strict, very religious. And I even like I put like a fake tattoo, like just to experience it, like a temporary tattoo, and that like almost like my mom almost disowned me because of it, because of how much she got really upset. And I'm like, is it like worth it, like for me to put a tat to lose like my relationship with my mom?
Yeah, I apologize for the silence. I was just talking to my wife, but yeah, look, I would not be operating in fear, my friend. You know, if people love you, they'll love you with or without a tattoo. And as a parent, it's our place to put the fear of, the fear of whatever into you, and but just live your life, dude. I mean, I'm not here to give advice on life. I'm here to tell you that there's no sign, no evidence that the Earth's a ball. So don't take what I'm saying. Let's not get too deep in this here, but you should do you should do what you want to do, and people will love you either way, dude. The way I see it.
Um, yeah, that was subjectively, that was my experience. Like even like with religion, even with like religion and being like flat earther, it doesn't work for everybody. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't fit everybody's lifestyle to think to seek that, like, or like, how do I say, like, it's like maybe you just keep it like subjective in general. Like it's like it should be like subjective. Like I believe the Earth is flat. I'm gonna operate my life that it's flat, but I'm not gonna like.
All pilots treat the Earth as flat and stationary for all practical purposes. You already treat the Earth as flat.
Yeah, I've heard that they train them in their educate. Like they have this system where when they're training pilots, they do that. They treat them that the Earth is flat. That's how they.
Now their reasoning, their excuse is they'll just say it's to simplify it. But it do what it do.
Yeah, so John, just to, because I know you've only recently joined, Alberto, I mean, he seems pretty genuine. I think he already kind of understands that the Earth's treated as flat, and, would probably admit that the Earth, is flat to a certain degree. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Alberto. Is that correct?
No, I know that. I know. I said this before. Like since I was 15 years old, like I was a really smart kid. Like I knew like the Earth is flat. Like I could not believe that it was round. It made absolutely no sense to me.
Well, you didn't know the Earth.
It got me in so many trouble.
Flat, but you were skeptical from a young age. Yeah, would that be more accurate?
No, I knew it's flat. I knew it's flat.
How did you know it was flat at 15?
Because Quran, which is what I've been grown to,
right.
Yeah, in Quran, like in Arabic letter, like the way they describe it in Arabic, it's described in that it's flat. The God word, it's flat. Like, but even religious people, they think that this like they go against the Quran, which is like crazy. Like, isn't this supposed to be the word of God? Like, you're supposed to look at it it's confusing, but it's confusing because of some people, religious people, they don't even know what God is, Like I've seen religious people like do crazy stuff, which is not supposed to be done. So anyway, I need to start. This is see when I open this topic, it gets deeper and deeper and deeper.
Go ahead, bro.
No, it's okay.
No.
I think I'm done.
I thought
I think I'm done.
say something, but I was getting ready to say something too. I was going to let Root speak first.
Please go ahead. Like,
No,
take
go
the
ahead,
mic
John.
from me.
Go ahead, John.
I was just going to do what I normally do and point out that the etymology for the word religion means to bind.
Can you elaborate on the word divine? What does it mean?
To bind, like religare, it has to do with bondage. It also has to do with monastic vows. But my point is that for most people, religion is bondage.
I'm sorry, I'm not a native English, so I really don't understand it.
He's saying religion means to bind. The original term for religion means to bind, and I guess what he's saying is those people you're speaking of, they're just bound to this idea, right? It's just a connection they have that they can't shake off, or whether it's true or not. I don't even think they care anymore. You know, it's just
A lot of times
a club.
it's ancestral. It's a tradition. So it's passed down. They just accept it because mom and dad believes this, grandma and grandpa believes this, that we believe this. Tradition ends up being peer pressure from dead people.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. So, John, we were talking mainly about the social implications that I think Alberto assumes there's social implications to becoming a flat earther, and I was saying, look, don't let the fear of judgment block the truth. You know, that's pretty much the gist of what we've been talking about.
I personally believe that everybody lies. Like in general, everybody lies. Nobody like lives his whole life like on truth 24/7. You're honest all the time. Some people lie, just lie to get away like with stuff, you know?
Or they lie to themselves. Their cognitus will lead them to lie to themselves and they don't even know they're doing it.
I mean, everybody, like, maybe they're lying to themselves, but they lie to get something. Everybody lies. Like, they lie to, like, to get a job, to get someone to like them. So they, like, have this facade. Everybody lies. We humans, we lie.
And,
so,
and the ones who don't are unbelievable.
But it makes no sense. Like, how are you gonna tell everybody like the truth all the time? Like, if your friend like looks fat, you're gonna tell, "Oh, you fat."
Oh, yeah.
Obviously not. You're not gonna hurt his feelings.
Absolutely.
Or your wife is getting weight, like is gaining weight. Are you gonna like tell her,
For
like,
example,
"Yo, you look disheveled"? Like,
if somebody would ask me, "Does this dress make me look fat?" I would tell them straight up, "No, your fat makes you look fat."
It'd be like, bro, I know 4 fat people, and you're 3 of them.
Exactly.
You look like you ate somebody.
And the world needs some brutal honesty, honestly. That's one of the huge problems here is everybody's so worried about hurting somebody's feelings, or they have all these white lies that turn them into an untrustworthy individual. Be honest, even if it pisses somebody off.
Well, at that point, I think you would need, like, if somebody asks you what you think, it's subjective, right? Because that's your feelings on the matter, versus said person steps on scale, and then you look at a graph or some kind of a chart that stipulates what is fat, what is average, what is skinny. And then by reference of that person's weight to said chart, you're then able to walk out objectively according to the chart that that person's fat, skinny, or average. But you need something to base said observations upon. Otherwise, you're just a snowflake blowing in the wind with your opinions.
No, I'm saying no, that wasn't that. I'm saying in general life, some stuff like you have to lie to people. Like you're not gonna like be honest every single moment of your life. Like you're
No,
gonna
I hear you.
sometimes.
Why not?
Yeah, like are you
Why not
serious?
just get it
Like,
over and done with? You
Let's
tell
say
lies, you've got to memorize that shit. You speak the truth. You just go, well, last time I would have said he was fat. That's it. I don't have to remember shit. It's great.
Exactly.
Yep, you get a reputation for being brutally honest, but fuck them.
And that's
You
the best
also have
part
the
about
right
the
to remain
truth.
silent.
That's the best part about you have the right to remain silent. And that's the best part about the truth is it only has to be told once. I don't have to remember, just as Matrix said, what I said last week versus what I need to say now to ensure that I continue to lie.
I guess you guys can say that because it's like online and stuff like that, but in real life, you're gonna have to lie sometimes. And
No,
let's just be honest.
Give me a scenario.
Hold on a minute here. Give me a second.
Or
Give me a
not
second,
just lie, or
Matrix.
just like,
Here's the
or
thing,
just
Alberto.
avoid saying
Here's
the
thing.
truth.
Alberto, here's the thing, right? By you honestly rendering this to us, right? That just tells us about your moral character and how you run your life, right? This is an unethical way because you are going to be the arbiter and decide when you get to tell the truth or tell a lie depending on the situation. That's not a good way to live your life, brother.
That's how to be successful, I guess.
Listen, Alberto, I hear what you're saying, but I think you can compartmentalize commercial fibs, whether it's with the wife or whether it's at work, or lying to yourself about fundamental things, right? And I think you need to have that line in that position. Are you playing the game in the workplace? I would encourage you to do that. With your loved ones. I wouldn't encourage you to lie, but I'd encourage you to be selective about what truth you share, because most people aren't ready
That's what
for
I
the
actually
truth.
meant. That's what I actually meant. Like sometimes
Yeah,
you're gonna
I
have to
get
be just or avoid saying stuff.
Right, but that
Like
doesn't mean. But you need to be careful because once that gets into you, right, you could start lying and deceiving yourself. And I think the guys are trying to build this idea here that if you stick with the truth, you build character, you build that resilience, and now all of a sudden you're not afraid, and you might actually learn how to be more truthful in a commercial setting at work, and just you might be able to tell your wife straight up, look, no, I hate that dress. You know what I mean? Personally, I think that's the better option, but I understand what you're saying, but like, be careful with the lies.
It's okay to be courageous.
What I mean, some people are sensitive. Like if like somebody is your friend, like I'm saying, like if you
Then go and give him a
example, like
cuddle.
your wife, if your wife is like, your wife is very fragile and is very sensitive about her looks and appearance, you're not gonna go and like tell her about herself. Like, come
Dude,
on.
she's my wife. You know what my wife would know about me at this point in time? Right? The fact that she loves me, and that means she knows that I'm a direct person. I always tell it like it is, and I don't pull any punches. That's why she's my wife. Otherwise, if she was scared of me telling the truth, guess what? She wouldn't be my wife, would she?
There you go.
Like the appeal to, oh my gosh, my wife, bro, your wife should know that you always tell the truth. Your wife should know that you're direct. These are the things that your wife should appreciate about you, because she's like, holy crap, this guy's awesome because he always tells the truth, pulls no punches. My.
You should always feel free to be honest.
Bro,
with your
if
best
you know. I don't know.
With my wife, I'm honest with my best friend.
Exactly.
This comes down to intention. Once somebody knows your character, you'll be known for your fruits. So, people will accept the truth from you if they can see that you're a good, genuine person with good intention, and that you didn't mean to offend them, you didn't mean to put them down. And even in a business sense, you can start telling your clients or whoever you deal with the truth. Look, I don't have this done, or this isn't possible, and they'll respect that. Do you know what I mean? Like, but like it takes that courage to begin with to, build that character. Like, you want to build that character on truthful truthfulness, then I guarantee your relationships will end up stronger. You might, there might be a transitional period because you haven't been doing that. But once they understand what you're about and doing, people will respect it. That's living in a
Sure.
more genuine personality. You're being yourself then. Go ahead, sorry, whoever that was.
That's all right. From the get-go, mate, the standard you set is the standard you expect. You've done it to yourself. If you want to tell lies all the time, I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to run around and police that shit. But you made the decision, not us.
And that's where, we look to the idea of you're in a sticky situation or something where you need counsel on. So you call up that friend who always tells you what you want to hear, or you call up that friend who always tells you the truth, right? That's up to you. If you're honestly seeking alignment with either what you did or alignment with the truth, you know full well that you can call in the audience and seek counsel with them depending on what you want, because that's human nature, right? But it's up to you to be honest with what it is that you're seeking. I may have said too much, but I'll mute up now. Draw down to the point of, I'm not going to call somebody up so they can blow smoke up my ass and tell me I'm right if I'm wrong. Sorry for the cuss.
And you know what as well, Alberto? The
Mhm.
senses of people can smell bullshit. People know when you're lying. And you lie to yourself and think, oh, yeah, I pulled that one off or I got away with that. But people know, especially the more they know about you. Your body tells the story. Your voice changes. Do you know what I mean? Like, we need to stop pretending that you can hide behind these things anyway. Right? They just create strains in your relationships.
I agree. I
The tells
absolutely
become
agree.
more and more obvious the older that you get, because you have more experience.
I guess I said that. Sorry, AG. I guess I said that just to say, like, even like about the flat Earth, it's also like difficult to be honest with people. Like, if somebody's like still believes that the Earth is round and they're talking about like something about that, and you don't want to hurt their feelings.
Or they'll treat you like you're absolutely insane and start to strawman you instantly.
Yeah, it's just gonna make you awkward. Because I had that conversation with my best friend like since high school, like 12 years we were friends, and we were like about to like fist bump like each other because of that, because of like the flat. And he started getting disrespectful. I started like giving him the same energy, like giving attitude. Like, it was terrible.
Yeah, I'd say don't ruin your relationships over this. If somebody,
we got into at the end. We were like, okay, we're not gonna have this discussion about the flat earth. We had to stop talking about it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it really won't help you in your real life with your relationship to have these discussions with your friends or like your social circle. It just
my friend
What's it to have pity on them? They're victims of
I think you are. You're trying to be better than us, or you think you're better than us because you think you know this. And I have like, like people get into their feelings and emotions and they don't speak about facts. It's just gonna. I think you guys know exactly what I mean.
Yeah. Do you know what a Pavlovian response is?
Sorry?
So Pavlov, he trained dogs to salivate by ringing a bell.
Mm-hmm.
So the dogs would be conditioned to think they're hungry every time he rang the bell, even though that whether they're hungry or not. What we're seeing with people with flat Earth is a Pavlovian response. It's a conditioned response. They've been behaviorally conditioned to think that flat earthers are the stupidest people, that they're dangerous to society, that their thinking is bad. And what we're dealing with is an entirely pre-programmed response to that. And the way to make conditioned responses effective is to have that response be conditioned with emotion. Because the emotional response to a stimulus circumvents the rational mind. It goes directly to an immediate knee-jerk reaction. You get an immediate reaction through emotions, whereas the rational mind can slow down and process. So we're dealing with people that are emotionally triggered because they've been conditioned this way to feel this way about flat earthers. They're victims.
I'm kind of confused. I'm confused.
Yeah, that's
Last thing I just want to say on this, Alberto, because I think Rice Farmer might want to ask a question. I've had these same situations and fallouts, and it was all because I didn't really know what I was talking about properly. Like, I had these things I wanted to get out, but I just couldn't articulate them. It's not until you get a good grasp of like physics, geometry, the gas laws, thermodynamic laws, and you can actually articulate it properly. I have not once turned around and told you about a model or a belief system. I've only spoke to you about stuff that can be proven yourself. So I think the more knowledge you gain in the subject, the less emotion you will have, because you're sitting there frustrated trying to get a point across you can't articulate. You know what I mean? And I think the better you get at knowing this to be true, the less conflict you'll have. And I've had several people, even this week, some girl messaged me from 4 or 5 years ago who gave me loads of abuse on Facebook because I shared something on the flat earth, and she sent a message back and she said, you know what? I'm so sorry and I apologize. I'd forgotten about it. I didn't care. You know what I mean? So what? But she felt she needed to come back and apologize. She carried that burden for years, to the point where she had to message me and apologize and said, look, I've grown a lot and I've begun to realize now that, what you're speaking could potentially be true. I don't know. And it's lovely, it's amazing when that happens. And I've had that happen at least 3 or 4 times, probably more. Same thing happened with my dad. Do you know what I mean? And now he's a flat earther. My stepmom, flat earther. Cousins, flat earthers.
Amazing.
So it's, sometimes don't talk to other people unless you can demonstrate something to be true.
Right. Wisdom is knowing when to speak and when to shut up. I spent 2 years lurking in the 24/7 Flat Earth community, just reading and text chatting before I opened my mouth and decided to talk about it. I wanted to be absolutely sure that I wasn't going crazy.
Same.
Okay, question. Do like people who are flat earthers, the public size about being flat earthers and stuff, do you guys like have platforms, and do you guys educate like people about it? And what is the end goal of like educating people about the Earth is flat? Like, let's say on the internet, do you guys have platforms preaching about it?
So we have multiple live streams going. We live stream on Twitter or X, Rumble, 2 YouTube channels. We have a Spotify account. We have multiple fans who take our live streams, and we live stream 24/7, 365. We have fans that clip out segments, hour, 2 hour long segments of some of their favorite flat earthers that they like to listen to, and then post those up as well. So, the ultimate goal here, I think, this is just my opinion, and I'm sure many in here would agree. The ultimate goal is to have people align how they think about their world with how they actually see and experience the world, to make sure that those are the same, that they're in alignment, that they're congruent. Because right now, when I say the word Earth, most people, and probably you too, imagine a globe from outer space. I say Earth, boom, your brain goes to a globe from outer space. This is not a memory. This is nothing that you've ever experienced. If I were to say the word like vacation, you might conjure up an actual vacation. Or if I were to say breakfast, you'd think about a real breakfast you had. But if I say Earth and you think of a globe, suddenly you're thinking of an object that you've never seen. If NASA were to show you a picture of a globe, you have no way to tell what Earth should look like to compare that with.
Do you get any financial gains from this?
No.
Financial gain?
So
Hell
the
no.
idea, as I'm saying, like your language, your thoughts, your behavior, and everything need to be in alignment with how you actually live out your life.
Wait,
When they're not,
how
you
do say
experience
hell no?
cognitive dissonance.
I thought, wait, sorry, Yoda. But Ruth,
Yeah, what's up?
so you don't like get any financial gain from this?
I'm talking about flat Earth. Hell no. I do it
Really?
just purely.
Like, but didn't you say that before? Like, before 30 minutes, you said that.
No. I thought you got that misunderstood. I told you that I'm a professional at what I do within business, right? Because you said that it would affect your professional life, right? And I tried to demonstrate to you, no, I have a profession that I'm in. I'm very successful in that. Triangle said the same,
what
and
field?
it doesn't
What field?
affect business.
What field?
I work in business.
Okay, like what field then? Like what industry?
It doesn't matter, dude.
I know. I don't really want to go into too much detail, but I work in business. I work with multiple businesses. I have clients. I have business contacts. I go to events. Nothing to do with flat Earth, to do with the business world. And I only said that because you were claiming that flat Earth would, maybe destroy your character somehow. No, it's helped me develop my vocabulary, my critical thinking skills. I can now conversate with higher level people. And I would put part of that down to my journey of education through flat Earth. I understand things a little bit better.
No, but
Boost
like
your critical thinking
I'm
abilities.
confused. I'm so confused. I thought I genuinely thought you meant like professionally, like you're like spoken about flat Earth. Or
No.
Professional flat earther.
We
No.
do this for money. We are
No.
not an organization, like we're not a corporation or anything like that at all. Most of us
Which is
don't
nothing
even
wrong
know
with it,
each
by the
other.
way. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying it's like a bad thing. Like you're profiting from it. I'm not saying that. I just want
Dude, I do this free of charge.
Get any...
I wish I could get paid to do this, and I wouldn't
be
have
fun.
to juggle work. I'm working now, and this is actually taking away from my work. But this because I love talking to people. I love the discovery side of things, and that's just I do this out of my own enjoyment, really. So,
Yeah, you'll never be
enough
bored
about
again,
me.
right? As they say.
Right.
Interesting.
Right.
Yeah, it would be great to be able to do it full time, and actually profit from it somehow. But
okay, then why not?
In reality,
why not?
Well, because we have families and lives and careers and that kind of thing, and it's it would be a big risk for people to take, right? People have to put food on the table. They have families to feed. To throw their career away to pursue a full-time career in flat Earth or something like that, right? That's probably not the best idea for a lot of people. Okay, they
It's
already
not
have
because
established.
flat Earth is wrong,
I
right?
said
there's a social
that,
cost.
and I got being attacked when I was saying that.
Oh.
Who's attacking you?
So there's a social cost to being a flat earther. Everyone knows this.
Yeah, you misunderstood what Roots was saying, and he was just clarifying it for you because you misunderstood him. That's all. Nobody's attacking you. If you think that you're being attacked right now, you might.
No, I said
actually be a
literally. I
snowflake.
said what you said. I said like, does this benefit like the individuals in their life?
Not costs us. It costs us a lot of time.
Just to give a bit of context, Yoda has said that there's a social implication. I said earlier, no, there isn't a social implication in the sense that I have a successful career, I have a family, wife, kids,
That
etc.
makes sense.
So I was saying that there wasn't a social implication, and there potentially is. And Yoda, I don't know if you want to expand on that, knowing that I've already said there isn't, and it hasn't affected me.
Right. So the social implication is if you hold yourself out as a flat earther in all contexts, in all ways, with all people, all the time, you're going to experience social friction. And that is a very difficult thing to manage. And this could potentially prevent you from succeeding in your career. If you don't hold yourself out as a flat earther everywhere, now listen, I'm not done. If you don't hold yourself out as a flat earther and you engage in all your critical thinking skills that's required to understand this topic, you develop a way to think that is clear and rational. And this ability does help you in your profession. This does help you analyze your relationships, and it helps you analyze your environment, because you're aligning how you experience the world with how you think the world of the world. Like I was telling you before, that's the real purpose of this. You've never seen the globe. You've never seen Earth curvature. You've never felt it spin. You watch the sun set. You don't feel a ball rotating yourself backwards as you watch a sunset. We're teaching you how to understand the world with your senses. And this is really like the foundation of rational empiricism in science.
Okay.
So just to clarify what I was trying to say earlier is I don't go around like telling people the Earth's flat and fanaticizing about it. But if I have that conversation, a deep conversation with someone who I can see is open to, you know, new ideas and isn't going to just melt down, then it might be something I bring up. And it is something, like I said, I brought up with the owner of my business, who turned around and said, completely understand why you believe that or why you say that. You know, but if I never got that vibe from him first, I probably never would have brought it up. Right?
Yeah, well said.
Okay, I get that. That's actually smart. Yeah, that's the whole thing that I was speaking about the whole time.
Like honestly, I don't talk about this with my business contacts. I just wouldn't, even
With
if I
clients.
got really, clients. I just wouldn't, even if I went out for drinks with them and we were drinking, and I was like, I could tell this guy anything. I wouldn't do it for commercial reasons.
You might like, yeah, you might lose a client.
Yeah, potentially. You know, they might be really good at.
Isn't that lying
their
also?
emotion.
Isn't that lying?
No,
Isn't
it's
that
being
lying?
professional. It's being a professional. You don't want to bring toxic, behavior into a business relationship when it's not necessary. Like, come on.
Yeah, but he's mixing
last thing-
What have
personal.
I been saying the whole
The
time?
last
I've
thing-
been literally
the
saying this,
last
and you
thing I
guys
wanna mention-
disagreeing with me.
No, you misunderstood what I was trying to say. But the
No,
thing I
not
wanna
you.
just-
It's not you. There's another guy here. Is this
Professor Triangle.
I think AG.
Oh, AG.
I don't know. I think it's about this about like you have to be always honest.
Truthful.
I'm like, okay, sometimes you're gonna lie. You call it what you
No, it's
want,
not lying.
professional.
Listen.
Call it what you want.
Let's use a different example. Okay, how about abortion? Let's say that you are anti-abortion. Are you going to go tell all of your clients that you're anti-abortion when you sit down to do business drinks and you want to close a deal? Are you going to bring up the fact that you're anti-abortion? Like, there's a time and place for these discussions. You have to be contextually aware of them.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I just want to add on, look, Alberto, I am known as professional in my profession more than I'm known as a flat earther online. Yeah, in this room, I'm known as a flat earther. No, not many people know what I do, but in the real world, people know me as a professional business person, and that's who I am. Right? It doesn't mean I'm lying to them. It just means that I'm not bringing, these subjects into my profession. I wouldn't encourage anyone to bring subjects outside of your profession into your profession.
That's
If you want a
exactly
successful
what.
profession.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. Like from the beginning, like I was saying this, like in real life is different, but people here were like disagreeing. Oh, you have to like be. Well, that's your morality or whatever. Like I'm like, I'm getting
But
confused.
remember,
Like
Alberto,
you
I
guys
told
realize
you-
like.
But remember, I told you I discussed this with the owner of my business and my director. Two people from my profession who could decide whether I lose my job. Okay, I actually discussed
when
this
you
more
were having
with the people.
discussion with him? Like,
The
wait,
people
wait,
who
when you were
could.
having discussion. Hold on. When you
Go
were
ahead,
having
go ahead.
discussion, was that like a chill office time? Like you guys are chilling in the office, like having like lunch. Like it depends on the mood. Also, like if your boss was in a good mood.
No,
that
no,
might
my
change it.
boss, the owner of our business is an alternative thinker, and he's known within the group of companies that we work for being a little bit more of a heretic, let's say. But
What is a heretic?
We are the most profitable business in our group of companies, and nobody can tell him shit, right? So if you're good at what you do, if you're very good at what you do, nobody cares, dude. Right? You're making money. That's what you're doing at work. Right? So it doesn't matter if you have the confidence to tell people you're a flat earther. Actually, if you're good at your job, they won't care. Because you're not going to be sitting there telling, oh, believe me, believe what I'm saying. No, you're just going to be having a genuine conversation about physics or geometry. They'll recognize you've got knowledge they probably don't have, and they're going to just shut up and go, well, fair enough. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this guy knows some shit. And that'll be the end of that. Or they'll be asking you questions. Tell me more. But either way, you're going to be in a safe place because you're a professional at what you do. You know what you're talking about. Why would anyone want to challenge you? Because they're not equipped to. So the more confident you get, the more truthful you can be. But you got to know what you're talking about in the first place, right? You got to be able to demonstrate to them stuff before you start opening your mouth. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that. I respect that.
I don't remember the last time I had a conversation, even in these rooms, where it's just turned into an argument or a slanging match where it's just broke down. Because once you can communicate an idea correctly, like you've said, like, how can you argue with just facts? You know what I mean? Truth. So yeah. I don't know if anyone wants to add or jump in. I'm talking a lot.
Yeah, maybe to add on to that truth comment. Truth is one of those things that when you come into it, and once you see it and fully recognize and understand it, you can't go back from it. You can't go put the toothpaste back in the tube. And flat earth is exactly that for everybody that's come into this. When you finally understand and you see it and it clicks, you can't go back.
Just like,
and it's a scary thought, right?
Sensor isn't real.
Yeah. I mean, what you lose is you start to see through this veneer of fantasy that the whole rest of the world has been caught up in. This fantasy involving the interlocking worlds of science fiction movies and how people perceive NASA and conceive of the world that they live in. Once you see the Matrix, right, you can't unsee it anymore. You know it's there. You know what the truth is. And you're kind of stuck with it. So it's irreversible. You can't get plugged back in. You can't go take a blue pill.
It's a great analogy, Yoda. I love that.
It's freaking true, dude.
I wanted to get back on the blue pill. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, dude. Like
most people are so
what you lose is being able to bond with people.
On the system, they will fight for its very existence, and you keep fighting, my friend.
Like you can bond with people over Star Wars and Star Trek and stuff. You can bond with people over NASA and space shuttles and the ISS. And when you realize and you're not, let's say you're no longer moved by stories from Star Trek or Star Wars anymore. And let's say that you know for a fact how NASA is faking a lot of shit. You can't bond with people over these things anymore. And same with a whole bunch of other things too.
The sheeple.
Yeah, I you're right
with the sheeple anymore.
But like in general, when you're listening to someone who's speaking about these topics, you just want to know like if this person in front of me is qualified to talk about this stuff. So but the difference is like when this is online, so everybody has a facade, has their image here they want to protect, so no one is gonna tell us exactly what is your background then. Like, do you have a job? Are you working? Are you educated? Do you know everything about the way you're talking about?
Right.
So for me as a person, like when I need to know, are you qualified to the things that you're saying? Like, so I can
But
respect
the reason
you.
why you're doing that is because you're not equipped to evaluate the information yourself yet. And you need to educate yourself to the point where you are and you can.
No
The
faith.
reason why you're asking, the reason why you're asking for credentials is because you're still operating on a trust-based knowledge gathering system. You don't have to trust science. You don't have to trust people when you understand how to evaluate the world with your own mind. That's how like I mentioned before, we're teaching people how to do this, how to think critically, think for themselves, how to align how they experience the world with how they think about the world. Because right now, for Globers, those are two separate things. You say Earth and they think globe. They don't conjure up what they actually see in their own world anymore. They think of NASA, they think of space, God's eye view, a view that no one's ever been entreated to.
You know, Alberto, I love these conversations that we're having with yourself way more than debating with a Globie who's stuck in their ways. Because what Yoda said is, that's what I'm about. I'm not really bothered whether somebody believes the Earth is flat or round. You can believe what you want. But if I can help someone to improve critical thinking skills and start to be able to break free of all this, social pressure, that's phenomenal for me. That can only lead to good things. And whether they see it or not immediately, is irrelevant for me. But this is what it's about. Yoda just summed it up lovely.
What you don't see publicly behind the scenes, we got tons of flat earthers in different breakout groups where we're taking down scientific papers, we're reading and criticizing them and commenting on them and absorbing them so that we can use them for our benefit.
But question for you.
It's going on all day.
Sorry, Fina. Roots.
No, go ahead.
Roots.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Do you care about your reputation? Genuinely, I'm genuinely asking.
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay.
But I don't think. I'll tell you honestly now. When I first realized the Earth was flat, I said to myself, "Oh no, I'm a flat earther." I had shame, dude. There was shame in me. And then maybe 3 or 4 months down the line, when it really sunk in and I understood a lot more of the technical side of the whole discussion, all of a sudden that turned to a pride, because I don't want to be a sheep. I don't just want to be another guy who just goes around oblivious to anything, believing stories. And I was just proud that, I all of a sudden I was like, oh, I'm a flat earther. Great. And it sounds weird because there's a stigma to it. But what I understood was that I had managed to break free of all this dogma and this religious cultish bullshit. And I regardless of what my cosmology or the model, it doesn't matter. Like, I broke that, and I was proud to say I can do that.
Here's a critical thinking question for you, okay? If nobody told you that they're a flat earther, would you be able to tell that they're a flat earther?
I want to ask a question to all of you, like all of it.
Well, no, this is in direct response to your question to Roots about his reputation, right?
No,
so how does being a flat earther hinge upon your professional reputation or relational reputation?
I'll tell you.
Would you be able to tell somebody he's a flat earther if they never told you they were?
Okay, for example, I'll give an example. So let's say, let's imagine, okay, this happens to you as an individual. You go into work and you have these discussions about flat Earth and stuff, okay, and you don't care about whatever other people think of you and stuff like that, but you realize that you heard, like, from your coworkers and people around you, like, they're calling you insane, they're calling you crazy behind your back. You have no idea, but you figured it out, like, your reputation is being destroyed. People are calling you crazy, people are calling you insane. How would you deal with that? How would you
well, maybe take it as a lesson learned that people are being irrational in this case. Like, why would you expect society to act rationally in the first instance? But
what if it affects your But
I mean, it can. It absolutely can.
money, I
You know,
guess.
but the question is, are they right to behave like this? Are they right in their bigotry? Because if you
So
never
don't
told
care
them
if
that you
people
were a
call you
flat earther,
insane.
would they have
You don't
ever
call people
ridiculed
call you
you for
crazy?
it? And the answer is no. You can't tell.
In circle.
You probably met flat earthers, dude, and they never told you that they were.
100%.
I know.
Yep,
My
you probably
siblings
met flat
are.
earthers.
My siblings are. I'm saying, no. I'm saying, this is an example. Like, just imagine this happened. How are you going to react to it?
It's something that could happen. It's something that has actually happened when I was younger, and it has happened to
Brian
me.
Mullen.
But now, I mean, this isn't a regular occurrence. I don't go to work and talk about flat Earth. I go to work and I talk business. I'm good at what I do. So if I'm one of the best performers, it doesn't even matter. Do you know what I mean? But the point I'm trying to make is that, like, what would you prefer? Would you prefer people to come up to you and talk to you about television programs and space and all this shit you don't believe, and you sit there like a nodding dog going, yeah, pretending, just a wolf in sheep's clothing? You know what I mean? Like, is that you? Is that what you want to be? No, of course not. I would much prefer someone to have a prejudgment about me, not knowing really what I'm about. And then when they speak to me, I use my communication and my mind to discuss with them and challenge them on that. And that's something that I'm not afraid of whatsoever. And if somebody wants to say because he's a flat earther, I don't trust him, then they're not someone I really need in my life, right?
What if they called you insane? Like, doesn't that call you crazy?
Yeah,
Doesn't that
I've
hurt
done
you?
a great example for you. Okay,
I can demonstrate to you I'm not insane. But go ahead, Yoda.
right, but they're going to be, their judgment's going to be clouded due to their bias because they've been trained and conditioned to think flat earthers are dumb. So there's an engineer. I think he's a mechanical engineer. His name is Brian Mullen. He popped up on YouTube years ago with a channel called Balls Out Physics, and he started looking into flat Earth and was really curious. And he led a series of lectures on YouTube, bunches of lectures. One of his key talking points was regarding the Coriolis effect, airplane flights on the globe, and some inherent problems with the conservation of momentum and other things. Well, at some point, for whatever reason, some people got upset and they called the board that certifies him and tried to have his professional licenses revoked for being a flat earther. And his employer actually came to him and said, you better take down those videos and don't be public about your flat earth anymore, or we're going to have to fire you. And so he did. He took down everything. Now his videos are still around because the internet never forgets, right? You can find Brian Mullen's Balls Out Physics videos. They're great videos. He looks at flat earth through the eyes of an engineer.
He was getting threatened as well.
Yeah, his family.
24 episodes of awesomeness, just saying.
That's really terrible, dude. That's really terrible.
Yeah, so it's also why we're quasi-anonymous here. Most of us are not even known to each other. Because people do this shit. People, if they found out where I worked, they would call my coworkers and they would tell them that I'm a flat earther. But the joke's on them because everyone at my work knows already. But people have had those kinds of phone calls.
Same.
People have had those phone calls. People have had their spouses called by random people on the internet that dox them and say, hey, did you know that your husband's talking about flat earth on the internet? It's insane what's happened over the years. They don't do this with politics. Like if you were to say you're a Democrat or a Republican or a Tory or whatever out on the internet, nobody's going to dox you over it and ruin your life by just having these kinds of debates and political disagreements on the internet. But flat earth, holy shit, people lose their freaking minds. Why is that? It's really strange. There's no other topic that does this to people that I'm aware of than flat earth, not even abortion.
I guess there's other.
What a strange thing. And the funny thing is we're telling people that the world might actually be just as you experience it. I mean, shocker. You've never seen a globe. Well, guess what? It's not. Oh, how
Do you
dare
think
you
this-
say that?
Wait, do you think
How dare you?
do you think this is a Jew doing?
No,
The Jews?
nope. I don't think they have
Careful.
anything to do with any of this. I do blame the ancient Greeks. If I'm going to blame any group for this problem, it's going to be the ancient Greeks.
Really?
Yeah.
I hope you're
Interesting.
saying ancient with air exclamation marks, Yoda.
Yeah. Yeah. We're talking like 300 BC. We're talking like Greeks during the Alexander conquest era and the Ptolemaic era. The Hellenistic era of Greece. That ancient, not as ancient like ancient beyond that.
Isn't it crazy
you can-
how
You
even
can blame the Babylonians. Go ahead.
it's crazy how even mainstream historians call bullshit on a lot of what we get taught at school and university about this, about what certain figures in ancient Greek, did and claimed, and whether they actually claimed anything that they claimed to have been credited with. Like Pythagoras is a great example.
Yep.
A lot of,
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, Eratosthenes, and the historians say things like, everything that we get taught about Pythagoras in school is nonsense and not true. And it seems like the ancient Greeks like to make up these like mystical figures like Pythagoras and Eratosthenes. It seemed to be a habit that they had.
Right. And all these great ideas they attach to them. And then they have like the school of Pythagoras, the school of Eratosthenes, the school of this great figure that they've attached all these ideas to and give them credit for when these people may not have even existed. Yep. Avatars of some sort.
Yeah, and then people later on in history, like 1,000 years later, took what these made up mystic figures had said and then kind of ran with it and expanded on it.
Yep.
Crazy stuff. People think that one day people went out and started doing some tests and figured out that the Earth's a globe. And that's absolutely not how the globe came to be.
Right. Right. Like you'll be taught in school, maybe high school, that Eratosthenes first discovered that Earth is a globe with sticks and shadows. And then you go to college and you start reading all these papers that Eratosthenes may have never existed and that the sticks and shadows thing may have never happened, was only a thought experiment. Similar things happen with like gravity. You're taught Newtonian gravity in high school, and then mass attracting mass, and then you get to college and you take like your first year of physics, and they're like, well, hold that thought. It's bendy warpy space time. It's not a force at all. If anything, it's more of a push and not a pull. And we lied to you when you were in high school because we had to teach you something and give you a framework to believe in. Right, like some of the Globers we talk to are so cocksure of the claims that they present to us that when we go to the experts in these very fields for these particular claims, the experts are less sure of themselves than these Globers are on the internet. Like the topic of refraction, for example. Holy crap. Refraction, gravity. What other fields are like this?
Relativity.
Yeah. Right. So the idea is people come in with what they believe is a quality public education. And they're under the assumption that because we're surrounded by all this technology, that we're an advanced civilization who's figured a lot of shit out. And that couldn't be further from the truth. I'm surprised we're here surrounded by all this technology in spite of how little we actually know. Like, how many people understand how their cell phone works? What happens when you press send to a text message? Does anybody in this room really know what's going on? Or do you just have like a vague idea? I mean, forget that. How about just something like flight, which has been around for over 100 years? How does air travel work? How does a wing work? Does anybody really know how a wing works in this room?
What's a wing work?
A wing, like how a wing provides lift on an airplane. So then we get Globers to come in and say, well, flat earther, what about satellites? Don't you know how satellites work? No, the question is, do you know how satellites work?
I love it
You
when they
come
lay
in and
down
claim
all the.
satellites. You better educate us right now.
I love it when they lay down all the technology. Yeah, well, what about satellites and computers and Bluetooth and planes and all these really cool things? And it's like, that sounds really cool. Which one of them necessitates a ball in order for it to operate correctly?
Right. Well, you see, we have all this technology because of the Apollo program that gave us things like computers and Velcro and powdered orange juice. And they had to use this to get to the moon. They could only go to the moon if Earth is a globe. So therefore, all these things required Earth to be a globe. You can't have powdered orange juice on a flat Earth, you retard.
God, there's a lot of people here.
Good. I haven't looked at the screen in like 30 minutes.
I see Tata's back. Tata, welcome back. Tata was very skeptical earlier. Oh, he's gone.
What does flat earther do for fun?
Dude, I just want to bring this up. I wanted to say it earlier, but I never got a chance. Like I'm not a just because we know the Earth's not a ball. Like a flat earther isn't any different from a normal person, dude. Like you're
He's
saying,
laughing. Hey, Alberto, check it out. I like watching sci-fi movies.
You're crazy. I'm not saying that. I'm just like, what do you do guys for fun? Like, do you guys like have hobbies? What do you do?
It's
like,
interesting.
Just in general.
Check it out. We get a lot of people saying just because we're flat earthers, therefore we're not allowed to watch movies and stuff. So no Star Wars, no Star Trek, none of that. I love watching sci-fi stuff. It's great. Sad the majority of it is based in space, but you get that on these jobs.
right? We're playing sports. We're doing normal things with our families. We're normal
What's your
people,
favorite
dude.
sport? What's your favorite sport?
I play football and I manage a kids' football team as well.
Oh wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, we're normal people, dude. The amount of people. I'm not joking, dude. The amount of people I've bumped into in the last 10 years who I'm just like I'd speak to, and then all of a sudden,
come on, Roots, don't lie to him. You know we're locked in the basement. We're as white as snow, and we only come out on the full moon.
We're just like working on like different tinfoil hat designs to see which one can reflect the most.
I think he thinks we're a bunch of Quasimodos or something. You know what I mean? That's no, dude.
I don't mean it like that.
It's like we've got those big giant boards, like where we've got like all lines leading to different conspiracy theories and how they're all connected in our basement.
Like fanatics, yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, most of us are not fanatics, right? You might get people who are fanatical about any subject, right? So there might be some fanatical flat earthers, but like most of the time, most of my conversations are not involving flat earth. I'm doing normal things, living a normal life. And I wanted to say, do you know how many people I've bumped into and they've said something? Normal life, just football, whatever it is, just out and about, I like to, or whatever. But the point is, I've bumped into so many people, and then they've said something, and I've gone, I wonder if he's a flat earther, just because a few things they've said is so far outside of the box that I've gone, and I've asked the question, and they've gone, no way, you're a flat earther. You know what I mean? Like, they're everywhere, dude. We're everywhere.
I know. Yeah, I had a coworker who I suspected he's flat earther, and I had to pull him on the side and ask him. We had a discussion about it, and yeah, he turned out to be flat earth too. It was interesting. I was gonna ask everybody here a question, but I kind of got away from my mind. But okay, anybody can jump into this. What do you guys believe other than the Earth is flat? What is something that you were shocked?
It's not a belief.
You were shocked to okay, not believe. Okay. Okay.
It's measured as
Guys,
flat,
I'm not native English speaker. I'm not native. When I use the believe, I don't mean it like as religion. Like I'm maybe my choose of words. Like forgive me with the way I choose my words.
The right way.
I'm not
here to
native.
help.
Okay. Thank you. Just what else do you have like was shocking, like a red pill to you, other than the flat is Earth?
Yeah, how about the degree to which history has been falsified, right? Our timelines, our chronology has been distorted throughout history.
Yep.
Wait, what?
A lot of the history, a lot of the mainstream history that we're taught, right, turns out to be a load of shit, basically. It's another rabbit hole that's extremely interesting to look into. It kind of ties into what I was talking about before with Eratosthenes and Pythagoras, right? At school, you're taught that Pythagoras was absolutely this person called Pythagoras that lived at X time in history, right? 500, 600 BC. And he invented the Pythagorean theorem, and he was like a mathematician, a man of logic, very smart, that kind of thing, where that's completely false history. It's not true at all. Same with Eratosthenes. Okay, the guy who measured this, this shadow angle, the sticks and shadows thing, and calculated the circumference of the Earth. Complete bullshit. Right? There's no evidence that any of that is true. In fact, mainstream historians that actually look into it, they say that it's everything you're told about Pythagoras is a lie. And then when you start digging more into it, you find out that he was actually more of like a mystic cult leader and believed all sorts of crazy things and had a whole bunch of crazy rituals and basically worshipped spheres as divine shapes and thought the universe was a musical instrument, thought he was a bird in a past life, and all of these things that are attributed to Pythagoras, right, by the Pythagorean cultists, right, that came after him. So yeah, a lot of the things that we're told, isn't quite what it seems, and that's a whole nother rabbit hole in itself. False history, yeah, it's a fun one actually.
Have you had a experience like? Sorry,
I just said evolution. That's another one.
Evolution of humankind.
Yeah, origin of species. When you dig into that, you realize just how much bunk and lack of evidence there is in the field. Paleontology. You dig into that, you find out nobody's actually looking at real dinosaur bones. The list is honestly endless. Scripture. You realize how many people don't know how different the Greek scriptures are to the translated scriptures, right? So much misconception, and it's because people don't actually do the work anymore. They just rely on experts to tell them what's true in every field.
So human revolution, does that mean like do they dig into like how like humankind were existed, like I don't get it.
Well, part of the heliocentric paradigm is that we came from a big bang, right? And that there's an evolutionary process that led to us. So they'll have you.
Atheist.
Yeah, but that's become the mainstream narrative now. That we evolved from monkeys, who evolved from a hominid. But there's a big, we don't have the direct evidence, but that's the leading theory, isn't it?
So you don't believe in Adam and Eve? You guys don't believe in that?
No, I never said that. I just don't believe that my great 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 ancestors were monkeys.
Wait. Can you say that again? Ruth, say that again.
I never said anything about Adam and Eve. I just don't believe that our ancestors are monkeys.
Oh my God! Thank God! I thought you said the opposite.
No.
I said the other.
And I don't believe it because there's no evidence of one species being able to turn into another species, right? We know epigenetics is real, and we know that gene expression is real, and that can change appearance and that can change form. But a dog, one species has never evolved into another species. We don't have that evidence. It's another one of those stories that you have to believe. You can't prove it. But I mean, I'm not trying to switch the topic now to evolution. I just threw it in the pile. I'm trying to demonstrate there's lots of subjects. There's even subjects that I want to state, but I don't want to. I'm not going to, because it can violate the TOS of Discord or YouTube. Right? But education, food, health, everything's affected by this ignorance that people have taken on as an identity, like part of the culture now. We don't care about the evidence. We just want a good story.
Yeah. Interesting.
And honestly, Flat Earth is like a first step into gaining the ability to be able to uncover this in other subjects. Right? You don't stop at Flat Earth, trust me, bro. I don't want to take us down another path, but there's a lot, there's a lot of deception that we believe and lots of stories we've been told.
Well, in some religion, like they say, like this deception, they describe it as a devil, like the devil work. It's like no offense to the homies, like the LGBTs, like devil, like propaganda, devilish propaganda, to make like people think that they're not like who they were born into.
Right. I've noticed a pattern here. I've noticed a pattern. They want you to believe you're an animal. And they want you to believe you evolved from an animal, you're still an animal, and that you're, lucky to be here. And that if anything, you're a plague on this earth. Anything that highlights the fact that we could be the center of anything and important, they don't like that. And that's the pattern I've noticed. And that affects every subject, dude. They want you to eventually, pay a tax for breathing. That's what I believe.
Yeah, I mean, if you look into it really deeply, you will realize it's all about money. Everybody's like fighting. Companies are competing. Industries are doing everything to win. That's what they care about. Just winning. It doesn't matter. Like
on the surface,
really competing.
On the surface, yeah, and that's what keeps a lot of people in line. We keep ourselves in line. We don't want to jeopardize the opportunity to make lots of money, right? So half of the time, you don't need a grand conspiracy. You just need to offer the incentives the money incentives to those who push your agenda. So if you try and study a field that goes against anything that they're pushing, you don't get the funding. You don't get the promotion. Right? So that has a subconscious effect. We keep each other in line. It's very easy to get everybody pushing your agenda if you have the money.
Interesting. But like, if you see like in general, like you said, like you're a professional, like so you've seen how companies are very competitive, like even in private sectors, like most companies, like they're so competitive with each other that like might like go like into non-ethical stuff to do just to win in the field. Like for example, like copying somebody else's product to gain the money to win. You know what I mean? Like somebody, like you can see like those companies who steal ideas from other products. They use the same logo, the same stuff, and I think it's all just about money, like money, status.
It is for the average person, yeah. I
Not
agree.
average person, like even like the higher ups, like the CEOs. Like I've seen them. They're so competitive. They would go against even like morality, like the moral aspect, just to win in private sector.
I consider the CEO an average person, dude. The CEO of a business is an average person. Yeah, they're richer than everybody else, but they're still within the framework that everybody else is working. For a CEO, there's always a job or a carrot that they're working towards. It's not like they get to CEO and they stop and they, now it's do you know what I mean? Like there's always that rat race for everybody. And that's what they've developed, a system that keeps everybody in check and we police ourselves.
But isn't that bad? I don't think that's not bad. I think that's the way you see it, like as an individual, subjective. Like if you see it as bad, like you're gonna like you're not gonna go outside and get into the field.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's human nature.
Yeah,
it's natural. But what I'm saying it because what I'm telling you is everybody doesn't have to be in on a conspiracy to push an agenda. Right? The CEOs are not conspiratorially hiding. The CEO of a space agency is not hiding, the fact that we're on a flat Earth. They may truly believe that the parts and the bits that they send to NASA are involved in genuine space activities. They may have data that they say proves it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they don't know for themselves whether the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. They're just part of a process, and that process is commercial.
Okay. I want to ask, about this, like to you guys, all of you, anybody can jump in. If like, okay, the Earth is flat. Okay, then what is the sky? Like, if there's no space, like, what is the sky?
It is like, what do you mean, what is the sky? You just said what it is. It's called the sky. It's called the sky.
What it is, like, we know the Earth is like, we can say like the Earth is made out of like
a whole bunch of stuff: sand and dirt and rocks and water and
example, like exactly, like, okay, then what is the sky?
We can only test. Yeah, we can only test up to a certain height, so we know it's consisting of a bunch of things that we can test, right? Nitrogen, oxygen, dust particles, pollution. There's it depends what's in the sky at the time. And then there's a whole bunch of unknowns about the sky as well when it comes to the celestials, which we can't empirically validate. Yeah, I got to go on mute for a second.
I mean, we can sit here and tell you what the Greeks said, the Babylonians said, the Egyptians said. Doesn't really help anybody, though.
They said
But what we can tell you
Mhm.
is you wouldn't have a gas pressure unless this atmosphere was contained.
okay, what I've heard, which I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard from some flat earther, like publicly, he's flat earth, like he doesn't care. He said that the sky is water, basically.
Yeah, he probably got that from ancient cosmology. So there's many ancient civilizations, and I'm sure it's in the Bible.
Is it proven?
God created the earth by separating the waters above and the waters below. Right. So
Mhm.
this is a very ancient idea that there are waters, and that we're contained, in a microcosm within those waters, and that we were created that we were created, and that it was separating the waters above and below. That's in the Bible, but there's other ancient belief systems that also mentioned or showed depictions of water above this container. Can we confirm that? No. Hell no.
Okay. If people can confirm that the Earth is flat, why not confirm if the sky is water, like they said?
How high can you go?
Okay. Okay. I hear it. I hear it. But okay. Is there what about the what do you call it in English? The gravity. The gravity. What about gravity? Is it real?
What do you define as gravity?
Like the Earth sucks, like it brings everything down.
Yeah, we can't
Close to
prove there's a force bringing everything down. The theory of gravity has changed from a force pulling things down to the warping and bending of space-time. We can't prove that space and time can bend. The only thing we can prove with gravity is that when an object is raised off the ground, you're taking it out of rest, and it's now, which is more dense, an object, that is more dense, obviously, than the air. Once you take it off the ground and you release it, you've applied a force to raise that out of its equilibrium, and once you release it, it's going to return to its equilibrium. That's what they call specific gravity. Yeah, you don't need a force to explain that. It's based on density. So things would fall the same on a flat Earth as they do on a globe Earth, but we're not invoking a force that cannot be proven.
Yeah, oh my god, this is
Google specific gravity. Just do that now. Just do that now and read up the first link you see. What is specific gravity? You'll find it's synonymous with relative density, Archimedes' principle. No force. You don't need a force to explain why things go down.
But this is like proven like in every, like from like in math and physics.
What's proven in math and physics?
That it's there's gravity.
I just told you, you don't need a force for that. There's no math or physics for a force. You can't detect a force. There's no experiment you can do to detect the force of gravity or the warping and bending of space-time. All you can measure is drop.
I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Did you Google specific gravity?
Yeah, it got like there's like a mathematics
Right, but
Formula.
read the description. What is
Is a
specific gravity?
dimensionless quantity defined as the ratio of the density of a substance to the density of reference material, typically water at 40
Yeah.
see where
So the density of a substance compared to the density of the medium. So specific gravity is related to density. Anything that's more dense than the air will go down. And that's why helium balloons and gases, which is supposed to have mass, go up. It's also why if you get a football or a beach ball and you hold it under the water and you let go, that will go up also as well, because the water is more dense than the air inside the ball. You following?
not really. I kind of got lost. I thought this was already proven scientifically
What's proven scientifically?
that there is a force called gravity grabs things down to Earth, physically. It's like physics, science.
Yeah, but it's not actually considered a force. It's called a pseudo force. Do you know the difference between a force and a pseudo force?
No. Again, I'm not native, so I might not understand the way.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Well, a force is a push or a pull, right? It's a measurable force. It's something that actually does physically affect things. Okay, so a force would be a push or a pull, but we can't detect or measure a push or a pull in respect to gravity. So gravity is considered a pseudo force, where they will treat the object as if it's has a force acting upon it, but it's not actually a force in the sense that you can't detect that push or pull. Right, which is why they updated Newtonian gravity to Einsteinian gravity, because now it's no longer a force or a push or a pull at all. It's the warping and bending of space and time between two objects, which can also not be detected, because time and space are concepts, dude. You can't manipulate time or space to do an experiment to prove that either of them can bend. So it's like me saying I can bend width and height. Width and height of what? Width and height are concepts, right? They're not things. I don't know if I'm losing you, dude. I don't want to make it more confusing, but gravity as a force is not detectable. There's no force in the reason why things go down. There's no force to be detected.
So your point is there's no gravity, basically.
No, my point is gravity has been sold as something it's not provable as. They say it's a force, but if you Google it, and don't just read the top link, really look into, maybe type in why is gravity not a force, you'll get a good explanation as to that. It's not a force.
Okay,
it's pseudo force.
This word pseudo, this is what I'm confused with. What is pseudo? What do you mean by pseudo? Wait, can you spell it? Can you type it? Pronounce
PSUDO, pseudo force. So when you do an experiment, right, you need to do an experiment, you're trying to prove the causation of something. Yeah. So what is the cause of the downward bias or the item dropping, right? You can't eliminate anything to be able to manipulate a cause. So you can't do an experiment to prove there is a force. All we have is the observation that things drop. So that's why it's a pseudo force, because there is no push or pull to say. There is no magnetism is a force, right? We can do an experiment to prove that a magnet pushes or pulls things, and it's due to the magnetic waves, right?
Mhm.
Magnetism is a force. You can do experiments to prove that. But when it
Yeah.
comes to gravity, there is no experiments because there is no, the equivalence of a magnetic force within gravity. Gravity is a placeholder. It's a word to describe why things go down. That's what specific gravity is. So then they've added some theory on top of that with Newtonian and Einsteinian to try and give you a cause. But that's only theoretical. There is no experiment that backs up that there is, forces pulling things or pushing things. It's all in relation to the medium, and we know this because once you get your ball and you put that under the water, which is a different medium, the ball goes up. So there's no gravity pulling anything down underwater, right?
Right.
So this is the problem. This is what I'm saying. It isn't a force that you can measure, and you can explain why things go down with relative density and why things go up. It's another story that we've been sold based on true principles, and they've misdirected you at the end and said, yeah, that's a force due to mass attracting mass, due to the warping and bending of space and time between two objects. They need it in order to have all these planets orbiting around each other and balls of rock and, in space. That they need this attraction force, but they can't prove it.
So this is
Otherwise,
all
they can't explain the planets. They can't explain how the Earth is, staying in its axis.
right. They say the Earth is like around, and there's like planets go around it. That's why they made the gravity, just to keep this theory on.
Yeah, to explain the cosmology of the ball. But the reason why it can't be proven is because the cosmology is bullshit. And
Wow.
it doesn't even work. They had to update it because there isn't enough observable mass, to account for these orbits. We have orbits that don't make any logical sense if it's just mass attracts mass. So now they need dark matter and the warping and bending of space-time to plug holes in a broken theory.
Isn't this what they teach though in engineering in college, like when somebody's like going to engineering class or like physics class? This is what they teach them. That's why they get they create like stuff like these, like they've been making chemicals and stuff. And
but what has the theory of mass attracting mass got to do with chemicals?
it was just an example of like
No, there might be a link there. I'm just interested to know where you're going with this, because it will, how I answer.
I'm saying, like, isn't this what the education system is? Like, they've been, like, they said, like, they've been proving this. That's why, like, when you say, like, somebody's, like, going into that career, like, being an engineer, like, they teach them that stuff and they actually apply it, like, in real time. In real life, they use it in their...
And they say a Big Bang created everything and that you evolved from monkeys and swamp goo.
No.
All they do is they quote previous textbooks, right? So the textbook is quoting previous textbooks. So where's the source of this claim? That's the real question. Where are the sources? Where is the evidence, the experiments, the proof? Well, that's where it breaks down. It all goes back to a theory.
Okay. Very confusing, honestly.
I don't know if anybody wants to add to this. I may not have given the best examples, but feel free, anyone, if you want to jump in and say something on gravity. But yeah,
my research on it. Like,
fundamentally, gravity's not a force. And I think that's the first step. Once you realize it's not a force, then you need to ask yourself, well, what is it? You'll find it's now the warping and bending of space and time. How do you know that space and time can bend? How did they figure that out? Right. You're going to get loads of examples that cannot be proven in nature. Let's just put it that way.
mm,
Something that cannot be verified. We're just going to have to trust them.
just interesting.
So are you a flat earther?
Wait, but don't they have to consider gravity when they're building high buildings, like a big like let's say like in Dubai, like they're building these massive buildings. Do they have to like consider gravity?
Of course they
come
do.
on.
So they got to build it in a way so that it doesn't fall over.
You would think that, right? Because if time and space is warping in between objects, that means a massive object would be attracting smaller particles to it, right? And affecting the gravitational distribution across the Earth, right? But unfortunately, no, they don't need to take any warping and bending of space-time or mass attracting mass issues when building a building. They just build in respect to level and plumb, like Killian was telling you earlier.
Yeah, but they do add things into, like, a skyscraper, for example. It's like a stabilizer that's in the core of it, so that, like, the earthquake hits, it's not going anywhere, it's not going to fall, it's not going to, topple over like the Twin Towers,
Yeah, but that's just about engineering, right? You need to make sure your building can withstand the elements. Right, that's nothing to do with a force of gravity. It's irrelevant. Doesn't even come into it. That's just stability and resilience.
So Roots, you would consider, are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther, yeah.
How long
Proud.
have you been a flat earther?
Many years, my friend, many years. Nearly 10 years.
And what converted you to being a flat earther?
I've just been through it.
What made you come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Because it's measured, observed, and treated that way in every industry.
How do they measure, or how does that work?
So, regardless of industry, whether it's the building, aviation, ballistics, anything that you would need to take into account the fact that the Earth's supposed to be curving or rotating, there is no adjustments or changes or anything you need to take into account in respect to a curving, spinning surface. In fact, we build buildings to be level across the Earth. We observe water to be level. Water cannot stick to the exterior of a ball. You cannot measure or detect the motion of the Earth, the spin. There is no reference frame where the rotation of the air is now apparently deviating from the observer's position. Anything in the air. That there is no counting for curvature when you fly a plane. You don't need to when they shoot 100 miles on a railgun. They don't need to now all of a sudden have an INS system in a bullet to be able to account for the hundreds of feet of curvature that would be present in 100 miles. No, you just treat the Earth as a flat plane in every industry. So whether the Earth is a ball or flat, we don't experience the ball in our reality. That's what made me a flat earther.
Have you debated like scientists before?
I've debated people with degrees in science before. Yeah.
And how did those go?
The same way they always go. I ask them what direct evidence they have for the motion or the curvature of the Earth. They give me some math. I ask them where did they take the raw data from? And they'll say something like surveying. And then when you look at how you survey the ground, you survey the ground in respect to a flat Earth. You need to establish plumb, then you create a horizontal, right? And that's always parallel to the Earth, which can be confirmed over water. So you're actually taking flat Earth data and transforming it into globe math using spherical geometry. That's how that debate always goes. And I revert them back to the data you're taking is flat Earth data. What direct evidence do you have that there is any curvature without using transformations of data math? And they say, well, no, you can't because Earth's too big. So I say, okay, so there's no real world evidence that we have motion or curvature on the Earth. And they say, yeah. And then the debate ends.
Can I ask you a question that it's not about might change the whole subject, but Rod, have you seen anything in the education system that made you like wanna like debate it and wanna change it?
The education system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's
What's it like?
terrible. I think the education system's terrible.
In colleges, like universities.
Yeah, I think it's terrible. It's about regurgitating theories and information,
Mhm.
and I think you're shunned if you question any fundamental principles or beliefs in the textbooks.
Have you had that experience, like when you?
Me personally, no, but I mean, there's plenty of scholars who they're not allowed to present their dissertation because
Mhm.
it doesn't agree with mainstream narrative.
I actually do agree with that. Yeah, that is a thing. They will, if you go against what the community is, like what the leading theory is or whatever, you will be like demonized out of the community. Like that is
Right.
something that does happen.
Which is why they always push peer review. They're trying to control what new information comes out.
I'm pretty sure we've seen that happen during COVID when, with the whole vaccine deal where, doctors who, expressed their distaste with, the vaccinations and they were kind of just demonized.
Yep.
By the whole, vaccine community, doctor community, medicine community.
Yep. That's your education system. And all they do is they quote previous textbooks.
Yeah, it's wild. It's really wild.
And you've got to memorize that stuff and regurgitate it on an exam. Terrible. Education
It is
systems.
terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys who graduate from college and they're literally retarded, like so dumb. When they go into like private sector and business, they get this shock of I have to now give value. Like they think like you have to obey to the system of college. You know what I mean? Like when you're in college, like everything is scheduled for your classes, your time, everything is handed to you. You just have to appear and show up. But when you go into like business, like you have to be in control and actually give value. So it's
You have
they
to
don't
use
get that.
critical thinking and emotional intelligence, which they don't teach you at school.
Yeah, yeah. They don't teach you anything there, like in college. They give you just like word salad, like basic stuff. When you go outside and start like trying to make money, like you realize like you have to reach to the point of like you have to give the value. You have to learn, like you have to like be like really smart.
Well, you have to know this stuff intrinsically, right, to be valuable to a company. And this is what I mean. Like, you don't know the stuff intrinsically in terms of, you can't demonstrate a force of gravity. You can't, in respect to the Earth, let's keep it on topic here. Like, you can't really add value if every industry treats the Earth as flat and motionless, right? You've learned all this shit, but in reality, you engineer a building to be level always. You want to be a pilot. You don't account for nosing down on the curvature or adjusting for, the rotation of the atmosphere above the the rotation of the Earth underneath your feet, underneath the airplane. What I'm trying to say is there's nothing you can take from all of this and apply it to the real world. You actually would learn more and would be a better engineer as a flat earther. Now, I know that's a bold statement, but I'm saying they have to play a game and they have to treat the Earth as flat, even though it's a ball. That's going to create cognitive dissonance. Your reality doesn't match your theory.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is a word. This is an interesting word. Cognitive distance.
Dissonance.
So sorry.
Cognitive dissonance.
Dissonance, not distance.
Dissonance. Yeah, cognitive dissonance. Yeah.
This cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, it's basically a conflict. Dissonance is like a conflict where two things don't fit together and create tension. So if you have a cognitive dissonance, you have two beliefs that a belief and two ideas that conflict with each other. You might get someone who thinks they're you might get someone who thinks they're the hardest guy in the town, and then a harder guy comes along, beats them up. That guy's going to have some cognitive dissonance till he figures out who he is, right?
Yeah, it's going to be shocking for him. Yeah, I get that. Now
it's going to be
it's not just
a bad day for
belief. It has to be a strong belief. It's when you hold a really, really strong belief and then something is presented that contradicts that. That is what triggers cognitive dissonance. And it's very uncomfortable for people. They try to rationalize themselves out of it. The brain fights it really hard.
But it's part of the process for I don't know about you, Plain and Truth, how much cognitive dissonance, at least 2 months of it with the flat earth.
Yeah, I fought through mine quite quickly, but many people have really big troubles, and most people can't actually fight through it. If they already have a strongly held belief, there is no way for them to fight through it. So some people just can't do it. You have to be very open-minded to to be prepared to go back on one of your previously held beliefs. And then admit that you were completely 100% wrong.
Yep. Like Plain and Truth said, most people can't do it. And you know what normally happens when they can't do it? They get a bit nasty about the subject. They hate the subject. They don't want to discuss this stupid thing that hurts their brain anymore. too painful. So you get a lot of hate. That's why we get a lot of hate, because people have failed. They've gone through the cognitive dissonance, heard the logical arguments, conflicted with their understandings, and then now they hate the subject. They become anti-flat earthers. Oh, these people are stupid. Don't listen to them. Corrupting society, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they just can't handle it.
Okay, well then what is your suggestion for people who cannot handle it? How can you like give them advice? How do you help them take it in? You know what I mean? Like,
everybody's different, dude. Everybody's different. But I would start with prove it to yourself. Go prove it to yourself. Go find the curve.
No, I'm saying like to other, like, let's say like your best friends since high school, like or somebody's like your partner, like you want them. How do you create that environment where they're gonna digest it better?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I would avoid the subject directly. I wouldn't approach the subject directly with them anymore. Right? It's amazing what you can get out of people with just pure logic. Focus on logic. Get their brain working logically without mentioning the topic. Once they've learned that critical thinking skill, that logical skill, then they can't deny logic. So then if you
gotta get the gears turning.
Yeah, you provide a logical argument that can't be disputed, backed up by direct evidence, they're going to accept it.
Interesting.
Yeah, if they can't disprove it, then they have to believe it.
Yep. Talk about other subjects where they're making assumptions, where they've got a belief and that's, the evidence doesn't match up. Find a subject they're not triggered by and show them that their thinking involves, fallacious reasoning, like, oh, am I going to appeal to the authorities? Oh, I'm going to use circular reasoning. Oh, I'm you know what I mean? I'm not going to follow a logical framework. You need to just break that down. It's like a virus, a mind virus.
Define circular reasoning.
Circular reasoning.
Logic.
Yeah, where you use the argument as the premise as the proof.
So like, what is it like? We're debating flat Earth, and then I say the fact that we're debating flat Earth means that there is a flat Earth or something.
Like, for example, this book says it's true because it's true. Do you know what I mean? That would be circular reasoning. I'm trustworthy because I always tell the truth. You know what I mean? Like, that would be circular reasoning. So let's give you an example with the globe then. The Earth's a ball because we've known it's a ball for 2,000 years.
And that's how you know that it's a ball?
Well, everybody's known it's a ball for 2,000 years. So you need assumption. It's you're already assuming the conclusion in your premise. Do you know what I mean? That would be a form of fallacious reasoning as to how you've come to that conclusion.
Have you debated like astronauts?
Me personally, no, but there's good debates with astronauts I've seen. There was actually one recently on the Danny Jones show where an astronaut debated Bert Sobral on the moon landings.
On whether it was fake or real?
Yeah.
Do you think it was real, or?
I think it's clearly false. Clearly a hoax. That's my belief.
what would be your evidence for saying that it's fake?
Well, the best evidence is, you can't. I don't believe you can leave this atmosphere because this atmosphere is contained. And to have an atmosphere, we must be contained. You can't have gas pressure without some sort of surface for the gas to press on. Can't have, because of the law of entropy, second law of thermodynamics, you can't have an open system next to a low pressure system or a vacuum. Or the gas would disperse into space. So the fact we have a PSI, steady PSI at sea level, to me is enough evidence that we have a gas pressure, is enough evidence that we have some sort of containment. I mean, I'm getting to the moon landings. There's so much there, so much foolery, how the footage, is illogical. The lighting, not to mention the footage that has been uncovered of them actually faking shots of the Earth and pretending they're places in space when they're actually in what they consider low Earth orbit. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why the moon landings, I think, was faked, but I want to shut down all space travel by saying you can't have a low pressure system in the sky next to a dynamic high pressure atmosphere. Illogical. It's impossible.
Bruce, can I ask you a question? It's way different than this. It's gonna change the topic, if you don't mind.
Yeah, unless your man wants to respond to what I said, go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
Unless Narcissistic wants to respond, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Narcissistic, go.
So you would say, y'all, hello, can you hear me? Hello? Alright. So you would say that all of the footage of like astronauts in space and whatnot, like even in like the modern day, you'd say that's all faked? And that they're that they're recording that like underwater,
Underwater? No. But I can share with you reels and reels of NASA bloopers where you can see they're either using green screens, harnesses, some of the maintenance work they're doing. We are seeing actually bubbles. Google bubbles in space. That'll give you a laugh. Animals. I saw one NASA blooper where there was a rat, apparently in space on one of the platforms. But not just that. It's endless reels of videos where the CGI augmented reality objects that they're supposed to be interacting with start to malfunction, where you can see they're using harnesses to give the appearance of low gravity. Like, I could show you a lot. We have it all on our home server in categorized sections, and there's a lot of NASA bloopers. They make a lot of mistakes.
Bubbles in space, huh? I think I've heard of that one
funny.
Of the rat.
Pretty funny, dude.
The rat that was like, it was like, a rat in space, really? Yeah.
Yeah, we got space rats now, apparently.
Yeah, rats they found a way to make it to space, I guess. They used to go on ships, and now they're in space, I guess.
Yeah. But forget all that anecdotal stuff. The main argument is you can't have a low pressure area called space up in the sky that we can just travel between. All the gas would have left this place a long time ago. Somebody's posted a video in the side chat of the rat that was caught on camera. Have a look at the side chat. People, guys, keep an eye on the side chat. People are dropping fantastic stuff. You know,
Oh my god, is
referencing what we're
this
talking
real?
about.
Wait. Is this real?
Yep, sure is. NASA footage
There's a rat in the in the NASA videos.
in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, man, we got space
Wow.
rats now, don't you know?
Look at the one before that with the dude's head.
Bro. Oh my god.
Yeah, old dude has
No,
posted
that's
one of
hilarious.
our blooper reels from the server. NASA bloopers and gaffs. I'm sure that's, you know, probably an hour's worth of bloopers if you want to get into that. Put it on at your next party, at your next gathering. See the responses.
Yeah, I think I've seen this one that you're talking about, the rat in space.
But all of this is anecdotal. Just logically, you couldn't have a low pressure area called space next to the atmosphere. It's really important that you understand that goes against all the gas laws, thermodynamic laws on entropy. It's logically impossible.
Now, okay. Now we like this is literally insane. Like I've always known like NASA lies, but I've never understood why they're lying. But what is the point at the end? Like what is the agenda behind like lying? Like they're spending like a lot of money into this. Obviously,
Lying keeps people in control. I mean, like, if you get people believing a lie, it's like you control them. If you can get a million people to believe a lie, like, would you say that you control those people because you got them to believe a lie?
Wow.
You know, that's kind of the whole thing of like, and it's not just NASA. Like, it's like there's a lot of like stuff that like where they lie, like Smithsonian. They're really fucking big into like lying. Like they, you know, a lot of shit that they've done that like, you know. There was one instance where they had all of the museums in the United States. They basically, this was like I think it was like a federal deal where it's like all museums have to, they have to give Native American artifacts back to the people that those artifacts are from. But if you look at if you read like the lining of it, it's like, but the Smithsonian is exempt. So all the other museums have to give the Native American artifacts back to the natives, except for the Smithsonian. Why is that? Why is that a thing? You know, what makes the Smithsonian any different? You know, it's like, you know, who knows?
Yeah, Alberto, and you said it costs them money to do this. Do you know how much money they get a day, NASA? From the
Probably trillions.
A lot, I guess.
Per day, they're getting billions
from the government.
Right. The NASA budget.
So they do this for money, I guess.
No, that's a byproduct.
No, they give it. They do it to keep people in control.
Right.
There's all kinds of reasons. I mean, you can do military weapons testing. All you got to do is just paint the rocket white and slap a NASA logo on it. Everybody will cheer.
This is really insanity. Wow.
Well, I feel like they wouldn't have to do that because they can just test it on like government property and all that.
I want to.
I want to ask.
The space.
I want to ask you something.
Sorry.
Ruth.
Yo, what's up?
You said something about developing critical thinking, and when you're talking to people, you have to like get them to train them to have critical thinking. And I want to know: do you think that also will go into having people understand, like if they're gay, like they can critically think and realize that they're not gay.
If they're indoctrinated, I mean, I don't fucking know.
You know what I mean? Like, you get what I'm saying?
I feel like that only works if they're indoctrinated.
It's a
though.
controversial.
Is that, like,
I'm
how-
laughing because it's controversial, right?
I know
If
it's
you're asking
like,
my
I know it's
personal
fucked
opinion,
up.
yeah, I do believe that critical thinking could stop adolescents and young people from making dumb decisions,
Mistakes. Uh-huh.
right? And I think critical thinking is the cornerstone of, you know, logic. And when you look at logic, yeah, it's incongruent with, you know, I think it's incongruent with homosexuality, but that's a controversial subject. I don't want to trigger anyone in the room and then start a big debate on.
Yeah, I get
what's,
it. It's a. I get it.
what's
I'm
with
just saying, like in real
homosexuality?
life, when somebody have like that logical, critical thinking, that will it like give the person also like the ability to realize, like, yo, you're not actually gay.
It's non sequitur
No.
to the ground, anyway.
Yeah, yeah. But I like where your mind's going, and yes, critical thinking is something that could solve a lot of issues in society. The problem is the average person has next to none of it anymore. They've dumbed us down.
Okay. Interesting. Was very interesting. Thank you for answering.
But I just want to take like a check. We've had a lot of people join. It's a very busy room now, so if anyone wants to jump in, ask a question or any comments, feel free, please.
Is the Earth flat?
Sure is. Measurably, observably, testably. Yep.
Turn down the bass, turn down the treble.
I like old dude's meme. Earth is flat. Don't make it weird. Just is.
I'm just searching flat Earth on YouTube, but for the last month, I don't see anything I want to click on.
Yeah, YouTube's a bit hit and miss for
After, you know, all these
controversial
years of
content.
research, it's pretty much a mute point, I guess, looking for new information. I think we pretty much covered it in the 10 years.
Yeah, from my perspective, the globe has been dead since 2015, right? When we proved there's no 8.8 inch per mile squared curvature rate. That was in 2015. The flat earthers did that with a controlled observation, and since then, it just is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I got a big string line. You know, string's kind of inexpensive, but it was hard to get it not sagging across the Atlantic to the Pacific. It was going to definitely prove totally level. But you could just go on Google for like sea elevation, I think, and see that it's the same. But I guess the sea elevation would be different around a ball, or it'd be the same because that's what Globers would say, right?
Wait, water curves?
No, the string line was like totally level. Put the level on top of the string line, you know, like you're building a building.
That checks out.
It checked out, yeah. The ultimate conspiracy.
It's crazy because they use the same medium, being water, if you will, inside of things like construction levels. Oh my.
Tell him, Killian. Tell him about it. Elaborate. We don't have many. We have a lot of people who are not aware of how a bubble level works.
Well, I mean, I think the important thing to realize is how water actually works, right? Surface tension, things of that nature. And when you start to realize how water works, how surface tension is developed, how pressure works, and all these different things, you're then able to take on the principle and the idea of how a construction level works and how we observe, how we're able to literally put down a construction level anywhere we go and observe this principle called level. It's crazy.
If the world is round, why is a frozen pond flat?
Because we're too small to realize the magnificence of the curvy ball in front of us. Oh my.
Earth too biggie.
Earth too biggie. I like that one. However, that's the problem, right? When we start to actually unpack the radius claim, which I'm sure that actually, let me ask this question: anybody here who believes in a ball and a sphere, do any of you know what the radius value actually is of said ball? This is where I get to probe, pause, the globe believer and test your knowledge base and see how smart you are, right? Because this is the sign of intelligence, being able to take on both sides of the argument, right? And wrestle with both sides of the argument so that you can actually flesh out the answer.
Lake Ontario curves more than 3 degrees. Things aren't always what they seem. There was a movie in 1973 where they asked the question in the movie, the frozen pond flat and stuff. Pretty funny.
I don't know how you're possibly quoting. Oh, sorry, brother.
Don't look now, rather. Yeah. Anyway, that's what I do. I quote. Anyway, it's nice to hear you guys talking about flat Earth again. Have a good one.
I find it interesting you're referencing my native province.
Oh, it's
Ontario.
Yeah, it's in the movie. It mentions flat Earth in your province.
Yeah, brother. I'm north of the Lake Ontario shore. Amen. But yeah, we don't see any sustainable drop over distance between, like, as you even go across the Great Lakes, we see absolutely no drop over distance that actually could sustain a spheroid claim. That's the most unfortunate part, right? We go everywhere on the surface, we get to observe level and plumb everywhere we go.
All the best flat Earth videos have really low views, but the ones that aren't so good have 1,000 views. In my opinion, I'm still scrolling that YouTube list. All the good ones have like 10 views, but all the shilly ones have a lot.
That's why we get a lot of people in here with the misconception that flat Earth is a disk in space. It's quite a pain in the ass, to be honest, but that's what we're dealing with.
Bro, it's a floating space pizza, or a floating pizza in space. You didn't know that? I thought you knew, Roots.
Round.
I love a pepperoni.
Yeah, man. Those craters are synonymous with the cheese, right? Same idea, man. Same idea.
That's a spicy meatball you're sharing there, Killian. But yeah, did anyone new who's joined recently have any questions or any comments? Let's get a new topic going. Let's get a new conversation going. I think Alberto's busy. That stuff's clearly knows what's up. Anybody with any questions?
Anybody good at making AI songs?
Yeah, we got a few. We got a few in the group.
We should try to hook up with them. We can make some songs for the internet or something. Or just use the existing songs that are in the Flat Earth songs and just make AI do it. Like all the ODD songs from the past and a bunch others, you know, have AI singing instead. Just gotta
Well, just to give a quick plug to a flat earther called New Perspective. If you find his channel on YouTube, New Perspective, he has what I consider the longest list of flat earth songs. I think he's got 500 songs.
Message last week on Discord, so go check it out.
Yeah, go to his playlists. He's got a music section. It's the biggest I've seen. And then the 24/7 home server as well. There's a lot of music on there as well.
Oh, what was the second one? I spaced out when you said it.
The 24/7 Flat Earth home server. I can't put a link in the side chat, but I can send you one directly, Flat Stuff. If anybody else wants a link to the home server, you can find a lot of material. Good videos, like Flat Stuff's demonstrating here. YouTube is a bit hit and miss, but we have a lot of great content on the Flat Earth 24/7 channel. Flat Stuff, I'm going to send you a direct invite to the channel. You should have received it.
All right, see it. Thank you. Oh, yeah, it's in there somewhere, right? I'm already joined to that, I think. Yeah. You said it was in where? In one of those tabs, you know? You're looking at it. Red Pill Music or something?
Yeah, I think old dude may have just shared the.
Oh, good. Yeah.
The channel. Yeah.
Channel too, or he left a link recently. Yep. I was just looking for that. It didn't come up on the search. I'm like, oh, perfect. That's not his. Thanks, man. That's sub it up. Theoretical model researchers, maybe. He just posted. Only got 16 subs, so probably what I was looking for. Something.
Yeah, have a good look around the channel, dude. There's some really good content in there. In general.
Right, maybe get in touch with this Hyder guy who's posting it. Maybe he can help me out. Get my my ideas into realization. And the other idea you already gave me is maybe make a video of the NASA budget. You know what I mean? Since you guys were interested, make a video about it, you know. So I like when you guys mention topics, and be nice to have a crew to, like, you know, go right at it. You know, I used to do that, but I'm a little older these days where I'm not as quick, but if you think that's still even an option, trying to, spread information, spread awareness. We used to say, right?
Yeah, dude, that's what we're here for. And if you're looking to, meet people to help you create content, just come around more. Meet some of the guys. I know Amish is doing stuff, AG's doing stuff behind the scenes, creating content. So there's loads of people that you can get to know that can help you with stuff like that. Amish is Yoda, by the way. I just realized. So do we have any recommendations for a new topic we could do with a new topic before the room clears out?
Let them go. They weren't flat earthers anyway. They didn't say, see you later.
Yeah, it's a weird time of day. Everybody's busy. I get it. I should be doing more work, but it's Friday. Why not?
Get back to work.
Hey, John. Yes, sir.
How you doing, Roots?
Another day, dude. All good. No complaints.
Better than some, worse than others? About the same?
Everything is fantastic. Honestly. No complaints, dude.
Oh, good, man. That's great. No complaints is a great place to be.
Yep. No complaints.
Reminds me of what my grandfather used to say. SOSOS. Same old shit, only softer.
Yep, I like that. Same shit, different toilet.
The water still spins the same direction, though, right?
Apparently, it depends on what hemisphere you're in.
Yeah, that one's funny.
Damn, here I was thinking it was actually up to the toilet manufacturer, depending on how the nozzles are actually drilled into the bowl. I stand corrected. Oh my.
Don't talk about that, Killian. Don't talk about engineering. Too technical.
Oops. Thanks for the correction, Roots. I appreciate it, brother.
That Bart Simpson scene, I think, here. It's hard to find, even if you want to, like, Bart Simpson toilet.
Yeah, you got to start paying people to do that, man. If you want them to do that much work, there's got to be some moolah involved.
Yeah, they need a story.
If you can convince people that they're going to get, going to get something out of the deal, then they'll do the work. But if they're like already convinced that it won't affect their life either way, they're not going to do the work.
So true, dude. How many conversations have you had recently where the second or third question is, how does this benefit me? Right? And you're like, well, there's plenty of benefits, but why does your everything hinge on that? You know what I mean? Like,
Roots, wouldn't you take that as the concession? Like, that's the point where they just give up when they ask why?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. It's a concession to a certain degree.
No, that's when the laziness kicks in usually. I don't think it's a concession. That's when they're like, well, what does it even matter? I'm not even going to do any more work on this, and I'm just going to agree to disagree and walk away and not think about it for a certain, undetermined period of time.
Oh yeah. It's not a concession
just
that the
laziness.
Earth's flat. It's not a concession that the Earth's flat. It's a concession that they don't have any more arguments. They don't have any more points to make. At this point, they're dumbfounded.
They're sure you're wrong. They just haven't figured it out yet. The guy who didn't leave for like 8 hours the other day was hilarious.
Yeah.
Tron. Yeah, Tron. He's like, I'm sure you're wrong. I just don't know how I'm going to prove it yet. I just got to keep look. I'll find it. You guys just wait.
Yeah, well, we're still waiting.
Well, we already knew that.
About the Coriolis effect, right? Only 54 comments. Nobody mentions flat Earth. So I think, kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like, you guys not doing enough work with the comments or something. That's probably why it didn't spread as fast as it could have. I'm guilty too, maybe because I just left the comment flat Earth, but nobody else did. You know what I mean? It's pretty much boom. Anyway.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's quite hard. It's quite hard to stay on top of comments 24/7.
Even when we had the numbers with a couple of little crews, the 4 popular people in flat Earth, they never made a strength in numbers. Maybe that's not. Can you still hear me? I had to lower the mic so I don't hotbox the green light. Can you still hear me, perhaps?
Yeah, you're really quiet. I've had to turn you up.
Maybe that works better for the people that don't like me, but lower my volume. Yeah, but I reached out to Eric Dubay years ago. I'm like, why don't you make flat Earth fun when it was popular anyway? Why don't you make flat Earth fun and include more people? That was when he stopped talking to me when I left that last message years ago. He wasn't into that idea. I think I might have said the same thing.
So how do you make flat Earth fun? What do you mean by that?
It was fun for a while, and it was gaining momentum, like those chat raids we used to do.
Raids.
20 of us. Remember that?
Is that your idea of fun? Raids.
It was fun. Yeah, it was a party of more than one. It was an army of more than one. I learned.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that type of behavior. I just feel like it's a little bit. I don't know.
They wanted to shut it down, so they did anything that becomes like a little bit of a following that's not on the right side. They shut down. Lucky we had that couple of months where we did it. It's kind of fun. That was like a highlight of the flat Earth movement in the 10 years, I think.
Yeah, it can be fun. I know what you mean.
How you doing, cool people? What's up, bro? What's up, guys?
Everything is good. Thank you, Mano. How are you?
I'm fine, man. I'm good. It's been a long time since I've now. So, do we have any globers? Any questions?
Not so much. We've had some good discussions.
Oh, what saying now? Did they find the truth about gravity, or are they still like, oh my God, pen is going down? It's gravity.
I want to learn about the globe.
Oh, yeah, I got someone. Hey, Charlie Handsome. What a handsome name.
Hi.
Oh, gravity, thou heartless bitch. What are your questions on gravity, mate?
Hey, Mano, can you move the mic just slightly away from your mouth? it's picking up a lot of the I don't know what the right word is, but yeah, just move your mic slightly further away if you can.
Charlie.
Yeah, so Charlie, you said you want to learn about what? The globe? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I want to see proof.
Okay,
Oh.
interesting, Charlie. So, Charlie, could you tell me how did you figure out that the Earth was a globe? Like you must have done some practical observation, so you must have observed something, you know, apart from the textbook that says, you know, it's like a globe. Apart from that. And
Well,
why
I
they
don't
go
know
silent?
that.
So
Sorry,
you
I'm
have
out for.
no, Casual. You're probably very smart person. You're handsome Charlie. You're not an asshole. Sorry, guys. Oh my God, this cold is gonna kill me. Sorry, guys. I'll
So Charlie, are you of the belief we live on a spinning ball, or are you a flat earther?
It's measured flat.
That's what's up.
I was just curious if anybody had any globe evidence.
Oh, really, Charlie? Charlie, I thought you were saying that you said it's a globe.
No, I was asking for globe proof.
Come on, keep up, Mano.
So,
I wanted to learn about the globe with evidence, if any.
I would be interested to hear if anybody had any globe evidence. That'd be remarkable.
Exactly. It'd honestly be life-changing for me.
There's no
So
way
I guess I'll just wait.
Sorry to interrupt. There's no way to solve my Discord problem that you know of to get it to stop lighting up green. I shut it all the way down input volume and it still blinks green. There's no way. Noise cancellation doesn't work and the other option doesn't. Maybe a different microphone, how to get back on Discord where it doesn't blink like this. So frustrating.
Yeah, I don't know how to stop that. Sorry.
I think it's your suppression. Check in your settings what your suppression is.
I don't see suppression. Is that under advanced or voice and video? I'm not seeing it. Stream settings.
So we got Oates of Panzer back. What's up, Oates?
a noise suppression standard. Right, thanks, Ian. Maybe it worked.
So you've shared the video of an ex-flat earther who decided to go back to the globe, and you've highlighted his lack of science acumen in the fact that he can't conduct an experiment properly. Does that prove that the Earth is curving and spinning?
I mean, he provides pretty good evidence.
Yeah, he provides something that wouldn't be considered an experiment. But how does that exactly prove that the Earth's curving and rotating?
I mean, there's just like countless videos on YouTube, man, where scientists that are a lot smarter than me are doing like these debunks.
There's also lots of videos that tell you a man can be a woman. Do you believe them too?
No,
So
biologically impossible. But you're basically arguing that it's impossible for the Earth to be round. It's not.
Just like you're arguing it's impossible for man to be a woman when the experts say it's not.
It's like a false comparison, dude.
You pick and choose, don't you, when you want to side with the authorities, by the sounds of it?
Huh?
If it's convenient to your worldview, you go with it. If not, you reject it.
I mean, nothing would change in my worldview, bro, if scientists came out tomorrow and said the Earth was flat. Like, there's nothing for them to gain about the Earth being round.
Then why are you here?
I'm just here to go back to my original question from last time that was never answered. Like, what's the grand conspiracy? Like, what is it for anyone to gain to lie to us about the Earth being round?
The ultimate question, why would they lie?
Yeah, exactly. Like, governments lie all the time to, make themselves look good, or like to deceive the American people so that they can justify, invading another country. But there's nothing to gain on a nationalistic or any other type of like angle on lying to everybody about the Earth being round and that there isn't any space. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to figure out like what your guys' conspiracy theories are on like why we're being lied to about the Earth being round.
I have a question for you, if I may. Would it be okay to ask you a question after you've asked?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever lie to your parents when you were a child?
Yeah, I did, to get away with something. That's my point. Like, what do they think?
Exactly.
What do you guys think they're trying to get away with?
Bingo.
Well, do you know what NASA's annual budget is?
Bingo.
It's to enrich a bunch of astrophysicists, or what? Like,
well, at the end of the day, here's the thing. NASA has a budget which is funded by taxpayers. So the bottom line is they're collecting money, and last time I checked, that seems to be an okay motivation for somebody to lie to you if they can get in your pockets and take your money, right? Amen.
no, dude. Like, if I ever knew that, I would want to be cool with it. So, but it's really not that big of a scale that you're talking about. I mean,
So why do you think Donald's name was redacted from the files?
what do I feel like? What now?
Why was Donald Jr. Trump's name redacted from the Epstein files? Like the same thing.
We can start like a whole new chat about the Epstein files. I mean, I support Donald Trump.
The thing is simple. Is always the reason behind the lie. And if the truth comes out, the truth brings on a lot more bigger upset for the people, which is the reason they try to suppress it by, expanding on the to further formulate the entire theories and the hypotheses. It's just that simple. Which brings us back to the very basic question that one of my fellow people here asked you: why did you ever lie to your parents as a kid? That's the same reason why the American national debt and the child care scam that has just come out. The biggest American scam, the child care thing that just came out. It's the same reason every.
Yeah, dude. No, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't believe that the government is telling us truth about everything. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what the, like.
It's more profitable. Better control over people. It's just that simple. It's profitable.
Because, I mean, as a society, we've never. As a society, we've never really, like, gone away from scientific discoveries that have proven like the smartest people wrong. Like a good example would be like the medical field for like a century or 2 centuries, like the smartest guys in like Oxford and scientists in all the world believed in like the 3 humors were like studied in medical school. Like, I don't know, I can't even remember, but like you would basically bleed a guy to death in order to get him well, like because you believed you were releasing one of the humors or something. And then, of course, like science, and that was all the way even up until like George Washington. I mean, like pretty smart dudes. And like,
I tell you something. So
let me just get to my point. Yes. And then obviously, like science like evolved. And then, society was like, okay, yeah, we were wrong, totally wrong about that kind of stuff. And, we accepted the truth. So if flat Earth was the truth, like at this point, like everyone would just have accepted it, like it's no big deal. Like, I'm just trying to figure out like what you guys think is like the grand conspiracy here, because if the only grand conspiracy is to enrich a bunch of smart,
it's actually very simple. It's actually very simple. So I'm a coffee person, right? Coffee. I cannot live a day. A day without a coffee is like me going through hell. So one of my friends, they recently said to me, you know what, you should try a green tea. Green herbal tea is gonna help you boost the metabolism. It's gonna help you just better. You're not gonna have those liquid farts that you have when you drink coffee too much. Like, okay, so now I've shifted to green tea, and guess what? It's going perfectly fine. Now all of a sudden, my coffee guy, he's calling me like a lot, like, hey sir, I didn't see you. Where are you? I've coffee in the morning. See, that's it. That's the exact reason. It's money. It's always the profits. Money is the reason. Money and control. That's it.
Dude, like I get that, dude. Like money, it enriches a lot of people. Like a whole industry is built around this, but also a whole industry was built around like other ideas that were debunked, and we evolved and stuff like that. So at this point, like this would have already been debunked, and we would have already like accepted flat Earth and that there is no outer space and the moon landing was fake and all that kind of stuff. But there's just too much science that is proving you guys wrong. Like,
that's circular reasoning, my friend. That's circular reasoning. You're basically saying if the Earth was flat, it would have come out by now.
Yeah, dude. Like it would have. Come on.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. That's fallacious reasoning.
No, dude.
You're a little bit innocent. To have that position, you have a very innocent point of view. I'm just saying it's a fallacious reason. It's not a good argument.
I don't think you guys have circuitous arguments as well. It always just comes back to the round Earth people should have figured it out by now. Like we're so stupid. Like the truth is out there. Blah 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 blah. Like
we're not calling you stupid. You're not stupid. You're just misinformed. Very different things. Okay, I'll tell you something. Very simple, basic example. Okay, so let me speak just for 2 minutes. So, you're in your kindergarten, year of school, right? Like as you get into school, what do they teach you? They teach you, guess what? Sun rises from the east and sets in the west. They don't tell you anything. And then by the time you reach to the middle school, guess what? The sun is in the center. Now all of a sudden the earth is going around it. And then by the time you get to the high school, bim bada boom, there's the theory of relativity. Guess what? Now they found the reason that the universe somehow is expanding at the rate of infinity, at the rate of speed faster than light, and there is no explanation. Theories, 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 yada yada. Jesus Christ. It's simple. It's common sense. It's lies on lies to build more lies that could lead to more profits. That's it. It's money.
I want to make a comment about this. If Earth is a ball, then it's finite, right? We have a finite amount of resources here and so forth, right? So isn't it easier to control people if you make them believe that, they can't go anywhere and they're stuck here and this is what it is? And if we need to go fight the war to get some more resources or oil or whatever, well, we're going to have to do that because, Earth is the only place there is. So it's easier to control people if it's a ball. If it's a big plane and we haven't explored everything, we can do that, right? And then we disappear, and then we won't pay their taxes anymore. And it's gonna create a lot of problems for the people in power if people can just run around free.
Exactly. That's a very, very, it's a wonderful. Believe? Yeah, I think. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was one of the short discussions versus informed, highly intelligent, and capable Ober. Somehow has vanished. This information is the reason why people believe in the fantasies. Oh my god, my neck is gone. All right, guys, it was wonderful.
Why do you like to take the name in vain? Your mic is absolutely terrible. It really needs to be replugged in.
I was going to say that. Is it me or is it him?
That's like called Exodus 27, where you constantly take the name in vain. It's just, it's so cringeworthy. Hey, better be safe than sorry, right? So maybe that's not a good thing to say constantly.
Hello? Like what? Yeah, my mic is pretty bad today. I'll replug.
But I should be nice to people because a lot of people can't even read. I do a lot of text, to people like on cam, and they can't read big words and stuff like that. It's not their fault, so they really can't. The majority, I've noticed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful day. It was good talk. God bless, Godspeed. May the truth set you free. Amen.
Right.
Yep. See you
Take
later.
care, bro.
That's in the house. What's up, homie?
Hey, what's up, brother?
No complaints. Actually trying to get some work done before the day ends. Can't believe how long I've been on.
Yeah, I feel you. I called out the past few days. Probably gonna call out tomorrow too. Had the flu, so I'm just chilling in bed right now.
Oh shit, get that nourishment inside of you. That honey, that lemon.
All these
Yeah,
missing.
for sure. Whenever I get the energy to get up.
Why are you missing an F on your name?
Oh, dude, lots.
That's well, what an E. I guess what do you got? Lats or something? I need glasses. Sorry, may have spoken without my glasses. Oh, it's not.
That's for the muscles in your back.
Flats. That's a good name. Flats. I like that one. Just add the F on there.
You a flat earther?
Yeah, with a big L, right? A small F, big L.
Do you guys all believe that the world is flat?
No.
Believe is one of those.
If we don't believe it, we are knowing it.
I think believe in numerology is your favorite number, so you go ahead and believe. I think there's also the word lie in believe. I don't believe anything. I try not to because they corrupted that word with their numerology skills.
DJ Rakesh in the house.
It's funny how they think that surveyors measure Earth curvature just because there's some anti-flat earthers that own theodolites that butcher some long-distance observations so that they think that surveyors measure Earth curvature. It's like absolutely not even what's claimed to be done. Even in geodetic surveying, it's not what happens. In geodesy, it's mathematically factored in afterward, after they take the plane observations.
Yeah, that's correct. I actually talked to a surveyor, a supposed surveyor, of course, on TikTok about it. He wanted to keep telling me that they never factored in Earth curvature after the measurements. And then I told him to go double check. I'm like, please, like, don't believe me, bro. Just go double check. Go look at what you're doing in the calculations.
Yeah, and they
Yeah,
also they guess refraction. They guess the refraction as well. They're just like, yeah, we accounted for refraction. Standard refraction was happening on every single observation. So what? It's like, so they get it, like they just get some raw measurements that are pretty much inaccurate by like they have to be inaccurate because they're guessing a whole bunch of shit, right? And then they fit it to like their geoid later on. Like we have to make adjustments now. Oh look, it matches the globe after we made the adjustments for the globe. Shocking.
Yeah, like the easiest way to understand it, I would use for anybody having trouble, would be like they just measure like a checkerboard with all these connected polygons on the surface, flat surface. They just drop that fabric over a ball. That's literally what they do.
Yeah, exactly. Technically, they could drop it on anything, on any shaped coordinate system,
Yeah, you could have,
and it would still work.
you could have a Jennifer Lawrence Earth if you want to.
I like that. Hey, if anyone's bored, can they make me a meme? I just want a picture of Eamon Hillman and in big capitals, it's guesswork.
I'll do that. I'll make that for you, but I don't know how to do that.
Just tell ChatGPT to do it. It'll do it.
Oh yeah, good idea.
Don't like F words.
You've gone quiet again, flat stuff.
Oh, you know what that reminds me? On the TikTok that I was on too, the guys were actually using ChatGPT to answer the questions I was asking them. So I told him to put in, is Earth curvature calculated? And it actually said, yeah. It was so funny.
Yeah, that's the latest method of like arguing against flat Earth is just to copy paste into ChatGPT and say debunk this, and then ChatGPT or the other AIs, they just butcher all of the responses. It's hilarious, and it even lies quite often. It will just like jumble up. It'll just hallucinate things that never even happened. Like it'll say that in the behind the curve experiment, they took a laser to Lake Pontchartrain and debunked flat Earth by accident. Where like it's just hallucinating, and then you're like, that what? You're like, that they didn't go to Lake Pontchartrain. It's like, yeah, good. You caught me on that one, but they did a laser test somewhere else. You're like, well, they didn't do a laser test in the entire documentary. It's like, well, nice one. You got me again there. It's like by the end of it, it's just like, yeah, nothing I said really is substantial. That's one of the easiest things to destroy in a debate is any AI. If you debate it, flat Earth versus AI, globe Earth or AI, it's easy to cook because they're just getting their information from strawman anti-flat Earth websites that have like flawed information.
Yeah, it's funny. The responses I've been getting from the people on TikTok, they just say, oh yeah, well, who cares if we measure the Earth flat? It's the best. It's so funny. Measuring the implications.
My meme's being generated. I'm going to share it with you when I get it.
Can't wait.
Broadcaster. Well, I got to shut everything down if I want to broadcast on YouTube. So my computer. I wonder if I had the quicker computer, I'd be able to keep things open. But seems like probably not a good idea. See you later. If you want to watch some flat Earth videos, I'm going to start up the stream for an audience of me. It's Flat Stuff Earth on YouTube. I paid for that broadcaster. I might as well stream some videos. All right, have a good day. I'll clean the floor again while I'm streaming. And hopefully I'll hook up with that music AI guy and make some new songs or something in the future. All right, late.
Take care, bro.
Yeah, keep in touch, dude.
Yeah, sub up the channel if you're on YouTube. I've got 3,000. Only like 5 people show up.
Hey, what's the name of it again? I'll sub right now.
Flat.
Huh? Flat.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
What is
cut
it?
out.
Earth.
Maybe
It cut
drop
out
it
for
in
me.
the chat.
Yeah, what is it? Flat stuff.
Earth.
Let's see if it comes up.
Yeah, it's my username, but with Earth.
Oh yeah,
after
it came
stuff.
up. Cool.
Gotcha,
I'm
bro.
already subscribed.
Oh, thanks. I'm going to start up a stream in 10
Yeah,
minutes.
I was already
Nice.
subscribed when I clicked into it.
But I don't expect people to be there or chat because you got to like scan your face if you want to chat these days on the internet, and most people don't do that. So we had a little bit of cult. We had a Roblox game called Grow a Garden. We had millions of people all dressed the same, all saying the same freaking thing, green bean. And it reminds me of the heydays of Flat Earth. You know what I mean? Where strength in numbers. I don't know. Maybe that Flat Earth clock. I don't have a cell phone, so I wouldn't be able to get strength in numbers. But who knows? Good luck for 2026. Let's try to make a difference again. Later.
Later, man.
Oh, dude, rolling my boulder is so funny. What the fuck?
I've been wrestling with ChatGPT because I didn't know that they weren't allowed to use pictures of people unless you upload it. But I finally got my meme. There it is. Only about 20 minutes late.
Audible?
Yeah.
Bruh.
Wait, did you leave?
I was here. It was awfully quiet. I
Oh,
couldn't
so
tell if it's meditation hour or it's just my connection.
oh yeah, we're just hanging out.
Hello, hi everyone.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, good night.
Oh,
We had some questions about that video, Don. Why do people need to wash their hair in space? Because you were there for you've been 6 months at a time.
6 months at a time.
In addition to smaller trip.
Yes.
But one of the things that happens, you were telling me about, is your skin goes through changes.
It does. You molt, sort of like birds molt in the spring, and human beings molt, particularly the skin, the calluses fall off the bottoms of your feet.
Well, why does it happen in space?
Well, it all happens at once. For whatever reason, the skin, all the calluses on the bottoms of your feet fall off about the 2.5 to 3 month period of being in space.
Okay, yeah, this sounds actually pretty disgusting.
Well, it is.
But
it's part of being a human. I mean, you know, and you're breathing in their skin flakes, and you can get these allergic reactions.
Yeah.
So you become allergic to your crewmates.
So that's what happens if the feet in space don't get the same load like they do on Earth. We don't have hard. You don't have hard, like our feet usually are pretty hard on Earth. And then you don't. If the bottoms of them, they're kind of worked in there. That doesn't happen in space. So the skin peels off. And
it does.
All this debris. Which could be a problem.
First, you see, you're carefully pulling the sock off. You're kind of teasing the sock off. And the reason you do this is to minimize the amount of particles coming out. But then you get to a point where the sock just pops off your toes, and this cloud, this explosion of skin particles, detritus, floats out. And you're in this weightless environment, and the particles have nowhere to go but out.
Yeah, and then they're floating around the atmosphere.
And they're floating around the atmosphere, which is why you want to pull your socks off, or your shirt, for matter, in front of a filter inlet, so all those particles are sucked against the filter, and then sometime during the week you can come by with a vacuum cleaner and you can clean all those things up.
that your stomach? Oh, is that your stomach?
Machine.
Yes, it is.
And it makes, have a cup of espresso.
When's the last time you cleaned this thing out?
Oh, I cleaned it out, about a month or so ago.
You drink this stuff without sugar?
We have,
this is good. This will keep
or we are soon going to have an espresso machine on orbit for the crew to use.
Really?
And you think of the technology in this. What about the technology?
Yeah.
You have superheated water. So it's above its normal boiling point. Now, how can you have water above its normal boiling point?
Because you would think it would evaporate.
Yeah.
How do you do this?
You do it under pressure. It's like a little miniature pressure cooker.
Okay.
And so look at that cream, that little foamy stuff on
so you
top.
do the PV equals nRT.
Yes, that thing. Yeah.
That equation, kids.
And
so the temperature goes up, you have to bring up the pressure.
That's right.
So that the volume remains the same.
That's right. That's right.
Holy cow!
See, you're a mechanical engineer, but you're talking chemistry stuff.
Well, I remember PV equals nRT. If there's one thing you need to remember from chemistry, it's PV equals nRT. Pressure times volume equals N, which is the mole constant or something. What is that?
Yeah, the ideal gas constant.
Okay, that constant. And NR, which is another one of those.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then T is temperature. So as temperature goes up.
Yeah, actually N's the number of moles, R is the gas constant.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, the mole number.
Yeah.
And then R is the gas constant.
Yeah.
But as long as you can remember PV equals nRT, you're good for chemistry.
Yeah, you are.
And physics, what do you need to know?
Physics, F equals MA.
F equals MA, that's all you need to know.
Yeah, that's all you need to know.
And in Spanish, what do you need to know?
¿Cómo estás?
That's it.
So we are going to have espresso on station. And we've got this chamber to hold superheated water.
Right.
It will run through a little ampule, and then the espresso could come out in one of our zero gravity coffee cups.
You invented that.
Yeah, this is a zero gravity coffee cup because a cup like this won't work in weightlessness.
Right, it's going to float.
But this cup will, because the acute angle here will a contact weighting angle.
The small
it's
angle.
less than 90 degrees.
There you go.
And surface tension will pull the water up like this, and it'll just park itself next to the rim, and then you can drink it in a weightless environment. Now, this doesn't work down
How did you
here.
come up with this?
Because I remembered.
Don invented this. Did this actually fly?
Yeah, this is. See, I wrote here.
Capped on tape.
Yeah, this is STS 126, and this is one of two.
Hold this up to the camera so they can see it. Right there, and he got a little Velcro thing over there.
Yeah, see, that's so you could stick it on the wall. And so this was a eureka moment, and it's one of these things. Instead of running through the streets naked,
Don.
Right? Isn't that the whole idea of eureka, right? Okay, but in space you'd float through the modules.
There's one word in there that I would find unusual to describe, but that's okay.
So I went screaming through the modules, eureka, or whatever. No, actually I didn't do that. But then I built it in the US Node 2.
You did, all right. And so you use so what I find interesting about that, Don, there's a lot of interesting things about this, but one is the materials you used to build this were obviously there.
On station, yes.
Right.
This came out from the. Well, we don't have a lot of paper on station anymore, but we have these emergency books. And some of this plastic film was used as extra sheets in the emergency books. And I figured nobody will miss a couple of pages from the emergency procedure.
As long as there's no emergency. So we know what happens. Do you remember when?
But you see, this is just filler.
You didn't rip out any page.
No, this is just filler.
These guys have a
like a notebook divider, right? So
surprise, you're on your own.
So you take this plastic film and then some capped on tape, and then you understand that this is the special geometry you need in order to have the capillary forces allow you to drink this in a weightless environment. So anyway, so here's a 0G cup.
And then
We've
you got your Kapton tape, you got your little marker, and you got your Velcro, all on board space station, made and manufactured there.
Made, manufactured there, and we will soon have this espresso machine, or one like this. It'll be a flight version, and they'll have superheated water, and it's under a moderate pressure with valves and all this stuff, and it takes good engineering to make something like that.
It's because anything. Yeah, because you bring up a lot of good points. One is that anything that you're going to do. Let me ask you this: on the ground, and then I want to get to the spacing. You talked about how this has hot. This is superheated water here.
It does.
So it has the same principle with the high pressure as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So it works the same. The principle works the same.
Yes.
Because pressure and temperature.
Yeah. Ideal gas law works down here. It works in space.
Up there. That's not a difference about space the way it is here. The other thing you mentioned is that making things to work in space. I mean, it's an engine. It's that's what I tell my students is that you can build one of these things on the ground. It's tough enough.
Yes.
But now building it for space is
it's even harder.
One of the challenges of having a coffee maker, an espresso maker in space, you have to think about that makes it more difficult than building one on the ground.
Well, the biggest challenge is you need to do good engineering, which means you can't fall asleep in your classes.
Again with that.
Yeah.
All right,
see,
okay.
and
this is the problem. All right,
so you don't want to fall asleep in your class. You need to listen to what the professor is saying, so that way you can learn all these pearls of wisdom, and then you can take those and you can say, okay, we're going to have this high pressure superheated boiler, okay, but the gas and the residual air isn't just going to form a nice layer like we have down here. It's going to make this big bubbly mess. So how do you deal with a big bubbly mess?
How do you do that?
I don't know how the boiler is going to be done on the espresso machine for orbit. I haven't seen that yet. But one way of doing it would be to have a bellows. You have a tank with a bellows.
And to put air inside of there.
Well, you have air on one side of the bellows, and then you don't have any air in with the water. So that's one way of doing it. Okay, and so the bellows just keeps contracting around the water as you dispense it from the high temperature, the high temperature pressure vessel.
That's a great idea. So that's what like engineering in space.
Yeah, that's what engineering in space. You got to solve problems that are different than solving problems down here.
Right.
Now, where does the water come from that feeds the espresso machine? The toilet. And also sweat and breath and all the other condensate that comes from the atmosphere.
Any disgusting liquid you can think of.
Yeah, any disgusting liquid. Sweat, breath, toilet, gym shorts drying, all that stuff ends up going into this distillation outfit. And then through the purifiers, and then into the galley.
There is some fresh water too that has to come up, right? Because you're going to use some of the water.
Some of it, because we can't recover all of the water, so we do have to have some water makeup.
And that comes up on one of the
resupply vehicles. Yeah.
Okay.
So this whole process, the NASA engineers call this.
This isn't your pee, is it? This was not pure.
No, this is Houston Houston water.
I think it might be better off with what comes out of the toilet.
But at least on station. So the NASA engineers call this a regenerative life support system. It's a pretty big set of words for all.
You can regenerate the water.
But I like to call this whole set of equipment the coffee machine.
The whole thing, including the toilet.
Yeah, because you think about it. This coffee machine has an uncanny ability to take yesterday's coffee and turn it into today's coffee. And so you're peeing in this machine, and while you're doing that, you can hear it's going whir and chug and all of that. And then you're done with that. Then you float around the corner, and now you're in the galley area, and you make yourself a bag of coffee. But we are soon going to have our espresso machine, and you can make yourself an espresso.
So we had espresso before in space, right? I'm pretty sure.
It was freeze-dried espresso.
It was freeze-dried. It would be like instant. So this is actually going to I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This is going to make real coffee, not just instant coffee, not flakes, not granules. Real coffee.
Real coffee brewed that you can drink, like you're demonstrating.
And it will add a little bit of civilization into this frontier of space.
I like it.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? stuff like that.
Low, low, low. Low, low, low.
This episode is about fixing your barbecue. I mean, what is this? I mean, we're working on your barbecue. What happened to your barbecue?
It wasn't working.
Okay.
And so Don, you know, we live.
You had a problem with gas.
I had a problem with. We had yes, and it's a gas barbecue. And was having trouble with. It just wasn't working that well. And so, like many things that break in my house, I called Don to help me out because Don's very handy. And
so
you helped me out with the
we
with the barbecue.
The long and short of taking the valve apart and looking at the hoses and fittings and stuff, we couldn't really find anything wrong with it. But
that's the problem when you have
so it has to be something.
So we think we think it's somewhere in the gas line or something,
Yeah,
and so it's a bigger project than we expected.
Yeah.
But you seem very comfortable working on the barbecue, and I was wondering, did anything when I tweeted this, and people would ask me, well, you know, how did you prepare to do this? And was there anything in your space background that helped you with because you were really good at troubleshooting that barbecue?
We have this experiment. It's like a space barbecue. But
space barbecue.
It's a fancy one.
You don't cook on it, though.
No, we don't cook on it. But we cook pieces of solid flammable material.
Aha.
So this falls under the category of a combustion experiment. This is science.
Science, yeah, absolutely.
And so we are learning about how solids burn in air. And so we'll have a little piece of plastic, happens to be polymethyl methacrylate. Say that really fast 3 times. It's hard to do. So polymethyl methacrylate. And
you're not making that up, are you?
No. That's the real name.
All right.
And so we have a little piece of this, and then we have air blowing on it, so it's forced convection. That means you're blowing on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you ignite it, and this thing just goes to town in terms of combustion. It spits out all kinds of little flammable sparks, and flames go all over, but it makes a spherical flame.
Mm-hmm. Because, okay, so there's a couple things here. One is you said that it's forced combustion.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, and why do you need forced combustion?
Well, because a flame will extinguish itself, because it will consume the air around it. It'll consume the oxygen in the air around it. And there's no convection, there's no buoyancy-driven convection from gravity, so it can't get new oxygen going to it, and it consumes all the oxygen in its vicinity because the reaction rate for combustion is fast, and then the flame goes out.
So theoretically, if you had a flame an open flame in space, it would go out.
That's right.
Because it doesn't have any
But you
convection.
fan the fire, which we know, you fan the fire and it burns. You fan the fire in space and it burns really, really well.
But on Earth, that wouldn't work because gravity will keep it going.
Yeah, gravity fans the fire automatically. I mean, everybody knows heat rises. When heat rises, cold air comes in underneath, and now all this is complements of gravity.
So why were you doing this in space? Why did you care?
Because
you generally don't want fire.
Well, there's a couple of things about the fire. One, our whole society is based on fire. I mean, we burn coal to make electricity. All our automobiles, all the engines of our society use fire to work. And so it behooves us, that's a big word.
Behoove.
To understand more about how the fire works. So we do it for fundamental combustion reasons, okay? And then practical reasons for if you had a fire on space station, what could you do to put the fire out?
What could you do?
You turn the fan off.
Turn the fan off.
Turn the fan off. And so we teach our kids, if you catch on fire, what do our kids say? You stop, drop, and roll. Okay. So
remember that, kids.
So what do you do?
But don't catch on fire.
What do you do?
The best thing to do is avoid catching on fire.
Yeah, you don't want to catch on fire.
Don't catch on fire.
So what do you do if you're in space and you catch on fire?
stop. There's no dropping really.
There's no drop.
Because you can't.
And you don't want to roll.
Can't roll. It's not. Yeah, it's gonna make it worse. I think.
So it's just stop. It's
stop.
real easy.
Just stop.
Stop.
Stop everything. Stop. Turn off the fan. That's it.
That's it.
All right.
You take our barbecue very serious in Texas.
Yo, what's up? Oh no. Hello? Test. Is this shit working or not? Whoa. spoons.
Look at that, it's almost like I got a peanut butter tractor beam here. But really, it's peanut butter and honey, and this is tasty stuff.
Hi, I'm Mike.
I'm Don.
And this is the International Space Station
Science Garage. Science Garage, we usually talk about science subjects, but this time we're going to talk about some human interest sorts of things.
Which includes science, sort of.
Sort of, yes. And this has to do with when you're in space, when you're in weightlessness, you can do things that are a little different than what you would do on Earth.
Because stuff floats.
Stuff floats. And for example, we have bread, we have peanut butter and jelly, or peanut butter and honey. And
I prefer jelly. You prefer honey.
Yeah, I like the honey. And you usually put the peanut butter and jelly on one side, and then you can eat it. And here you can set it down on your plate, but you can't do that in space. You have to like stick it to something.
Or float it very carefully.
You can float it very carefully. And what I discovered was, in weightlessness, you can put peanut butter and jelly on both sides of your bread.
That would be like, can you imagine if you send your kids off to school with a peanut butter and jelly on both sides of the bread?
Oh, that would be a mess.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
Yeah, it wouldn't work, but in space it works.
And on Earth it wouldn't work.
But there is a danger, because if you let go, or if this thing flies off like an asteroid and it hits a wall, what's the probability of it landing jelly side down?
You have jelly on both sides?
Yes.
Probability equals 1.
Yeah.
That was a trick question.
So a huge snow and ice storm is supposed to descend upon America sometime this weekend. And I'm seeing people panic buying milk and eggs and bread. It's absolutely insane.
Well, it's what all Americans do.
Yep. Like some schools are letting out early. Why? I don't know. So the kids could go chop wood or something? No, that's not going to happen.
Well, hold on, man. You guys really flat earthers. Goddamn, I saw one video of some flat earther giving like he's proof, and he got like a goddamn gyroscope, yeah, and he got like he measured the earth spin. Goddamn, that dumb son of a bitch got exposed on his own shit.
Are you on drugs?
What you mean on drugs, boy?
You're not making any sense.
I saw a video of a flat earther, and that dumb motherfucker got like a gyroscope, yeah? You know what a gyroscope is?
I know what a gyroscope is.
Yeah, he got a gyroscope, and he like measured the earth's spin, yeah, 15 degrees per hour or some shit.
Oh, yeah, he did? Really? Can you show me how he did that?
What you mean, can you show me how he did
Yeah,
that?
no, really.
What's the video?
Where can I go see that?
Boy?
No, where can I go see it?
YouTube it, man.
YouTube it?
Yeah.
And what am I supposed to see? Some guy measuring 15 degree per hour drift with the gyroscope?
Goddamn, something like that.
Yeah, did you see him present the gyroscope?
And what do you measure on? Damn. What are you talking about?
I don't know, like what? So some guy on the internet says that he measured 15 degrees per hour with the gyroscope, and you believe him?
He wasn't no guy on the internet. He was some flat earther that was doing the documentary.
Yeah, so some guy on the internet.
What? You got some trust issues, boy?
Trust issues? Do you just believe any swinging dick that talks to you?
Swinging dick? Hell you talking about, boy?
Gum slanger.
I'm here to tell you right now, there ain't no thing like no flat earth. You understand that, boy? Good look at that goddamn dumbass bricks flat earther. He was saying I ain't gonna
You're not
measure
making any
shit with...
sense again.
You said what?
You're not making any sense again.
Man, you got some flat earther, boy. And he...
You got some flat earther, boy? What?
There was a flat earther dude. He had to measure the 15-degree spin over an hour. Yeah.
Oh yeah, some dude on the internet.
And you don't believe him?
Why should I believe somebody on the internet?
What
Just
about
like
your
automatically believe some guy on the internet?
Right, Fiddler. But what about your?
If he told you he was an astronaut, would you believe him too?
What about that boy that took a laser and did like a level test, and then he measured the correct curvature drop of the laser? What about that?
Oh, he did. He measured a laser.
Yeah.
Some boy measured a laser and got the correct curvature drop.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where'd you see this?
On YouTube.
Yeah, just any shitty old YouTube video, huh?
What is your proof, boy?
What do I have to prove to you?
If you claim you goddamn flat earther, ain't you?
What do you mean by goddamn flat earther?
You're a flat earther, ain't you? See, you claim the earth is flat, yeah?
Yeah, so what if it is?
Okay, Yoder, Dan, you gotta show me how it's flat. Bottom line, homie.
Why do I have to show you how it's flat? Why don't you go see how it's flat?
I saw
like,
it.
Do you see curvature?
Yeah.
Oh, you saw its curve. Oh, yeah. Where do you go to do that?
I went to YouTube. Now be a good boy, Yoder, and show me how it's flat.
Yeah, where'd you go? No, I asked you a question. Where'd you go to do that?
I saw NASA images.
So you have to go see NASA images? That's where you saw the Earth curving in NASA images?
I saw the Chinese images.
You saw, so Chinese images. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
So your proof of the globe is Chinese images. Awesome, dude. Just like you believe any swinging dick on the internet that says they measure 15 degrees per hour, huh?
Yeah, and they're
Just
right.
Believe. No critical thinking whatsoever. Some Chinese guy says that this is a picture of the globe. That's good enough for you, huh?
You don't believe them goddamn astronauts, boy?
Why should I believe?
What you mean, why should you believe? Ain't they went to the moon, boy?
Well, moon, boy. Why do you think people went to the moon?
What you mean, why I think people went to the moon?
Yeah.
It's like saying, why do you think people made the Eiffel Tower? Come on, boy. You can see with your own goddamn eyes, boy.
And they go to the moon for what reason?
What reason? The reason they were lie, boy, to expand and conquer. Goddamn right.
Expand and conquer. Is that what they said?
What you mean? Why
they said they went to the moon to go expand and conquer?
You want to tell me?
Read that.
You want to tell me another reason why we going to another planets is because we conquering some lands, boy.
Oh, we're going to other planets now? Like which ones?
Like Mars.
Mars. Cool. Are you going to Mars?
What?
Are you going to Mars?
Hell no, I ain't going to no Mars, to no desert.
Who's going to Mars?
The astronauts.
Astronauts are going to Mars. Which ones?
Yeah, right. I don't know. They ain't picked yet.
You don't know yet. So you don't seem to know much.
What you talking about, boy?
You don't know what astronauts. You don't know who these people are that tell you that the Earth is a globe. You don't know some goddamn astronaut from space. You don't know some guy with a gyro. You don't know some boy with a laser. You just got all this shit in your head.
What are you talking about?
You have no freaking idea what you're talking about.
Is flat, boy. You don't know how to tell me the Earth is flat, Yoder.
Earth is flat. That's what you see and experience. Like that's the default. You wouldn't know Earth is a globe. Listen, by your own admission, you wouldn't know Earth is a globe if the Chinese didn't show you globe pictures.
And you wouldn't know there was bacteria if goddamn some English fella didn't tell you there were bacteria and germs.
Bacteria in a microscope. You think that Earth is a globe because the Chinese guy showed you pictures.
Man, you
wouldn't know Earth is a globe otherwise. You'd think Earth is flat if it weren't for some Chinese guy showing you pictures.
Man, you're talking out of your ass here, yo.
No, that's what you're saying. You're saying that you wouldn't know Earth is a globe unless some Chinaman showed you some pictures of it. You told everybody here on YouTube this just a minute ago.
Hey, Yoder. How would you know? How would you know about any subatomic particle if somebody didn't tell you about it? Tell me that,
I
boy.
didn't claim shit about subatomic particles. I just told you see the Earth is flat.
So do they exist?
What do you mean, do they exist? What are you talking about? Subatomic particles?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't care.
Oh, you don't care now, huh? So you don't believe
No, we're here to talk about how flat the Earth is.
Okay,
Look at the channel.
Taylor.
This isn't 24/7 help Gumslanger with his physics homework channel. This is 24/7 flat Earth.
All right, listen, man. So you don't believe anything you don't see with your own two goddamn eyes, Yoder?
I didn't say that either. I'm just trying to get your standard of evidence. Like your standard of evidence is some Chinaman with a picture of a globe.
Yeah. My standard. We're talking about your standard.
Yeah, you're like some Chinese guy on the internet showed me a globe. That's how I know it's a globe, you dumbass flat earther.
Let's talk about your standard, Yoder. So you believe your own eyes, huh? You believe what you see is what it is, actually, huh?
That's a good starting point, don't you agree?
Cool. So what color is the sky, typically?
Typically, it looks blue to me. Does it look blue to you, typically?
There you go. And why is it purple? Why is it magenta, actually, in reality? Why?
You mean like during sunsets, it turns that color?
No. When skies blue.
Oh, yeah. So listen, you ever look at the sky? You ever watch a sunset before, Gumslanger?
I ain't watching no sunset. I ain't talking about no sunset.
Yeah, well, you're talking about how the sky looks, and the sky looks magenta during sunsets. I mean, if you never went outside before, why don't you go try that? Breathe some air, and thank God that you live in a contained environment.
Yoder, actually, well, you can Google this. Is the sky actually magenta? Google it right now, Yoder.
Why do I need to Google the sky actually magenta? I'm staring at it. It says it looks blue to me. Does it look blue to you?
Yeah, it looks blue, but it ain't blue in reality.
So does the Earth look flat to you, or does it look curved to you?
You're not going to admit the sky is magenta in reality? You're not going to admit that?
You mean magenta?
Yeah.
No, it looks blue to me.
Yeah, but it ain't blue.
It's blue to you.
In reality, it ain't blue.
Oh, reality. So in what reality is it magenta?
In our reality. Google it if you don't
believe
so
your reality, it's magenta, but it looks blue?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Google it.
How do you know the sky's magenta?
Because we can test it.
How can you test that the sky's magenta?
Google it.
No, just Google it, bro. Okay. Now, how can we test it? You don't test something by Googling.
You understand optics, yeah?
I'm asking you how you test it. You said go Google it.
The way
That's
you
not
would
how to
find out
conduct a
quicker than
test.
ask me.
You just believe any old shit people show you on the internet. Some old man says that he measured Earth 15 degrees per hour rotation. Some Chinaman shows you a globe, and you call us crazy.
So I just Googled it. I just Googled it for him. So I wrote, "Is the sky magenta?" It says no. The sky is generally blue.
There you go, DJ. You talking out of your ass too.
Yeah, it says it right at the start, and it says at magenta or pink during sunrise and sunset, just like you said. Not like Bumslinger said.
You guys know that the goddamn sky is purple.
Right? Hey, right? Yoder wins again.
Yep.
You say what?
Yoder always wins.
Yoder got helped by some bullshit AI article. Man, listen. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
You guys.
You just said to Google it.
Hey, Yoder,
so I went to Google and I typed it into Google. And then I read out what it said from Google.
You didn't read out.
DJ did exactly what you said to do, and it failed your own test. What do you think of that?
You didn't do what I said.
Why can't you ever admit that you're
twisted my words. But listen now. You guys know that we are more sensitive to blue light scattering than purple one. That's why we see the sky is blue. In reality, it's purple. End of the story. You guys can yap all you want. Goddamn, you don't know what you're talking about.
So listen, Google failed you. So what's next? How do I tell that it's actually magenta?
Keep talking out of his head.
You said go Google it. We Googled it, and Google disagrees with you. So where do we have to go
to correctly? You didn't Google correctly.
Oh, really? How do you Google correctly?
I'll show you. Give me a second.
Okay.
I'll show you.
Okay. I heard you the first 2 times.
It also says magenta is a non-spectral color, meaning it does not exist as a single wavelength of light. Instead, it's a mixture of red, blue/violet light that the brain interprets as a unique color.
He's not having a good day, is he?
Never does.
Here we go, failures. We're talking about physics in here. Yeah, you guys heard about physics. So let me tell you what. First of all, everybody know what color sun emits. Let me hear you. Do you know that? Huh? What color sun emits?
What?
What colors does sun emit?
What you mean? What frequencies?
Yeah.
Almost all of them.
So when we get to the bottom of this, what color has the shortest wavelength for us humans that we can see?
Depends on the human.
Yeah, generally.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking generally.
Indigo.
Goddamn right. And so basically what that means.
Yo, Gunslinger, just quickly, yeah? You want to stop saying that? You want to stop saying goddamn? Yeah? Bad luck, bad energy will come your way. Stop saying goddamn. Is that clear?
Got you, lad. Are
Is
you
that
mad?
clear?
Are you mad?
Yeah, I'm mad. Stop saying goddamn.
Are you mad? Goddamn teas and crumpets. So basically, you guys don't understand this shit, or do you? When sun emits light, we have to see the goddamn shortest wavelength color. Ain't that right, Yoder? And why we ain't seeing it?
Where's magenta? We're talking about the sky. We're talking about the sky, right?
Why does the sky ain't purple then?
Say what?
Why the sky ain't purple then? I see you guys can't
blue, bro.
easily, huh?
The sky's blue, and you're in here trying to argue that the sky's not blue.
DJ, hold on, man. Hold on, DJ. Let me give you a simpler example. Yeah, what color you believe your eyes to be to see what actually is, right? So you say actually the leaves and the grass is green, right? That's what you say.
It appears green to most
it
of us.
appears green, but it ain't green in reality, right, DJ?
It depends who's looking at it.
Yeah, but in reality, it cannot be green, right?
What does that mean in reality?
In reality, that's what it means. In our reality, where we live, grass ain't never been green.
Wow. You sound crazy.
Ain't that right, triangle?
So good, man. You must be 72 IQ. I thought you were only 70, but now you're 72 IQ in my book.
Your book, the DJ book.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Good man, DJ. Good man. But
I still see blue skies, dude.
Yeah,
and green
grass. Magenta.
Your criteria.
I see green grass.
Yeah, you see green, but it ain't green. Ain't that right, Yoder? You gonna admit to that, boy?
My grass, the grass in my yard is white. The green grass in my yard is white today.
In reality,
we actually have white grass. We have white grass and white leaves on all the trees here. So.
Yep, I have everything's white here. White roofs, white cars, everything.
Triangle. Calm down for a second, will you?
I'm still trying to figure out how you see magenta in the sky.
Yeah, I know it's over complex for your ass, Yoder, but I'm giving you this.
How do you see magenta? You said it's magenta.
No, I said your eyes see it as blue, but in reality, it's magenta.
In reality, so your eyes don't. So wait, how do you know it's magenta in reality?
Oh my God, man, we gotta go over this again. Let's
Google
give
it.
that
You
example.
failed.
I see you cannot comprehend it, boy. But let's stick with the leaves and grass, yeah? So
No,
you
let's
say,
go back to topic, actually.
you say what?
Let's go back on topic, actually.
Let's go back on topic. We're talking about your criteria for knowing how Earth is flat.
You love that color, don't you?
Hey, Yoder, you talking about how you describe the Earth is flat. You say you see it flat, yeah?
I said it's a good starting point.
So what else you got? What else you got? Since you don't want to talk about it.
Well, let's just start there, okay? Does it look flat to you?
Yeah, it looks flat to me, but a lot of things look like something and they ain't. Just like I proved to your ass. Boy.
No, you didn't prove anything. You said Google is a sky magenta, and then you failed.
Yeah. You can keep yapping.
Right, because it still came back blue, right? So.
Yeah, Yoder, are you gonna just like talk out of your ass here?
What am I doing talking out of my ass? I'm just telling you what you said.
I just proved to you, like looking at the grass. You can tell the grass.
What are you talking about?
Man, okay, let's conclude this shit. Is the grease looking green to you?
Green looks green.
Is it green in reality? In reality where we live, is the grass green?
What do you mean by in reality?
I'm saying when you would take your eyes out, yeah? Is the grass green?
Take your eyes out?
Yeah.
You can't see if you take your eyes out, dumb shit.
Let's say you see with like omnipotent eyes, yeah? Yeah? What would you see? What would be the color of the grass?
What do you say, both
your eyes turn things into colors.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your eyes dictate what colors you see and what you see.
What does that have to do with anything?
How's the sky magenta then if you take your eyes out?
Come on, man. In reality,
come on, man.
Visible light frequencies, yeah? You understand that, Yoder?
Well, you don't think magenta is a visible light frequency?
No, I'm saying it is, but our cones in our eyes are less
now he's an eye expert. The other day he was some other kind of expert. What was he, a satellite expert or a laser expert? Now he's an eye expert.
Hey, Triangle, you got to calm down, man. I know you just got off your work and she got a vent, but that ain't the time, boy. But Yoder, let me get back to you, boy. So you use your eyes to see the Earth is flat, right?
No. He said it's a starting point.
He said it's a starting point. DJ.
You can use your eyes and see that the Earth is flat. That is true. That is a very true statement.
Yeah, but I just proved that your eyes can deceive you, didn't I?
No, they don't deceive you. They process.
Yeah, but eyes sometimes twist the images.
They process shit. What are you talking about? Listen, hey, dumb fuck, your brain deceives you.
Man, I just proved to your ass. I just proved to your ass that
my brain didn't deceive me about what I'm seeing, right? Because my eyes have processed blue out of the sky, and that's no deception.
How are you gonna believe your goddamn eyes when you're standing on a big ass planet and you're gonna use that to determine what shape it is?
Yeah, the
wait, some Chinaman showed you a picture of the planet, and that's why you believe it.
That ain't no Chinaman. There's millions
you said you think Chinese space station showed you a globe Earth, and that's how you know it's a globe.
Nah, that's millions of smarter people than you that showed me that. Millions of smarter people than you, yeah?
So?
What you mean so?
You believe them? You believe them? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how smart they are, how many there are. They could all be wrong. You have no way to tell.
You
got a 70 IQ.
Luke, tell this guy Yoder, man. He's saying
so every single person in this channel, right, is smarter than you. That's a fact.
You got a problem with me believing that millions of smarter people than you, Yoder?
Luke.
Bit my boy here, the bunch
Here we go.
guys.
Here we go. The husbands have arrived.
Stop beating your husband yet?
Hey, Yoder, listen, man.
Gee, man.
You heard what I told you?
No, say it again.
Yeah, I told you hundreds of millions.
Hey, Bumslanger's husband. Remember when you told us that the moon phases are caused by the shadow of the globe? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
Ooh, and he didn't deny being his husband.
That's hilarious. Because it's not a lie. Nothing to deny.
They come in here just to get roasted, I think, at this point.
Space is made in a Hollywood basement. Shit, I can fuck with that.
Hey, look, man, Yoder, let me talk to you, man. At the end of the day, what's your other car? Herp. Okay, got your tongue, Yoder? Huh? Boy?
Sorry, you said something?
Yeah, I said something. What's your criteria, boy?
For what?
For saying the earth is flat, goddammit.
Holy shit, I answered that already.
You said with your own goddamn eyes. Come on, boy.
As a starting point, you got to begin with your observation.
And what's your observation, boy?
I already answered that.
You was looking at mountains far away or some shit like that? Come on now, boy. Be a good boy and tell me what you did. What did you look at? Huh?
I looked at your mom.
Yoder? What you say, Yoder?
Looked at your mom. She's flat as fuck.
You look at my mom from far away like a creep.
Like a moon. Yeah, she's big as the moon.
You did that, Yoder? God damn.
You keep asking me the same question. I keep giving you the same answer. Yeah, your mom's flat as fuck.
I got the feeling you guys have some flat ass girlfriends, so you're coping by making the earth flat.
Oh yeah, the original. You're gonna take my joke and you're gonna recycle it like you're a fucking genius.
Flat ass woman, man. That's right.
Do you have any original fucking thoughts of your own? You're just repeating like what Chinamen show you on pictures.
Well, Chinaman uses billions of dollars to do that shit. What do you use, Yoder? Use your goddamn eyes, boy.
They use billions of dollars to do what? Show you pictures from space.
Go to the moon, boy.
So wait, the more money you spend, the more truthfulness it has, right? The more believable it is. I spent trillions. Listen, we gotta spend trillions of dollars now.
I spent $59 and I was able to float in the ISS.
Man, Triangle, you ain't spending shit. Your own food stamps, boy.
I wish I was allowed to get your free food stamps.
My free food stamps.
Hey, dumb shit, you're not supposed to eat the food stamps, Gumslinger.
Nah, anyway.
Stop eating the fucking food stamps, Gumslinger. You're supposed to spend them.
You're supposed to eat a salad. Remember I said eat a salad?
You goddamn.
And then you started dumping the food stamps in the salad, start stabbing it with a fork and shit.
Y'all doing? Y'all shitting on every scientist.
Food stamp salad. You put some dressing on it. Do you like ranch? Do you like Thousand Island on your food stamp salad?
Hey, Yoder, you know what you're doing?
Dressing.
I can't hear you through all the freaking food stamps in your teeth.
You mad about the food stamps still? I'll take you back.
I wish you'd stop eating them.
I'm sorry.
Somebody else could use them.
But listen, boy.
Damn food stamps.
Hey, Yoder.
Burping on food stamps. How'd that taste?
Boy, still talking about food stamps. Hey, hold on, Yoder. You gonna tell me every scientist that worked on globe shit has been wrong and you're right? That's what you gonna tell me?
What scientist works on globe shit?
Come on, man. Now don't make me.
Hey, what scientists work on globe shit, man?
Man, don't let me make you.
Man, what scientists work on globe shit?
What you mean, what scientist? Any scientist that
What
made any
scientists
part
work
of a
on globe
goddamn
shit?
rocket?
One globe shit, please.
You say what, boy?
Give me one globe shit scientist.
Globe shit scientist. Einstein.
Just one. One
Einstein.
globe shit scientist. Just give
Hey,
me one,
Einstein.
please.
You heard about Einstein, the Jew boy?
Einstein is a scientist now. Oh yeah. Tell me what one single scientific hypothesis that Einstein proposed. Just one.
Just one.
Yep. Give me one scientific hypothesis that Einstein
Does it gotta
ever
be?
proposed.
Does it gotta be including the globe?
No, just any.
Just any. What about his gravity theories?
Yeah, go with that. Show me one scientifically testable hypothesis that Einstein proposed. Just one.
Huh? The principle of relativity.
No, a hypothesis. Something you can test. Hypothesis usually begins with the word if, yes, then somewhere in the middle.
E equals MC squared, boy. That's the test.
Either.
E equals MC squared. You can test that shit, boy.
No, you
That's
can't.
not a hypothesis.
Yes, you can. Yes, it is a hypothesis, boy.
No, like a proposal or a claim is not necessarily a hypothesis that you can test.
Photoelectric effect.
Oh, so having nothing to do with relativity?
Yeah, but you didn't say it had to do with relativity.
All right, so what was the scientific hypothesis from the photoelectric effect?
He said that he proposed that light consists of particles, yeah, with in energy proportional to their frequency.
Sorry, you fail. You're not giving me a hypothesis.
You need to, when you use your AI, make sure you put in what is the hypothesis.
You guys don't know what a hypothesis is. What you talking about, man? Anyway,
It's so boring.
your ass,
Dude, you're boring. You're boring.
Listen,
and stupid.
Just you're stupid. Yeah, like
Listen,
obviously you didn't know anything about what Yoda was asking you. Okay, and you just said a few things to buy yourself a little bit of time so you could put it into your AI and pretend like you knew what you were talking about. It's pathetic. Yep. Everyone knows you did it. It's so annoying, dude. And you're just showing that you're a moron when you do that.
His AI bailed out on Einstein with the relativity-based hypothesis and gave him photoelectric effects instead. What should that tell you? The AI knows where this is going. He doesn't yet.
I'm gonna be waiting when you got something else to tell me than your eyes, boy. What else you got? What are
I can barely understand you, dude. Can you take the food stamps out of your mouth?
Yeah, you still worried about the food stamps, boy? I'm gonna be waiting when
I think it's why you have a speech impediment.
Prove that you see your.
Yeah, I think it's a problem, man. It's the source of your speech impediment.
Hey, Yoder.
Gotta get them out. You're packing those in your cheeks like a chipmunk.
Hey, Yoder. I'm gonna be waiting on your ass to tell me any other proof than your goddamn eyes, boy. You heard me?
So now he just denies everything. He can't. Anything that you see with your eyes doesn't exist. He's become a super brain in the jar. Congratulations.
He ain't even like that triangle. It's more like this guy.
He ruined you. You can't even. You're at the point where now eyes don't count. So he ruined you. He won.
What? He ain't got no proof except I see this.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Lost,
Come on,
dude.
man.
You are at the point where you can't use eyes. You can't smell.
Triangle.
Can't taste,
using
can't
your
hear
eyes ain't no
anything. That's not
scientific
good proof. You're
using
only
your eyes ain't
the best
scientific
imagination
explanation,
possible.
son, boy. Using your goddamn eyes ain't scientific explanation of nothing to measure something. When was the last time you guys measured something, huh?
Then how do you do it? Do you feel the measurement?
Man, what you talking about? When was the last time you guys measured something, huh? I mean, Yoder was measuring his little wiener the other day.
Do you look at measurements? Do you read measurements or do you feel measurements?
You read measurements.
With what? Your fingers or your eyes?
Come on now, you talking bullshit here, Triangle. When was the last time you flat earthers?
You don't know?
Tell me one proof. Tell me one proof that isn't I see something with my own eyes.
Why can't you answer my question ever?
When did you answer my question? When was the last time you guys proved anything that Earth is kind of considered flat, except we see the mountain over there or we see the laser 20 miles away? What kind of bullshit is it? Give me some real proof, boy.
That's it. Proves that you don't live in a ball.
Of course, they say you don't measure shit. You just see some and say, yeah, there's got to be flake. Come on now.
Nope.
I'll be waiting for you guys.
You can't have air pressure on a ball in a vacuum, dude.
Yeah. Who said you can't? Who said? Did Professor Triangle, PhD?
Yeah, I said you cannot have air around the ball in a vacuum. I said it. Quote me on it.
Well, how does Earth do it then? Huh?
It doesn't. It's just a story you were told.
Yeah. Prove it don't.
I have proven it. I have a vacuum chamber, and water doesn't, or air doesn't stick around a rock in a vacuum chamber. Neither
I'll
does
be
water.
waiting on you motherfuckers to give me some proof in the future. See, until then, you guys need to share.
You sound angry at us now.
You guys need to shut your mouths because you're not giving no proof, and you're denying all the proof we giving you.
The proof is that you don't have any globe measurements. That's the proof.
We do.
Who does? We wouldn't be here if you did.
Humans.
What are they?
Oh my God, man! Hey, somebody else in here because Professor Triangle got a few shots in him. He talking crazy.
Gunslinger.
Yeah, DJ, what you say, Mike?
Yeah, why is the globe spinning? What's causing
Why is the globe spinning?
Yeah, what's causing the globe to spin?
You want the origin story or you want the current story?
No, I want you to answer it without, just try to answer it without going on AI. Just
I ain't on AI.
If you don't know, it's fine.
There's spin because when it was made, that's how particles came together and then it started spinning.
Particles came together, then it starts spinning.
And you got a gravitational pull of another planet. You got the goddamn mass of the planet. You got the goddamn poles. You
tried to use AI again. You see that?
You got the magnetic.
You're so weak.
Magnetic
You're so
fields.
bad at this, dude. You're so bad at this.
Bad at what, boy?
Using AI to make yourself sound like you know what you're talking about.
You guys need to ask AI to give you some proofs for flat Earth. I don't use no AI. That's a Jewish invention. That's a Jew GPT.
Yes, you always use AI.
I never used AI in my life.
That's a lie.
I never used AI in my life, I swear.
That's a lie.
So any of you guys got any idea how satellites fly at 28,000 kilometers per hour?
Oh, they do?
Yeah, I think
proof they do that.
Yeah,
you want me to prove that, boy, DJ? You want me to prove it? I'll prove it to you right now. I'll prove it to you, fellas, right here, right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So listen, you can do this. This is a testable thing. You can prove this.
Okay.
You grab 10 people all around the Earth, and you check for the roadmap. Man, hold on, DJ. Let me explain this, boy.
No. You're meant to show us.
You said prove it. I'm telling you how you can
No, not how you could hypothetically prove it. Okay, so if I asked you to prove how long it takes Superman to spin around the globe, you'd be like, oh, you just get 10 people and you put them in different places and then calculate when Superman flies over.
Yeah, goddamn right. And would that be correct? I'm not saying I'm going to give you proof. I'm saying I'm going to tell you how you can see it. You think I'm lying. Why don't you flat earthers do this? Or why don't? Tell me, why don't you guys
No, you're meant to prove that
the
DJ, satellite's going at a certain speed.
Right here, boy.
Gunslinger,
if you
have to stop
hold on, let me speak for a second, DJ. This is a big, important topic.
No, we're not moving away from this.
We're not.
It's going to be the end of the conversation.
It will be the end.
If you can't concede or present what you said you could, then it's going to be the end of this alt account of yours.
You're
going to have to make another alt account.
Man, listen. Why don't you guys get 10 people and do this shit?
No,
and this will prove all of your
the conversation's not going to proceed in the way that you're trying to make it. It's not going to work.
But listen, all of this time you guys are
your clock is ticking on you, dude.
I warned you, bro. I mean, I did warn you. Right, so that's the mute. Okay, I'm going to unmute you in a second. Okay, and you're going to provide evidence to back up your claim. Not if flat earthers got together and did this or that, right? Show us what has already been done to prove what you claimed.
What you doing about how can I prove it? You can see it with your goddamn eyes. You want my Starlink footage again, boy?
Okay. You said it's moving at a certain speed.
Boy?
How did you validate the speed in what you're looking at?
I got my cousin in Germany taking the same goddamn flight, a goddamn video it,
right.
and then we compare the distance. You say, well, triangle, boy? Huh?
Bye-bye, lady.
Man, you talking out of your ass, you dumb motherfucker.
Any final words? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You guys
There we
don't know
go.
shit.
Goodbye.
You guys do.
Good. His husband left as well.
Ah, well, they're probably sitting next to each other.
Yep. Look, he's even got a picture of them in his profile there.
I saw that.
Man, that's it's concerning in so many ways. All right, anyone have any questions? Lord Vescaron, Matador. Who else we got in here?
Um, Yo, flat. What's happening, flat people? Wait, did you say black people?
Yo, who's just talking right now?
That would be you.
That was you,
Oh.
Let's. We all heard it.
All right, never mind. Rizzo. JK.
Crazy how they zero G planes, they can do 40 or more parabolic arcs in one session. So if they had some kind of ISS mock-up module in one of those, which there's tons of evidence that they do have, then what's 40 times, what can they stay up there? I think 40 seconds or something is the maximum. It's 40
Oh, yeah,
times.
you can make peanut butter jelly sandwiches. You can brush your teeth and comb your hair. And all types of stuff.
40 times 40 seconds.
Was that
I don't think there's anybody
1,600?
on the station. Didn't they abort all the? There was 4 people. What? There's 2 people left on the fake station. Don't they have 6 on the station at all times? The station.
I think that's over 20 minutes.
Yeah, over 25 minutes of footage that they could film just in one flight.
90
There's
minutes.
no way they get enough money for that, though.
Like a ball on a string. Live from the moon. This one's called what? Real World? I don't know. Somebody got me a song. I made a video. It's a pretty good title, right?
Don't doubt them, bro. They got landline phone calls from the moon, okay? They can do it. With really good engineering, we can do it.
Altered content. Funny, last year YouTube started adding that when you publish a video. Does your video contain any altered content? I don't think you have to click it, maybe. You just leave it blank.
Oh, that's right. Is Overfences still here?
0 G, 0 grams, or is it G0? What's the plane? It's called 0 G?
Oh, 0 G, yeah.
Like having 0 grams. That's what it feels like. That's funny, right? OG, is that what it really?
Yo, Overfences, when was the moon mission supposed to be pushed back to? We were supposed to have one February 6th. I was super excited for it. Rob Utah was going to come out of the woodwork too.
Around the moon?
Yeah, man, they're supposed to have a manned rocket to the moon, yeah. January 6th was like the last date that I saw, but Overfences told me that they pushed it back. I forgot what day it was exactly.
For all the globe heart lovers.
Dude, it makes me sad. We're supposed to be getting a bunch of traffic in here in like a few weeks.
Around the moon. That's what
We're
I
going to
heard.
have like 70 plus people in here at all times.
In where?
But in here.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Just imagine if NASA claimed they went to the moon again. Can you imagine all the Globers that would be coming in here?
No, I've seen it when they come in here. It's not pleasant at all. Oh yeah, moon mission could launch next month. I have the screenshot here.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
The screenshot is hilarious. Of the I took it. It was so funny. Yeah, I forgot to include it just now. All right, I think you can make a post because it's so funny, right? Create post.
That's the first time we're sending man back to the moon in over 50 years, and I haven't seen one post about it yet on any social media.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna be posting it right now here. Hilarious. Should it be a poll or just the image? So that's the problem with flat Earth work. It's kind of hard if you have a lot of enthusiasm to do this. I'm kind of old now. I was telling the other guy we need some fresh blood who's creative. Image. Okay, image was in the folder called FEMEM33. I'm gonna look for it again. And I can't find it. How did that happen? Okay, it's here. But then maybe it's somewhere else on the desktop. Yeah, that's where it was. Yeah, you got to keep up with it. You got to post pictures. You got to post memes. You got to post videos. It's like nobody does that anymore because, I made a mistake too. I had to crop it better. Yeah, mistake. Say it's a mistake.
Oh no, man, I was looking forward to it.
What happened?
Oh, the man moon mission, February 6th.
Yeah. Is it still on?
Yeah. I don't know. Overfences says it got pushed back. That's what I was gonna ask you what the date was again exactly. I forgot. But yeah, I was just hoping for the high traffic that we were gonna be getting.
Find the picture.
I'm like looking forward to like interstellar levels of quality this time.
Make a video out of the picture. I guess I can't find the picture in the folder. Oh. Did you see at Walgreens? They got a skeleton. This is hilarious. Get your flu shot and stuff. And they dressed up a skeleton with the t-shirt that says that. It's pretty funny.
Get your food stamp shot?
Get your flu shot.
Oh, flu shots. I said food stamp
They
shot.
dressed up a skeleton with a t-shirt that says "Get your flu shot" at Walgreens. It's hilarious.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, shit's funny.
I'm Gucci on that. I just get the flu like a normal person and just build immunity myself. That's it.
You don't want to get the flu on the moon.
Yeah, exactly.
Dang, I lost the picture. I can't find it. It's in here somewhere. I start wearing glasses at the computer, or maybe that'll get me back into it. Glasses on, glasses off. Oh man, I messed up the screenshot when I took it. Oh man. Cut some of it off. Libby Jackson, head of Space Science Museum. All right. And we just need some music to go with it. I think I can do this. We already just used that one, so next one. Okay. It's nice that I'm getting my sense of humor back. It's just so funny. It was the cheapest, funniest video I ever made in 1 second. It was just a screenshot for 3 minutes of that lady about the upcoming moon mission. Probably my best work in a year. That's good stuff, yeah.
Guys, talk.
Interrupt them. You just interrupted the meditation. Okay, meditation session's over. What's the conclusion? Everybody who thinks the earth is shaped like his head, say aye.
We have.
I'm just along for the ride here. Go ahead, what do we got?
We have an example of an aeroponic.
You expected me to know that.
An aeroponic growth chamber.
Holy cow!
And that's what we have here.
That's what that thing is.
Yeah, it's an aeroponic growth chamber.
Okay, so this isn't like anything you'd want to drink.
No, you don't want to drink it. It's a means of growing plants.
Yeah.
And this is what NASA uses on orbit is aeroponics. And think of hydroponics. That's where you grow plants without any dirt, right?
Hydro meaning water.
Right. Well, aeroponics is one stage removed from hydroponics.
You grow plants with nothing.
You grow plants with air saturated with water around their roots, and you feed them all the nutrients they need, and then the plants grow outside of the root chamber like they normally do.
So how does this differ from hydroponics?
You don't have
water involved.
Well, there's less water involved. With a hydroponics, you might have like several gallons of water with the roots stuck into the water. With aeroponics, you have maybe only a few ounces of water that's atomized and circulated around a chamber where the roots are just hanging in the air.
Whoa, that sounds like science fiction.
And that is what you'd want to do in a weightless environment, so you wouldn't have to deal with how do you handle large quantities of liquid being pumped around the roots.
And liquid's valuable too. You don't have to worry about as much.
So aeroponics is the way to go if you're going to be in a weightless environment where water is a precious commodity.
Okay, so in both cases you're kind of without dirt. Right?
You're without dirt.
Dirt is a good thing for plants.
Dirt is a good thing for plants, but fortunately, we can figure out what most of the nutrients are that plants need from the dirt, and we can give them to the plants by dissolving them in the water that's either in hydroponics or the smaller quantities of water that are in the aeroponics. And so you can still get plants to thrive and be healthy.
This sounds like a big scientific area here.
It is a big scientific area.
Is the farmers of our world
dirt's cheap, and so
it's not a big deal. So this is more of a, go ahead.
This is more of a scientific way of growing things when you don't have a lot of dirt.
Okay, so let's take examples of places that need food that don't have a lot of dirt, like in the desert somewhere.
Yeah, or Antarctica. Or maybe mobile applications, like if you're on some kind of vessel and you want to grow some garden greens to spice up your food or something like that. Spacecraft, colonization, you're going away from planet Earth, you're probably going to be using either hydroponics or aeroponics to grow your plants.
Okay, so it's driven by a space need, at least.
NASA has grabbed it and is running with it for space.
But it has applications to all kinds of
places. It does. And we are doing this on Space Station right now, using aeroponic gardening techniques to raise plants in the orbital environment on Space Station.
Okay. So what do we got? Explain this to me. Now, this is a very interesting looking device you have here.
Yeah, and this is really set up in sprouter mode. So this one is not actually running in an aeroponic mode right now because there's a pretty big bucket of water down here, and we're just getting the seeds to sprout. But what I have here is this plant called Arabidopsis.
That's his name, or is that what it is?
That's what it's both.
Okay.
Arabidopsis.
Is that what it says here? Is that what you have written here? You can't see it, but there's some
Arabidopsis.
writing.
Well, and you have the date when you started.
Dinosaur or something.
Arabidopsis?
Yeah.
You say that.
Arabidopsis.
Arabidopsis.
Arabidopsis versus Velociraptor.
It's genetically very simple, and scientists have gravitated towards Arabidopsis as a model plant that they're studying its genome with. And they can torque with this plant, and they can make different variants on it to see what happens. So it's a model plant used by scientists to study different genome effects.
So if for growing more stuff. For
learning how plants work. It's just like we do experiments on mice that are related towards human beings.
Yeah.
And so why do we do the
This is a
experiment?
mouse.
Yeah, so this is a plant equivalent of a mouse. I wanted to see, could you have a potted plant in a corner?
And the answer was?
It's difficult to do, but you can.
You can.
Yes.
But it's important because you got to grow. Isn't there like regular experiments on space stations?
Oh, there are regular experiments that have formalized pieces of hardware with terrariums and all of that stuff.
Right.
And they use aeroponics to grow these seeds, and that's part of a big principal investigator experiment.
But you didn't do it that way.
No, I flew with seeds, and then I tried to figure out how to do this once I got on orbit.
But your plants were pretty big. You told me.
I had a sunflower. I was able to grow a sunflower that was a meter and a half long.
From a seed.
Yeah, and it bloomed and it made seeds.
All right, so I'm guessing these experiments from these principal investigators didn't have anything really big growing.
Well, maybe they have a growth chamber about like that, or maybe the growth chamber's like this.
But yours was out in the open.
Mine was out in the open.
So you had like a garden going on.
Well, I don't know what I call it a garden, but I had a few plants.
I would call it a garden. So you had like a park. So the space zucchini. What were we saying? You grew your own stuff.
Yeah, I wanted to see whether you could have, without a lot of equipment that took power and computer control and all that, just the equivalent of a potted plant in the corner in space station.
All right.
And so I brought a few seeds. I brought zucchini, broccoli, and sunflower. Okay. I figured those would be good things to try, and experiment a number of different concepts of trying to grow these aeroponically, passive aeroponics, so it didn't have pumps and motors and stuff like that moving around, just with plastic bags passively sitting there in front of light on station, using nutrients composted from food. So I started a little compost pile, and I was able to have space zucchini.
In which you didn't eat this, of course.
No, because he became like a crew member. Now, sunflower normally grows really straight stalks, right?
Yeah, which are gigantic, some of them.
And so I had this sunflower, a meter and a half tall, and the stalk was like that thick. The stalk was maybe 3 millimeters thick, so it didn't put any energy into making the stalk because it didn't need to.
So the stalk, how big is a stalk on the beefy?
Yeah, a sunflower that'd be a meter and a half tall would probably have a stalk maybe 6, 7, 8 millimeters in diameter.
This is less than half.
Yes, and so the sunflower is kind of like human beings in that they're inherently lazy, and if they don't have to put the energy into making a stalk to stand up, they don't.
So that stalk would not work.
It would not work on Earth.
Fall over.
Yeah, and another thing, the sunflower stalks are straight.
Yeah.
This stalk was just all curvy and
would naturally go. So, well, what's the ideal? So you have these little things that you really can't get anything you can eat.
Right.
You've had this stuff growing in the hallway.
Yeah.
In space there, in the middle of the module, and you could eat that stuff.
You could.
So what would you think if you're going on a trip to Mars, let's say, and you need to grow some vegetables or fruit, or I don't know, whatever you want to grow? What do you think the ideal?
Well, you would want to have a genuine design engineered growth chamber based off of aeroponics, and you would want to bring.
You have a farm, basically.
Yeah, you'd have a small farm.
A farm module.
Yeah, that's right, a farm module. I like that concept.
All right, so that's you'd set it up right so the stuff has enough room to grow.
Enough room to grow with adequate lighting, and you provide the nutrients, and you do it in an aeroponic manner, and you could grow a significant amount of pleasantries to add to your normal food.
And you can see the stars. Oh, yeah.
นะครับเป็นสวัสดีนะครับเป็นเลย แต่มันนะครับบอกว่าเป็นการเป็นอะไรนี่มีการที่
Yeah, I don't know why people are all enamored by MIT people. Hold on, let me find the video. Dude's like, I got a 5-point frickin' I graduated with a 4.0 average from MIT and I'm stupid. It's fucking funny, dude. Because the way MIT is structured is that if you're like failing the class or if you're not doing good, right, where you're going to get a C or a D, you can switch it to pass fail. You can switch your grade
in the middle, like while you're taking it. Mhm.
Yes. And you can switch it to pass fail. And then if it's pass, that counts as like a 5.0 or 4.0 rather. Yeah, dude.
Oh,
Is this why we're ending up with doctors that use ChatGPT?
Yeah.
Probably.
Rusty P thinks we're trolling about the gas pressure gradient. Is that true, Rusty P? Is that what you think?
Depending on the picture that it was about, yes. There's no other way you can explain it without
you
trolling.
think they have a hard boundary? Is that your problem? Is that there's a hard boundary in their little atmosphere?
Yeah, I was just responding to a picture.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I look at the picture, the one that says how.
Yeah, how like gas pressure exists to a vacuum.
Yeah,
there's no.
It's not meant to be a freaking graphical simulation of a gas pressure gradient in space. It's just meant
even then,
to get people to ask the question, how does it happen? To investigate.
Even then, it's still. It feels like a troll question because at this point, everyone should.
How is it a troll question?
Because I think everyone should understand that there is no vacuum next to gas pressure. This
really?
the question itself is kind of a
There's
dumb
no
question.
vacuum of outer space. Yes, I agree. There has to be a vacuum next to gas pressure. Has to exist.
Like it's
in the globe
like
model.
A vacuum. Yeah. Like a vacuum is kind of arbitrary. Like, you know, what we call a.
And why do we use? What is we using the word for?
That's kind of if you have a vacuum at home, is it like space vacuum?
Like you're doing like a word context fallacy. We're not using it in that context.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, do you understand that if you go, like, if you increase in elevation, if you go up a mountain or something like that, that like the gas pressure reduces?
Yeah, we know that. Why is that?
And if you go higher and higher and higher and higher and stuff, like you just have like a gradient.
Okay, cool. Does it reduce to zero?
Not to like 0 point something.
Yeah, does it? Well, when does it get to zero? Because if your argument is like there's a gas pressure gradient and it tapers off, like when does it get to zero?
It doesn't have to go to zero. It doesn't ever get to zero.
So it stops at some point, right?
No, it doesn't stop at some point.
No, the gradient stops. It stops being a gradient at some point.
No, it doesn't.
So it goes to zero.
No, it does not.
Doesn't converge to zero at some point.
Not really, no. I don't think.
But you know how gradients work, right? You start with some number, and then you have some other number, and it slowly tapers off to that lower number. What's the lower bound?
Then, I mean, it's just completely different when we talk about.
See, this is the problem with making that silly argument. That if it goes down, why doesn't it just keep going down? Because eventually you have to get to zero, or some arbitrarily low number that you have no evidence for. And then I go, okay, where's the container there? Well, you can place that container boundary wherever you want, but because the gas pressure has to go down and stop at some point.
It doesn't have to stop. It can fizzle out.
Into what?
Into nothing. There's just
exactly nothing into absolute vacuum. Where's that?
Yeah, there doesn't have to be nothing at all, and there can still be some molecules that float around and shit. I just think,
but then it wouldn't be a vacuum. Even one molecule, if there was one molecule in a fucking light year of space, that's still a vacuum. That's still not a perfect vacuum.
Okay, but like who like you think that like a vacuum means only that there's completely nothing there? What scientist is actually like, or like who, like Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever, is saying that there is absolutely nothing in space, like completely nothing?
Well, who cares what he says, because they make illogical, inconsistent, and contradictory arguments. Okay, they say there's a gas pressure gradient and it tapers down to some low value.
Yes.
But
exactly.
Yeah, great, and that proves that space exists because
no, it doesn't prove that it exists. It only explains something that happens when you think about going, for example, up a mountain, for example, and you can use your mind to think about. Okay, so
use your mind.
If I
don't want to use my mind, dude. I want to use empirical evidence. That's what I want to use. So I don't have to imagine shit.
Yeah, but if you stand on like sea level and then you climb up a mountain and the air gets thinner and thinner and
that's
thinner.
That's descriptive. That's great. When does it stop getting thinner?
It never really stops. Like at some point it's so thin that it doesn't.
Is that speculation or do you know that?
Well, it's I guess you can say speculation from my own experience, yes.
So the difference is you're speculating on when it should stop and when I think it should stop, right? You think it should never stop, even 100 trillion freaking light years away from Earth, there's still a continuing gradient.
No, because there are additional like points of information that you have.
Yeah.
Like it's not just only this one thing that you have like that. Yes, it gets thinner and thinner, but it's like you're a fucking idiot.
The major problem that really exists is the fact that we can talk about it, but nobody can demonstrate it. Can't do this experiment, okay, and insert gas into a vacuum chamber, and the gravity of the Earth hold the gas away from the vacuum at the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Okay, that doesn't happen, but that's what they say is happening on Earth. And I could take my little vacuum chamber and stick it on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest, and it's not going to hold the gas from the top, away from the top of the chamber where the vacuum is, to the surface of the Earth. I'm not going to measure more gas molecules at the bottom because of gravity. There's no, like, it's easy to talk about, right? That, hey, we have some gas pressure gradient and it tapers off into whatever value you want to think, 10 to the negative 22 or for deep interstellar space. Great. That's fine. But experimentally, you can't demonstrate any of this shit. That's the problem. Because science, when you guys just keep like you guys really need to get this, and this is why you guys constantly get smashed by us, dude. I'm being honest, is because science is empirical, and you can come up with all these hypotheses. You did say something empirical when you go up from the sea level to the top of the mountain, the gas pressure gets lower. So what? What is your evidence that it just goes down to some level that you can fly spacecraft in, or that there's fucking planets in fucking whipping around in a vacuum? Right? You see what I'm saying? Is this gas pressure going down? Either it goes down forever or it stops at some point, right? So it has to, but your position is it never stops, it just goes down forever. Where does it stop?
Yeah, basically.
It goes down forever.
Kind of levels out at some point.
So we could just, so at some point, if we get far enough away, there'll be like 1 atom per cubic fucking light year. And then if we go fucking further away from that, there'd be 1 atom per 10 cubic light years. Right? Continually going down and down. Then 1 atom per 100 fucking cubic light years. That's all speculative. That's speculative nonsense. There's no evidence that it goes down forever.
There's evidence that it does go down
forever.
Doesn't have to be forever. Doesn't really matter to.
It does matter, because then you're quibbling about where it fucking stops or not.
No, it does. It doesn't have to stop. Like, what are you saying? Like, there's like additional information that you have to take into consideration.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking into consideration. We're trying to figure out: is there a barrier? Is there a barrier that stops the gas from fucking off into some lesser thing region?
No, there is no barrier.
Why not?
There does not have to be a barrier.
Okay, can you demonstrate that in an experiment? That's your hypothesis. Rusty P's hypothesis, we don't need a barrier. Okay.
No, there does not have to be a barrier.
What's the evidence for what's the evidence in the natural world for the hypothesis?
Okay, so wind, for example.
What's the evidence in the natural world for the hypothesis? What's the evidence the hypothesis is true?
1 gas pressure amount, higher pressure.
Yeah.
Another, a lower pressure being right next to it.
Yeah, what happens?
Yeah.
Yeah, the high goes to the low.
Yeah, wind happens.
Yeah,
exactly.
Thermodynamic systems try to reach equilibrium.
Yes.
Okay, really simple.
Well done.
Okay, so why isn't the gas pressure on Earth trying to reach equilibrium with outer space?
Gravity.
Okay, can you demonstrate that hypothesis in an experiment?
Yeah, it can all depend,
no, the hypothesis that gas pressure can be created by gravity. Yeah, real life. So you're going to affirm the consequent.
Like, what do you think? Is like, do you think that people figured out gravity based on gas pressure? That was the first thing that they thought. Oh, we can't
Rusty,
figure this shit out, but
they didn't figure out gravity. Okay. There's two values. There's little g and big G, right? Little g we know empirically from just fucking dropping shit. But there's no evidence that gas takes little parabolic fucking arcs and falls back to Earth. And in fact, if you look in any textbook on the kinetic theory of gases, there's no little g in there predicting fucking gas molecules are taking parabolic arcs, falling back to Earth.
it doesn't have to. Like,
How do you create gas
would it have to-
pressure? You just appeal to gravity.
Yeah, so what?
So say we got a gas molecule heading straight up.
Mm-hmm.
What makes it come back down? What if it's at a 45-degree angle? Does it take a parabolic arc and fall back to Earth?
Can have depends on the energy that it has.
Okay, but at some point, right, it'll fall
don't
back
have
to
to talk
Earth,
about
right?
air
It doesn't
molecules.
have, but at some point though, it'll fall back to Earth, right? If gravity's affecting it,
Correct.
and it's not going to fuck off into the vacuum. The gravity is going to do thermodynamics. Now, this isn't in any theory of gas. This can't be demonstrated in a lab or any experiment. Like I said, Rusty, you can say stuff. You can say, yeah, gravity is what causes the gas pressure. But science is empirical. That is a hypothesis. Gravity creates gas pressure. Demonstrate your hypothesis is true in some fucking experiment. This is why you guys fail, because it always comes down to science is empirical. It's based upon tests in the natural world, and when we go do this test, what do you want to know what's going to happen? Your hypothesis will be falsified.
That's so, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't the
Get a
same
vacuum
thing apply
chamber,
to
put
you?
gas inside of it, measure gas pressure at the bottom and not at the top.
Okay.
You know that's stupid. You know that would never happen.
No, you don't. No, because you don't have to do that.
How are you
This
going to
is like
demonstrate? How are you going to demonstrate gravity creates gas pressure?
You take a sample, you measure gas pressure at the ground, at sea level, for example.
That doesn't give you the cause.
No, you don't have. You don't have to measure the cause. Like, no people other than fucking flat
Then
earthers.
how do we know it's
fucking could do
causing the
that.
gas pressure then?
You can derive information based on evidence.
Yeah,
No,
our
like, you
evidence is gas pressure, 15 pounds per square inch at sea level, some other value at the top of a mountain. How do we know what caused the difference?
Again, you can derive information from things you observe or measure. Like, it's if you like what?
Yeah,
what okay,
right. We
like,
have
okay, wait.
information. We have a bunch of data. We're taking the data and we're trying to interpret it and see what the data says and what it means.
Yes,
Okay.
okay,
We know we've measured a pressure difference. We want to know why is there a pressure difference? Okay. What causes there to be a pressure difference?
Okay,
What
so-
experiment can we do to see if things falling is the same cause as the gas pressure?
Yeah. Okay. So let's put it to the flat Earth side, maybe.
Oh no
and
no
say-
no 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 no
No?
no 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 no
There's
no
no
no no no Rusty,
do it?
no.
Can't do it?
Stop.
Okay.
No, I'm being nice, dude. I freaking lucky I'm not screaming at you. Bro, you said gravity creates things falling. That was your demonstration. Your analogy.
I'm gonna
Hey, if I
claim.
drop something that
Claim.
falls, that's what's creating gas pressure. The same thing that I dropped a freaking bowling ball, the same thing that made that happen creates the gas pressure. How do you know that?
That is a claim that I make, that when we see things falling and that we have a great pressure gradient in the atmosphere, that is a claim that I make. Okay,
There's
You don't
gravity.
even know what causes the first one. How are you going to know that whatever causes that is the same thing that causes the second one?
Yeah, no, that is my claim, right? That's what I'm claiming. Now, if we have like a debate about whether the Earth is flat with the flat Earth model and stuff like that, and
flat
I'm
Earth
making
model?
the claim, it doesn't matter the flat. I'm making the claim, that gravity is what's causing that. Now, if we are putting the two models side by side, like in a fucking Tekken universe versus shit, right?
Yeah.
Now, what causes this thing to happen, what we see in real life, whether the Earth is flat or not? What's causing things to fall down on the flat Earth? Or
nobody knows why things fall, Rusty. Do you understand? You can say why all you want. Nobody knows why.
Okay, so
do you think you know why?
You can't make any
Neither
claims.
can you. You can claim you know why, but you don't. Because I can ask you one simple question. What was the experiment that determined the causal mechanism of a falling object? And you can't tell me one. Nobody can tell me one.
Yeah, I can tell you one.
Oh, okay. Tell me the causal mechanism of a falling object. Go for it.
You take an object, you let go of it, drops it down to the ground.
Okay.
That's an experiment that you can make.
That's the effect. We want to know why.
Okay.
You just gave us the observed natural phenomenon. We want the cause of it.
Yeah.
You gave us a dependent variable. We want the independent variable, Rusty. The cause.
Things of like things that have mass, right? Objects that have mass attract each other. Is that enough? Probably not. Next thing would be
because
you have a
what that I want, because you're sitting here saying we like X causes Y. You don't have evidence for X causes Y. Okay. You're just saying, I could just say the same thing you'd have, and same thing I could say, well, it's magic freaking fairies with rubber bands that cause things to fall. I'd have the same evidence you do. Nothing.
Okay, so the entire world is just...
Who cares what the entire world thinks? I'm talking about evidence. I don't care what the entire world thinks.
Yeah.
If everybody agreed there was magic fucking elf rubber bands, would you be in here fighting for that?
Oh.
And I'd be, the whole world thinks it's magic elves with rubber bands. It's got to be true. The whole world thinks it. The whole world thinks a lot of stupid things. I wouldn't want to fucking place bets on what the mob thinks.
I understand that, but it's like the level of evidence that you require is impossible.
It's not. No. It's a simple experiment.
It's not, apparently.
Yeah, because it's a shit theory. It's not even a theory.
What experiment would
look?
You?
It is so in science. The scientific method determines cause and effect relationships of natural phenomenon. Okay, you have independent and dependent variables. You manipulate the independent variable and see the effect on the dependent variable. Your dependent variable is your observed natural phenomenon. Now, we've known for fucking 200 years how to do the scientific method and figure out when we see a natural phenomenon, if we can isolate the independent variable to figure it, we can even quantify it and come up with a law of nature, right? You don't have that for gravity. It's a shit idea. That's why they're still fighting about it. Is Einstein right? Is Newton right? What about quantum fucking quantum emergent gravity? And this is why there's 70 freaking theories of gravity, right? Because it's fundamentally a shit idea.
What experiment would you consider to prove it to your specifications?
Look, what do you mean prove what?
Gravity.
The cause?
Yeah, the cause.
The same thing that follows the scientific method. You isolate an independent variable and manipulate it, and that would manipulate the effect.
So what would you propose to prove that?
A scientific method experiment, dude?
Yeah, but how would you do it?
Okay. Let's say
okay, I'll tell you. So say your independent variable is mass. Mass causes gravity, whatever the fuck mass is. Another poorly defined fucking thing. So let's say it's mass. Mass causes things to fall. Okay, so we can manipulate, that's our independent variable. So we'll take two different masses. Take a mass that's fucking 100 kilograms. We'll take one that's 1,000,000 kilograms. We drop them both. We see which one falls faster. Right? We manipulated. We want to change the effect. We want to manipulate the independent variable and watch the effect on the dependent variable. That's how we figure out what the cause is. As long as we've eliminated all the other possible confounding variables, we can definitely say, hey, this causes that. Right? So this test, if you do this test, what you'll find is, irregardless of the mass, they all fall at the same rate.
Not what the cause is, though.
So your cause, mass, can't be the cause. Because it had no effect on it had no manipulation of the independent variable, had no effect on the dependent variable.
It can still be the cause, but
how can it be the cause if manipulating it doesn't change it?
You know, it can still be an indicator of like different masses, for example, like fall at a different rate or something.
Rusty, let me use an analogy. You want to go on the date, there's a whole bunch of girls, and they're all saying no. And they say, if you change one thing, we'll all go on a date with you. So you change your hairstyle, and they all say no. Now you know that's not the cause of them not going on a date. You change your shoes, they say no. Well, that's not the cause. Then you change your cologne, and then they all go on dates with you. Now you know what causes them not to go on a date with you. You smelled. Okay? It wasn't your shoes, it wasn't your hair. It was your freaking cologne. Okay? You understand? So if I manipulate mass and it doesn't change the effect, and I still get something falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, then that's not the cause.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the point.
Yeah. So mass can't be the cause. So you asked me to tell you how to do it. We're going to drop two different masses. We'll drop two different weights. So we use, weight, mass. We'll drop fucking two different densities. Oh shit, dude. Now we're getting somewhere. Different densities fall at different rates. Shit. But we got a confounding variable. We got the fucking air that surrounds it. Okay. Let's fucking old dude. Fucking beat me to it. How'd you know where I was going, old dude? So this experiment in here is in a vacuum chamber, and they use different elements. So it's just called Bremen Drop Tower. It's 5 stories. Okay. They have a vacuum chamber. They put this shit in a capsule and drop it in the vacuum chamber. Now, they have, and this dude did an experiment and then got kicked out. He's German. He put all these different elements. They're all the same mass, as in, whatever. And whatever that means. And he dropped them. But they didn't all fall at the same rate in the vacuum chamber. So what this tells you is that mass, even though it's the same, if you do a carefully controlled experiment, there's some other variable that manipulates the rate of fall, that manipulates G.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is gravity is fucking unknown, dude. It's just an unknown.
I don't know. Like what you just said is like that's what we understand as gravity. Yes.
Yeah, but
like it's like
the understanding is
unknown shit.
It's more like, it's an understanding that's more like a kid's story. Like they tell people, like, we understand this, but they really don't.
Yeah, well, like generally people understand that when we come to
in a descriptive way, we understand it. Like we know, like we can make formulas and predict what happens. Like we shoot a cannon, right? Based upon, a formulas, we know where the cannonball is going to land, right? Using little g. But like I said earlier, that's known empirically. We don't need a theory of gravity to make those predictions. We don't need to know why any of that happens.
Of course. You can figure it out. Like cavemen can figure shit out.
Yeah, you could actually just feed the data into an AI, and the AI could figure out where the fucking cannonball is going to land without knowing anything about Newton's laws, right? So,
I mean, you got to put the numbers in, but it's not about like the fact that.
Well, yeah, you could shoot like a trillion cannonballs, right, and just and punch in the numbers of different the different configurations of the cannon and the cannonball and the distances and where it lands and all that shit, right? You feed it into the AI and fucking you like once it's done being trained, you go, okay, I shot a cannon, it was tilted at 45 degrees, and the cannonball is gonna, it's got this much gunpowder. Cannonball fucking has this much mass. Where's it gonna land? And it would spit out fucking the right answer. But it wouldn't need to use Newton's laws to figure any of that shit out, right?
So no, because a trebuchet can launch a stone 90 kilos for 300 fucking meters, bro.
Yeah,
he's gonna bust that fucking wall, that castle.
I want to see a human trebuchet, dude. I want to see a fucking launch a human being. But
bro, we had one right next to my next village or whatever. They had a fucking trebuchet. They shot shit from it. Damn, that shit goes far. But again, you don't have to you don't have to know anything about like gravity or what like we have today. Of course, you can like look at a stone flying a certain distance based on your trebuchet or your catapult.
Yeah,
but it's like if there is like things that you can derive from that information about like how far things fly.
My only point is that you don't need to know the causal mechanism. Like saying, "Hey, yeah, we understand gravity," but that's two different. Like it's a very poor idea. That's all I'm saying. This is why Newton freaking didn't believe it, because it's a poor. The idea itself is poor. It's conflated. Like I said, big G and little g. There's the so-called universal law of gravitation, where two masses pull each other. But then there's little g. In the real world, we do everything with little g. We're not doing fucking GM1 M2 divided by R fucking squared calculations. We're just calculating little g. So, which is, like I said, is known empirically. So when we jump from that and start saying causes, this causes why? Hey, air pressure, that's caused by gravity. Okay. Well, what do you mean by gravity? Do you mean the fucking big G or the little g gravity? Oh, the little g gravity. Okay. Where's the evidence that fucking little g makes shit like gases fall to the fucking ground at 9.8 meters per second squared? There's no evidence of any of that shit. Or that gas can do thermodynamic work, or that gravity can do thermodynamic work, or that gravity can change. Think of how crazy it is to say that shit. That gravity would have to be, or little g would have to be able to do things like heat up matter and change the phases of matter and turn things from solid to liquid and liquid to fucking gas and like all sorts of shit. If you had a gravity dial, right, and started manipulating your gravity dial, that fucking things would matter would change phase. Because it has to be able to do because the gas, it's a thermodynamic state. You understand? It's a state of matter. So that thermodynamic state has a certain behavior. And saying gravity can overcome its intrinsic fucking behavior of a gas, of what it does, saying, hey, gravity just stops it from doing what it normally does. There's no evidence of that. And that's a freaking tall claim, man.
Yeah, okay, like you don't have to go to this like specific level of shit, right? Like
I think we do for this, yeah. It's saying they're fucking got machines fucking floating around fucking a million miles away.
Yeah, but it's like you don't have pretty much with all science, you don't go to the absolute base level of why things happen, right? Like, well, that's actually like what physics does, but at some point, it's you as a normal person, you basically can't understand what the fuck's happening, right?
Yeah, I understand, but what we have here, Rusty, is on one hand we have the laws of thermodynamics, which have no known violations, and in fact, if you look at what's been written by scientists in the literature, Einstein said out of the three freaking legs of a stool of physics, thermodynamics is one of the legs, and if you took it out, the whole thing would collapse. Fucking Eddington, who was Einstein's buddy that supposedly confirmed his theory, his eclipse theory
of fucking bending light. He said anyone that theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics is condemned to the greatest humiliation. So like it's like things like that on one hand. So that's what they say on one hand. And then they say gravity violates the laws of thermodynamics because there is no thermodynamic theory that actually incorporates gravity into it. You can look all through the textbooks, you can ask ChatGPT, you can look wherever you want, but there's no actual testable thermodynamic theory that has ever survived any laboratory experiment. So, like, we have a bunch of hypotheticals. The whole idea that gravity can create gas pressure and alter the thermodynamic behavior of gas is a hypothesis. That hypothesis has no evidence. They'll say things like, well, it happens on Earth, obviously, because it's obvious. There's this outer space thing, and we have gas pressure gradient, so blah, 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 right? No, it's not obvious. You have to be able to demonstrate in science your central claims through experiment. You just don't get a freebie of like, we can't test it, so we get to assume it's true.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to use the word gravity or whatever. Like, you can use whatever word you want. But
yeah, I agree.
What like, if we go from like a base perspective, like let's say we are back in a fucking cave era or whatever, we don't have any like tools to measure it appropriately. Let's say we go up a mountain and we kind of we can feel it's getting harder and harder to breathe the further up the mountain you go.
You're right, just back to the natural phenomenon, dude. I agree with you. We observed that.
Yeah, of course, but you
why does it matter?
It doesn't. Well,
how is that evidence there's this thing called outer space vacuum?
Because you can observe.
Because we're going to go right back to where we started. Because it goes down forever, or does it stop?
That's the thing. Yes.
Then if it stops, why does it stop?
It doesn't
you
stop.
Right back to the same thing is what causes the gas to stop, right? What causes the gas pressure in the first place?
No,
you're right back at the starting point.
No, that's the thing. When you say it stops, that's not like a real thing. Like it doesn't stop, or whatever. Like it doesn't stop. No, it's that's the word "stop" has no meaning in this discussion.
It means that the vacuum state can't get any lower. That's what it means to stop.
Yeah, but it's meaningless in this discussion because that's not what the vacuum of space is.
I'm trying to explain why it means something. Because then we're just quibbling about where the fucking boundary is.
Yeah. Well, actually, if you actually do you believe that the vacuum of space actually exists?
No.
Okay, then what's
I'm trying to tell you it's impossible.
Well, okay. So what's the point? What are we even arguing about? Like,
do you think it exists?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Well, that then.
Because you climbed to the top of the mountain and couldn't breathe, so you thought if you go a little bit higher, you're gonna fucking whiz around the ball?
No, it's one point of an information that I experienced.
Yeah,
and that I can think about also because I have a brain that I can think about and say, okay, if I go higher.
So it's hard to breathe up a mountain. Where does your brain take you from here?
Obviously, hypoxia.
Mm-hmm. No,
trying to figure out what your logic is. It's hard to breathe up a mountain.
Okay, from this specific point of argument, if you go higher up again, right? If you go increase your elevation, the air gets thinner and thinner, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So, what would that tell you?
When does it stop getting thinner?
Hey, this is your logic.
That's never, ever.
It never stops getting thinner.
Ask me a question and ask us what it tells us. I asked you. You go up a mountain, it's harder to breathe. It gets less and less dense. And the question's for you to finish. It's your logic, dude. You're taking us somewhere. Don't ask us the question.
Okay. I mean, this like alone, like I'm not taking any point of evidence by itself and not.
This was your evidence.
Included. No, I haven't made. Did I make any claim?
Yeah, we go up a mountain. It gets less and less dense. I'm waiting for the therefore.
Therefore, I didn't say anything after that. But you know.
Okay, so let me ask it like this: what was the point of the analogy being a caveman going up a mountain and he finding it hard to breathe? What was the point?
The point
what does that tell us?
Discussion that we had before about the
what Jedi's asking you is, what does that tell us about space by him going up and it's hard to breathe?
I know you want to say
this is okay. Hold on. I think I know where the problem is. So what you're doing is extrapolating. You're going from one pressure area to another one by raising an elevation, and you're extrapolating a continuation of that state, of that change, right? That there's a gradient that continues changing. We're asking you, you're extrapolating to what, to where? Does it end lowering pressure? Does it continue forever? Because if it ends, then there has to be a boundary somewhere. Okay, and even if it goes down forever,
no, that don't.
Right.
Go on.
Well, even if it goes down forever, then you're gonna have to have some sort of fucking infinite universe, which contradicts the Big Bang. So
no,
I'm trying really hard to avoid some infinite regression fallacy, right? But the point is that are we quibbling about where the air pressure, this extrapolation? Because like I said, like you admitted, is that is this hypothetical? And you said, yeah, probably, right? So where it stops, how does it continue to go down? What rate is it linear? Is it inverse square? Is it adiabatic? How does it go down? At what rate? How do we know where it stops? Does it go down enough to allow space travel? Does it go down enough so that there's a vacuum sufficient to fly rockets from here to frickin' Mars in? Right? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about outer space that they claim exists. Is what we're talking about.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm looking at the fact that if we go from sea level higher, you elevate from that point, gas pressure decreases.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Why are you okay, great. So we have two actually known values. How are we extrapolating it into unknown values?
So there's temperature.
What does that even mean? It's
we're extrapolating, dude.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so can you extract some information from that fact?
Yeah, we've got gas pressure that changes.
Yeah, we got 15 pounds per square inch of sea level. We got freaking 10 pounds per square inch on top of Mount Everest. Okay, now what?
Okay, it gets lower and lower the higher you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Continuously, forever?
I mean, is our next question what caused that?
The cause is the point, probably.
Yeah.
So on the...
So what causes gas pressure?
I'm going to ask you that.
A container. It's defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. It's also the thing that keeps the gas here and stops it expanding into an available volume of vacuum if there was one.
But wouldn't the gas pressure be equal everywhere if it was?
Is the temperature equal? Is the gas produced in the same place the whole time? What? There's multiple variables now. Temperature.
It's called thermodynamics. We're not doing thermostatics.
Okay, so if you had, if there was a container that was like a fucking iron or a glass thing,
is this container static?
What do you call it? What do you call it? The firmament.
Don't worry about that. This container, is the environment static? Does it have variance of temperature, for example? Does the temperature come and go, for example? Is the gas produced inside the container, or have you just added it to the container? Is the gas dispersing into the environment? Is the water in the environment?
Yeah, that's
in your imaginary container.
Fine. Yeah, I can imagine that.
Okay,
of course.
So it'd be like the Earth, then, right? A very, very, very dynamic thermodynamic system. Right? That's what the Earth is. It's a thermodynamic system. Now, within the laws and definitions of thermodynamics, to have this environment, the thermodynamic system must be closed.
Someone hot micing? Or am I going crazy right now?
What the hell's going on?
Why would you enter the chat with an open mic having a conversation with somebody?
I'm talking about a thermodynamic system. For it to exist the way that it does, it must be closed.
Yeah, he was muted. Yeah, go on.
No, that's it. It must be closed.
Yep. It doesn't have to be closed, though.
Yeah, it does. Or the gas would expand into another available volume if that available volume was vacuous and available space. If the gas is not contained, entropy will increase and the gas will continue to expand because of the energy that's held within the gas that's given to it by temperature. So because of the temperature, the gas is always going to move and collide. Because of these random collisions, it's expanding. You need a closed system to keep the gas here.
But if it was expanding, like how would you be able to live in a in an enclosed environment? Like if you right now, of course, like the sun is putting
the sun.
Energy.
No, we're talking about gas behavior, right?
Yes,
we're talking about how it expands into volumes and how we have pressure. We got to the question after discovering that there's a gas pressure gradient. The question was, what causes that? Well, within thermodynamic law, we're going to require a container to stop the expansion. The consequence of the containment is pressure.
No, but you have You don't even have to refer to gravity because
we're not talking about gravity. We're talking about what caused gas pressure. And at the moment, I'm waiting for you to concede that yes, containers cause gas pressure.
It does what?
I'm waiting for you to concede that yes, a container, a limitation of volume that holds gas, is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. It's the consequence of containment. PV equals nRT, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Yeah, but it's not the cause, though.
Sorry, it is not the cause?
It's not.
So it's not the cause. The gas exerting its pressure upon the walls of its fixed environment, a closed system. Like, for example, when you put gas inside a tyre, by consequence of you putting that gas inside that fixed volume, because of the movement of gas and the density of that gas, it will be under pressure because it can't go anywhere.
Yeah, but what's the cause is the pressure itself. It's not a container. In that case, like it's the same.
Listen, force over area. Gas pressure is caused by the force of the gas pressing against the walls of its container. If you don't have a container to press against, you don't have pressure.
Yeah, and then we go back to gravity, and then all of a sudden it's completely different.
You go back to gravity. I'm still waiting for you to concede.
About a, I mean, I can
is caused by the force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container.
Well, the cause thing is the problem that I have right now.
Okay.
Because I was told that you can't really. You can go deeper and deeper and deeper at some point.
No, I can put gas inside a container, and by consequence of that action, the gas is under pressure. Because the way that gas behaves is it wants to expand. It can't. The container's in the fucking way.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, good. So that's what happened then. In my little experiment.
If I say that gravity creates a gradient, and someone
then
tells
you
me,
can say that, but you would have to demonstrate that in an experiment.
See, like that's the difference. Like,
yeah, you can't do an experiment. I've just given you one, and you keep going, nuh-uh.
No, the demonstration would be pretty fucking obvious if you go up a mountain. Shit,
no, that's you begging the question and affirming the consequent.
No, it's an experiment towards some.
No, it's not an experiment. It's the observation of a phenomena.
Yeah, and okay, we can use a different word than gravity.
It's not an experiment yet. It's not even a hypothesis until you make a supposition of cause of the phenomena that you witness. At the moment, it's the caveman changing his altitude and finding it hard to breathe or not.
Yeah, which has been done.
Yeah, so that's the phenomena.
And
we agree. And what causes that?
Yeah, that's the same thing. Like it's the cause.
Yes, what I asked you 15 minutes ago. Yeah.
Down. Yeah, so like you can't put it down to a cause at some point.
No, we're asking what causes it, and now you're saying no, we can't put it down to cause, even though you want to assert the cause is gravity. Like, can you stumble over any more words?
No, at some point, of course, it would be gravity, but of course, like if you don't accept that, then
it's not whether we accept it; it's whether there's evidence or not.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
you don't have the evidence. So yeah, that's the thing. The real question is, how come you accepted it without evidence? That's the real question. They showed you a diagram in freaking kindergarten. Look, this is how it works. And they drew a circle and they drew a bunch of arrows to the middle of the circle. And they're like, this is what holds the gas down, these arrows. And you're like, okay, teacher, I believe you.
I'm just using a word.
It doesn't matter what you call it.
A concept. Right? Like everyone else does.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is there's no evidence that concept is actual existent in reality.
It depends what evidence you accept.
Experiment.
What's your evidence? What's your evidence
you accept?
But as a like you can first off you can drop an object, of course, it goes down to the ground.
Oh God.
You can have a satellite.
Are you like in some weird loop, dude?
What are we talking about?
Yes, circular reasoning loop.
Sorry, we're not talking about the behavior of rocks. We're talking about the behavior of gases. So in your analogy or your demonstration, can you use a gas?
It's a completely different thing, which we just talked about.
Rusty P, the airbender. I want to see you throw gas.
Here's your reasoning. I really want to pass out his reasoning, bro. Like, okay, so he goes, we have a 14.7 at sea level. I climb the mountain and it's like 11, right? PSI. And you say, what causes that? And he goes, gravity. And he goes, and then we say, oh, what's your evidence of that? And he says, well, there's 14.7 PSI at sea level and 11 on top of the mountain. That's my evidence.
No.
It's circular reasoning. Yes, that's what you literally did. I've been listening to you.
Yeah, but we are talking about one specific thing, about the gas pressure. And I'm not saying, like, of course, like there's gravity underlying the whole concept of it. But I'm not saying like it's like
if we just look at the gas pressure decreasing the higher you go, you don't have to invoke gravity or whatever. It's just like an observation. Like you don't have to make any you don't have to like what do you say it?
Come to a conclusion.
Yeah, you don't have to draw any conclusions to it.
Okay, so it was a waste of time for the caveman to go up the fucking mountain in the first place then. Not being as we're not coming to any conclusions, otherwise we just observe a change in gas pressure and it's harder to breathe up the mountain. According to you, you don't need to reach any more conclusions.
No, the thing is, if you go again, like if you can observe that you can go up a mountain, right? And you can just increase your elevation and you feel that the gas pressure is decreasing, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would that like for like I mean,
getting further away from where the gas is produced.
No, it doesn't have to be.
Hold on, you're gaining altitude within your example, going up the top of a mountain. Gas is produced on and within the surface of the Earth. I mean, let's take an observation of our whole environment. It's also cold up a mountain. We should probably take into effect the changes in temperature.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, fucking dynamics. Yeah. Let's include the temperature as shit. Let's also include where and how the gas is produced and cycled and reabsorbed into the environment.
Yeah, and what like could you like draw some information from that?
Yeah, the further I get away from where the gas is produced, it appears to get less dense. The temperature also appears to decrease. It's cold up a mountain.
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So we seem to be talking about thermodynamics, temperature held with gas, its behavior relative to where it's produced and its environment, the changes in the environment over time. Sometimes it's warmer up a mountain.
Yeah, but compared to the base of the mountain, at the same time, probably like colder, right?
Yeah, sometimes, and I say sometimes, like throughout the year, shit changes.
All the fucking time, basically.
Yeah, shit changes. Weather changes. Yeah, all of these things. Yeah, the amount of water held within the gas in the atmosphere changes. Yeah, all of these things, dude.
I understand that, but
good. I'm glad Why did we start talking about gravity? You haven't even mentioned any of the other observable things. Got cold up that mountain, didn't it?
No, the thing is that you can derive information.
Sorry, we're talking about gas behavior.
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to include the temperature of the gas, isn't it? We understand how different temperatures of gases they're going to act differently because of the amount of energy that's held within the gas. Hot air rises, for example, cold air sinks.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, I got a fucking...
I feel like I'm educating you're caveman. You're asking what conclusions we've reached, dude, and you just want to jump to gravity. Haven't mentioned anything else.
I don't have to. I don't have to do it. It's just like gravity is a name of a thing that people understand, right?
That has nothing to do with gas pressure.
Yes.
You can look through all the books on the criteria gas, and you're not going to see any gravity mentioned in any of it.
Yeah, here we do, though.
Not even within the kinetic theory of gases, it tells you there is no force of attraction between the container walls and the gases. The container wall isn't acting upon the gas and, over space and time or whatever, pulling the gas towards it. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, dude, colliding with itself and the walls of its container. We don't have to talk about gravity because it's not included. It's not observed.
Okay. Well, you claim that. That's fine.
Just cited the kinetic theory of gases. Would you like me to put it in the side chat? There's no mention of the word gravity here. There's also not a G in P equals nRT.
There doesn't have to be, and I haven't even said anything about it.
Have to be gravity in gas behavior, even though you're trying to shoehorn it in, saying it does actually act on gas.
No, I'm saying that we can observe certain things, and you don't have to refer to gravity at some point. Like I did it, but
yeah, we understand that you're making the same arguments over and over again. They're addressed. We don't care what you call it. We don't care about any of that shit. We're talking about its possibility. Is it possible to restrict the behavior of a gas based upon some force? Call it gravity, call it whatever you want. The observation we have is low pressure on the mountain, high pressure on the at a lower elevation. So what? Doesn't logically follow that continues forever or stops at any particular point. We have a surface on the surface of the Earth. That's fine. Where's the other surface?
The other surface?
Yeah, you need another surface, dude. Gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. If you don't have a surface at the other side of the fucking boundary, the gas just fucks up to forever.
Okay, if you think that,
it's what's demonstrated in nature. It's not what I think, dude. I can demonstrate this in nature.
Okay, demonstrate it, please. You can just explain it to me. Please explain it to me how gas pressure only is able to exist in a container, please.
Can you demonstrate it in any other way?
You said demonstrate it, right?
No, you demonstrate it.
Yeah, okay. Got a bike?
The claim that you have.
You got a bike?
I have a bike, yes.
Okay, try to pump up the rim.
The what?
The rim. Pump up the rim. Great gas pressure next to the fucking rim without the tire, dude. The rim is one surface, right? There's no opposite surface. Use your pump to pump up the rim.
Okay.
Okay, you can't do that, right? But if I take a tire, I take an opposite boundary. Now I can create pressure. Wow. Now you have gas pressure because you have a container. No container, no gas pressure. Container, gas pressure.
What's around you right now?
I don't know, but it's not fucking nothing.
Yeah, but isn't there like a gas pressure thing going on around you right now?
Yeah. The gas that I'm surrounded by is pressing inwards in all directions into the space that I occupy. Yep.
Yeah. And Indio says that if you put pressure into a tire, or whatever he said, that's only the gas pressure. So there's gas pressure existing in a container, of course, which would be the tire. But right now, around us, also there is gas pressure.
Yeah, what causes
existing around it?
Yeah, what causes that?
Well, again, we would go to gravity again, but
no, again we would go to a container. Fuck.
But why? But why? Like you're saying. You're saying
so brainwashed you can't even admit this clear and obvious truth. You require a container. As soon as I asked you what causes the gas pressure that surrounds us, you jump to gravity and completely disavow any mention of the word container. Are you sick and repulsed?
We have just talked. We have just talked about gas pressure in a container when I guess Indio was it about pumping up his fucking bike tire.
Yeah,
right?
we're looking for another causal mechanism that causes gas pressure that we can demonstrate, or the claim that you say that we can't demonstrate this. It's called entropy. Every single time we open a container of gas to a lower pressure environment, the entropy increases and the gas fills the space and might equalize in a low volume.
Yes.
You don't have an experiment for your claim, though. That's why Injo put the gas inside a tyre. He did that. You can do that. Now, what can we do for gravity apart from go up a mountain and make big-ass jumps of logic?
To go to gravity, it's just a thing where when you claim gas pressure cannot exist without a container.
Then show another way that can.
But it's like fucking obvious. Like
No, it's not obvious until you demonstrate it. Apparently, it would be obvious to you that there was a container and it has to be demonstrated to you 5 times. So we're going to need demonstration.
Oh my God.
Actual physical reality taking place.
Yes, physical reality is taking place all the fucking time, and you just can't fucking see it.
You're broken. Just give an experiment where you very manipulate gravity to cause the phenomena of pressure.
We're not talking about gravity.
You keep fucking bringing it up. You wanted to 2 minutes ago, then you got upset. Are you really this broken?
I said before that I didn't want to bring up gravity.
And stop bringing it up.
I didn't bring it up. You brought it up.
Okay, so the gas around us that we're surrounded by, what was your point?
There's no point.
Oh, so again, he brings up a subject that has no fucking point. I swear it was gravity. Please follow your own fucking words. I am. You're not making any sense, and you keep contradicting yourself.
No, I don't. If we are agreeing that
stop him.
We don't...
Someone.
What are you saying, bro? Like, if we agree that we don't bring up...
You said you didn't want to bring up gravity.
Yes.
So what was the point of us being surrounded by gas? According to you, no point.
The question is on you.
You're just lying.
The question is on you, man. The question is on fucking you.
What? To demonstrate there isn't no other way to cause pressure?
Yeah, you said that like gas pressure can't exist.
You're making a claim it's caused by gravity. That's your claim.
No,
your claim is in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. We've been over and over and over it with you.
No, you are cycling back about the gravity shit. Again, I said
someone else talked to me.
No, you did it. Again, like I said, we go away from the whole like gravity shit from the like, overall.
You brought up 2 examples: one, a caveman going up a mountain and experiencing it hard to breathe, and then you brought up there's gas surrounding us. Mm-hmm. At no point in these conversations did you want to bring up gravity.
Yes, I especially said because you bring it all you bring it up all the way.
Like all over your fucking self, dude. Have some fucking humility. Like, please, I'm begging to your better nature.
Yeah, I understand. Like, come on, like
I'm gonna go walk my invisible dog. Someone else can talk to you.
Yeah, go on. Is there any flat earther still here that wants to debate?
What are we debating exactly? Ideas versus evidence?
Yeah. Again, the same thing that who was that person before me that left? So I guess he misunderstood the whole fucking debate. Or he deflected. I don't understand.
Who, Jedi? Who are you talking about?
Yeah, Jedi. Yep, yeah. Like Jedi, yeah, probably. Which is the person that I was debating about against. I mean. It seemed like he was
like I told you, this is a common thing that happens. You have ideas. We have evidence. You won't let go of your ideas. When you first heard the idea of outer space and that gravity creates gas pressure, how did you evaluate whether that claim was true or not? Like, what did you do?
That was the thing where we ended up at the end of our debate. Like, I was trying to say that, okay, we don't use that word. We don't use the word gravity.
Why aren't you addressing what I said? That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm asking how you evaluated it in the first place.
Well, we had that debate topic at the beginning of our discussion that I had with them, but
talk about you. When you first heard it, when you were a little kid, what did you do to evaluate its truth?
I just look around at reality. It's not specifically gravity, but
you looked around at reality, and you concluded that there's no container for the Earth.
That's not the conclusion that I made when I was a kid.
I just want to know where you get the idea that somehow gas pressure is the way you think it is for the reason you think it is.
Could you form a conclusive question, please?
And I just want to know why you think that gas pressure is the way it is for the reason you think it is. And you can't tell me the reason. You're actually trying to reject your own reasoning. You're trying to throw gravity under the bus and say, hey, let's not use that word.
Okay,
so no other mechanism you can point to say, hey, we have gas pressure without a container.
Well, that's actually kind of what it is. It's the best explanation that I have for how if you want to say gas pressure, of course, but everything around the Earth, like how the physics work, kind of. Yeah, gravity is
We're
kind of
giving you the physics. They don't work.
Well, they kind of give the best explanation.
But the best explanation has no evidence. So if that's the best explanation, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. If your best explanation has no supporting evidence, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Well, there hasn't been any other big explanation or big evidence thing that has been coming out that explains the word any differently. So
that explains what am I going to believe gas pressure gradient?
Yeah, gas pressure gradient.
Here's one.
Pretty conclusive.
That gases are created on the surface of the Earth. And what you have is diffusion, the diffusing of gases from the surface, and that's why there's a gas pressure gradient.
Okay, I haven't really experienced that. That things.
What are you talking about? It would be exactly like what you experience now.
If gases are being expulsed from the Earth.
Not only that, but they're being created on the surface of the Earth, as in, because of thermodynamic processes, chemical reactions, things like that, gases are created on the surface of the Earth. Right? So when you have so what happens when you have a chemical reaction that turns some group of molecules into some other group of molecules, and then it emits a gas? That gas pressure in that region goes up, right? But then the gas diffuses into the surrounding area. And you will have a gas pressure gradient from the point of the chemical reaction going out radially from there.
Yeah, so?
Yeah, there's your explanation.
All right, I mean,
and funny,
I wasn't asking.
This is what the Chinese thought way back in the day. They had a name for it. It was called the air wind or something like that.
Yeah, but like do you think that we live in an enclosed space?
Yeah.
So
you have to.
And that's what we've been trying to tell you for 2 hours now, is that we have to. It's not opinion.
Yeah, but
like opinion. The second law of thermodynamics is a natural law. It's a law of nature. It's not an opinion. It's not what I think. I go, hey, what does the second law predict? It predicts this. Okay, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It's not a law that applies to your worldview.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the second law right now. You're not. You're making up your own bullshit.
No, if you would be in an enclosed space, at some point the energy would increase more and more and more, and you would just fucking die because it's getting hotter and hotter.
Because temperature radiates infrared radiation, so the energy would. So, for instance, if you take a blowtorch and you heat up poker, it doesn't heat up forever. It'll reach a certain level of equilibrium where it stops heating up. Right? 500 degrees Celsius, whatever it is. It'll reach an equilibrium.
Yeah,
but the Earth is a system that is in constant flux. It is dynamic. It's never going to reach equilibrium. Probably not in your lifetime, at least. And it radiates heat through electromagnetic radiation. So it's never going to keep, the temperature's not going to go up and up and up forever.
Well, if it's, I mean, in real life, as like if you are a glober, of course, that makes sense. But if you are if you think that the Earth is enclosed in a, I don't know, like a dome or something like that, then that whole system doesn't make fucking sense.
Is that like your argument? Your like counter argument to what I said was, if you're a flat earther, that whole argument doesn't make sense. That's your counter argument.
Yeah, if you think that the Earth is enclosed in a dome or whatever,
it don't make fucking sense. That's your argument. Great argument. It don't make sense. Great argument.
It doesn't make, like, scientifically, it doesn't make sense. Yes.
I just told you why it does make sense. I gave you the reason.
Okay, so where is the energy going again?
It's being radiated. Radiated. Yeah. What is radiation? Electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah, so go on.
And it's being radiated away from the Earth.
From the Earth. Away from the Earth. Okay.
Away from the Earth. Like the electromagnetic radiation. So
yeah, I understand that.
You have a closed system, bro. Okay, you have closed systems and open systems. Okay,
what is the Earth?
In a closed system, energy can pass, but matter can't. In an open system, matter and energy passes. Okay, so we're in a closed system, as in the energy can pass, but the matter can't.
All right.
Now, do you understand? So we can emit radiation. We can take in radiation. We take in radiation from the sun. We emit radiation. It's called radiative cooling, in fact.
Yeah, but again, like if you would be able to...
Okay, you're going to tell me that we're not using physics now?
No, but if you have like a...
Is that physics, dude? Yes or no? Is that the common modern version of physics, of thermodynamics?
I'm saying about physics, though. There's no fucking
thermodynamics.
Point. Yes, I understand that.
How can heat transfer? There's 3 ways. Can you tell me the ways?
What?
There's 3 ways for heat to transfer. Can you tell me the ways?
I know radiation probably is one of them.
Radiation, convection, and conduction. Okay.
But Wait a minute.
Anything with a temperature emits radiation.
I gotta go.
All right.
We're gonna wait.
I'll see you later.
5 minutes.
It was very convenient. Who said Google
But can you
Earth?
please see that it's not
who said Google
disproving the shape of the
Jench is invoking Google
We have
Earth.
the Google
And
Earth,
You know,
and we're saying
Jen-
there's something missing here, like
Jen should-
a house or an
bro.
island. I'm talking about the entire shape. Somewhere, the entire shape of Google
the Earth doesn't
would be
necessarily
fucked
have
up.
a form,
Not
dude.
like, oh, there's an island missing. No. The entire shape of it all would be fucked up. Where is that? Not an island. The entire shape of it.
Are you done talking, dude? We've
Literally.
heard you the 7th time, dude. Listen, Google Earth is a cylinder. Did you know that?
It's not a
Google
cylinder.
Earth uses something called the WebGL Mercator, which is a cylinder. That's its coordinate system. Shut up.
Earth is a cylinder,
Shut up, dude. Let me finish my sentence. So just because they wrap it around the sphere and show you a graphic doesn't make it a sphere. They're just portraying it that way. If you played video games, you should know that you can map any texture to any 3D model, no matter what its shape.
I completely agree.
I work 3D and no, you're wrong.
Oh, so I can't?
No,
you work
because
3D.
the
You know I'm wrong.
excuse
You
me.
want to
No,
bet like
you
1,000
asked me,
bitcoins.
let me answer.
Now, so I'll bet you 1,000 bitcoins that you can wrap any texture to any triangle-based 3D model.
You can wrap a texture, let's say a square texture, you can wrap it on a sphere, but you're going to have one problem.
What's that?
The points, the edge that connects, the two edges that connect on the side, you can wrap around easily. But the tip part, the top north and south, whatever of the sphere, right? You're gonna have a hard time wrapping it properly, so you have to wrap it in a certain way so that the texture doesn't, you need to squeeze it in a certain way so that the texture looks right.
KGB,
you could do it, right?
Unfortunately,
What do you mean looks right? What does that mean? Looks right. What is that? How do you know what it
That
looks
means
like?
it's not. That means it's almost near impossible to get a proper, good unwrap of a square.
What do you mean by looks right? Compared to what?
Yeah, you have to squeeze the top and you have to fix it so it fits.
I think the word you're looking for is
Fix it to,
continuous.
what is your? Hold on, dude. What's your referent to fix it to?
My referent?
Yeah,
I don't need no
how do you know
referent.
it's wrong when you wrap it right?
The square.
When you wrap
I
this,
just
when you
wrap. Do you want me to do you want me to stream it live in front of you right now?
So, do you are you aware?
Do you want me to stream it? I can prove what I'm saying. You're just fucking yapping at this point.
Yeah.
And by the way,
KGB,
you guys are muting me earlier. That's clownish.
You guys and you this and you that. No one cares about what you think
I
about
can
it.
I can open live stream right now and do it in front of you.
Okay.
You were posting objectively CGI images of the globe. Sorry.
I'm gonna start muting people. Okay.
Well, do you have actual images of a flat Earth? I'd like to see, please.
From where?
Provided. Do you have it?
Where? Taken from where?
Here's my position. All right. With respect to you guys.
You're going on mute, dude, because you're not answering questions. So you have a choice. Taken from where? You ask for something. You have to take a photograph from a place. Okay?
in order to
Where?
take a photo. Yeah.
Taken from where?
Wherever you want. Just provide a photo for flat Earth.
At the beach. I'll post the one I took at the beach. I took a photo of a flat Earth at the beach.
Okay, do you have a photo of a flat Earth from, I don't know, from really high up in the air so I can see the entire flat Earth?
Well, no,
As
you
high
couldn't
as
capture
possible.
it. You couldn't capture the
As high
entire
possible.
flat Earth in an image.
Why not? Why not?
Because you can't go far enough away from the Earth to take that image.
Why not?
Because rockets don't push off air. Rockets push off air. They don't push off vacuum.
What?
Rockets
do
don't
not push
thrust
off of
in
vacuums.
vacuum.
You require air.
Did you do it? Did you build a rocket yourself, and did you do it yourself? Did you? Do you have?
What does that
do you have
mean?
a source for that?
You're deflecting, dude. Yeah.
No. This
Do
is
you know
a
how
legit
thermodynamics
question.
works,
Did you do this yourself to come to that conclusion?
Did he do this himself? What kind of fucking answer is that?
Yeah, where are you getting this from? This claim from? Where are you getting this claim from?
Because look, people have all these rockets. There's YouTube videos, right, of people putting a rocket in a pressurized vacuum. Shut up, dude. In an evacuated vacuum chamber where they ignite the rocket and the rocket doesn't move until the container pressurizes due to the exhaust of the rocket. That's where I'm getting it from. Experiments.
What does this have to do with the request?
Where did you get your information from?
I posted it for you. You can see it goes all the way to the back of the wall and actually comes back, and it's actually pushing off the pressure wave that's reflecting off the wall.
What does this have to do with my request for a picture of your flat Earth?
Because you can't
the highest possible point.
Because there's no outer space. Because you want a picture from space, but you won't say it because you're a pussy. So you want a picture from space, and you can't take a picture from there because outer space vacuum doesn't exist.
Did you build a rocket yourself and do that experiment?
Yeah. He just showed it.
Can you please show me a video of it so I can see it myself?
It's in the side chat. See, you're not listening, dude. So when you decide to listen, you can come off mute. So let's get back to the actual person that thinks Google Earth is a something.
It's Genj29.
Yeah, dude. So why are you referring to Google Earth? Like, how would you even know if that's what the Earth actually is or looks like or anything like that? What are you comparing it to?
I'm not sure I want to debate with you. I would love to debate.
This isn't a debate, dude. You guys don't have any evidence. This isn't a debate. This hasn't been a debate in 5 years.
Kind of hostile, honestly.
Well, this hasn't been a debate because you guys, hold on. Okay, I'll stop being agitated. Dude was being a douchebag. So I'll stop being agitated. But you guys say stuff which is objectively untrue because you're ignorant of something. Okay? Google Maps is not Google Earth is not a sphere. It displays it as one, just like Grand Theft Auto displays hookers. Those aren't actually hookers. Okay?
Great game.
They look like hookers. They say, hey, big boy, you want a good time? They act like hookers, but they're not hookers. Okay? So Google Earth shows you a ball, but
you have a lot of experience with that
programmatically, programmatically inside how it's not a ball. Is what I'm trying to tell you. So here's something you can do, right? Go on Google Earth, North Pole or South Pole, use the line tool and try to use the line tool to make a circle around the North Pole or South Pole. And what you'll end up seeing is it'll end up snapping back and giving you a half moon shape. Because it's a cylinder. Now, did you know any of this? Of course not. So I'm irritated because you guys say things out of ignorance and then try to tell us what's what. We've been looking into this for nearly a decade. You just got here. So the fact remains is you really don't know what you're talking about. And neither does the other guy.
I feel like you're kind of repeating yourself.
I would
love to talk with.
Why don't you actually address what I said of substance?
I would love to talk with Sny.
No, tell me.
It doesn't matter who you talk to, Jench, right? You can answer Indio's questions the same as mine, right?
What you have to say about
you just need to answer genuinely.
What you have to say about your idea that Google Earth demonstrated somehow that the Earth is a globe, but now you've been shown, and you can just Google this, what projection does Google Earth use? And that map is a cylinder. Why did you think that it supported the globe? Why did you think that? Did somebody tell you that? Or did you just make it up in your mind?
Sly, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, that's right. You made it up in your mind. Nobody said
I believe Indio asked you a question.
What?
I said I believe Indio asked you a question.
He muted me. He's getting banned, so...
No,
you mute me, bro?
Muted it.
Okay, dude.
I haven't muted anyone. Okay. I just don't. I feel like you're a bit hostile. Actually,
I don't care how you feel.
That's due just because of your ignorance. Now, I'm just going to post Makeda projection as a cylinder in the side chat. You need to learn. You're in Earth School right now. Like I told you earlier, you were lucky to be having a conversation with me earlier. Now the big dogs are in here. You need to listen to Indio and what he has to say. He's been researching this for a long-ass time, right?
Dude, literally, there's people in this topic who know more people than surveyors, right? Professional surveyors. I asked them questions about geodetic surveying, and they don't even know. They don't know how any of this stuff was created, where it comes from, what coordinate systems are, how these maps are made. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of cardinal directions, for instance? You know, north, south, east, west. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of that? John, Jench, whatever your name is.
3 sets of
coordinate systems.
No,
cardinal directions.
I mean, in math, we usually have r, theta, and phi, if that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm talking about north, south, east, and west. There's 3 sets of north, south, east, and west. There's north, south, east, and west of the compass. And then there's north, south, east, and west as defined by where the sun rises on the equinox. And then there's north, south, east, and west in the latitude, longitude coordinate system. Okay, those are actually 3 different directions, and they only correspond to each other in certain places. Typically, people think that the compass points north and south at the poles. They don't. They actually just align to the magnetic field local to wherever you are. That could be 90 degrees from north that the compass will point. A lot of people don't know this. It's called magnetic declination. And then there's east is defined as which direction the sun rises on the equinox. So if you go on Google Earth and try to, you can take the compass tool and try to go 90 degrees from the north, and you'll see that it intersects at the equator every time you do it. It just goes toward the equator. It doesn't follow the latitude line, which it should, because the latitude line and the latitude longitude coordinate system is actually a circle. It's not a line. So these are just like little things that when people appeal to maps or they appeal to Google Earth or any one of these things are abstractions. They only represent the Earth for one particular purpose.
They are, sure, they're some kind of abstraction, but they have to be wrong at some point.
They are wrong. And they're right.
Wait, what? They're wrong and right?
Yeah, that's
so
right.
They're right in a small region, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. It depends on the purpose you're using it for.
Yeah, so if I'm gonna find the closest store, then I would be able to use Google Earth.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need Google Earth. They freaking track your phones everywhere they go. Okay. So they could literally delete the map underneath your little GPS thing, and they would know based upon what all the other Android phones where they went.
Yes. But like, if I want to find a store and I don't know where the store is, I would be able to use Google Earth. And I think we both agree on that.
Yeah, because the car drove on the street, dude. The car drove around.
Yeah, but Google Earth has to be flawed somewhere.
It is flawed. I just told you how it's flawed. Try to draw a circle around Antarctica, the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah, I also think we're getting definitions confused as well. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing, and they don't work the same way.
They didn't see. Explain why they didn't see 7,000 islands.
I'm talking about the fundamental.
So, Jench, if Google Earth is so good, do you think that you could black out your windows, right, and drive just using your GPS and Google Earth, right? Take all the turns, negotiate the curves just by looking at the graphic instead of out your window?
I mean, there's some kind of delay.
Of course. Okay, no delay. We have zero latency.
Zero latency? Yeah. I mean,
why do you think that? Let me ask you why you think that. Can I ask you why you think that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you go onto, well, I sometimes use Google Maps when I need to navigate and I'm driving, and it seems to work fine. But
landmarks is different than a representation of the Earth that is accurate enough to drive on, right?
What, could you say that again?
Just landmarks. You're just noting landmarks. It tells you, like,
hey, there's going to be a gas station up here. That's a landmark.
No, it actually tells you, like, it draws out the exact route.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, dude, you're conflating two different ideas, okay? The idea that, hey, this road is after that road if you're going in this direction on that road, this road. You know, we had, like, paper maps, and you could do that with a paper map. Nobody would say the paper map is the territory. So what I'm asking you is why you think that you could drive just looking at, if you had zero latency GPS, just in no traffic, looking at the screen, and that Google Maps is accurate enough to actually drive the road.
I believe I answered that question.
I asked you why, and you just said, hey, because there's landmarks, or whatever you said. But you know what? This has actually been, I'm just beating around the bush because this has actually been tested. Yeah, Flat Earthers have actually tested this by putting a camera on the freaking dashboard, showing Google Maps, and then driving and see if the road matches the map. And they don't match.
Okay, they don't match.
They do not match, as in the road, as in like the turns, and like, say I'm on a road and it turns, I'm on a slow curve and eventually it does like a 30-degree turn. On Google Maps, it won't show anything. It'll just go like a straightaway.
Okay, this is kind of what I have been fishing for the entire time. An example of where Google Earth does not match reality.
Okay, hold on.
Would you be able to send me, like,
I got you.
Or something? Yeah,
I got you, bro. And I gave you an example already. The drawing a circle around the poles. Did you not hear that part?
Yeah, but that's kind of not what I'm getting at, because that's like a programming feature that they have. Sure, that could be fucked up.
But it's an inaccuracy. Jench, what you're failing to grasp here is this is how your application... Jench, let me finish. Come on, let's be nice.
I'm not really bothered by their...
Jench, this is how your application
features of drawing lines.
You're not bothered by the features of the application that you're using in this, like, conversation? Why are you bringing it up then? Why are we on this topic? Right? We know it's inaccurate. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing. They work differently. Right? Do you know how Google Earth works?
No, I don't know the entire code base. No.
No, okay, so it takes a bunch of photos, right, of something, right, and then it adds them together, right, in their own way until they think it looks right, and then they upload it, right? That's sort of how it works in very simple terms, right? This starts it's called LOD rendering, right? Level of detail rendering, and this starts when you're zooming out. The terrain becomes progressively smoother, buildings become simplified and they disappear, and coastlines become less precise, right? So if you were to zoom out, you would have a hard time driving around, let's say, a coastal area, or driving around relying solely on your Google Earth, right? At 0 to 2 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to 2 meters, right? And at 2 to 20 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to every 2 meters per pixel, right? This means it's like throwing a bunch of pictures together, right? And then arranging them until it looks right, and then uploading it. Okay? So if you're curious on how they managed to get that curve right for the sphere, it's just them throwing things together, just like KGB was, just like the conversation that we had earlier on with KGB, talking about 3D wrapping layers around shapes, right, in video game design, right? It works exactly the same. You can design something and then upload it. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be accurate. Why are we talking about this? We should be talking about something that we can physically test, rather than a faulty piece of software, evidently, right? It's an inaccurate piece of software.
The fault in the software can be tested.
It's not a fault. They designed it that way. It's not a fault. Stop characterizing it as a fault. It's because they used a cylindrical coordinate system and wrapped it on a sphere. It's not a fault. You want to see a ball, and they made the cylinder look like a ball.
No, but like
Yeah, I know it's hard to comprehend.
Would you like to talk about something that you can test, Jench? Would you like to talk about
we are
something
talking
to do with
about
the physicality?
which is Google Earth.
You can't use an application to test reality.
You're reifying a piece of software as if the software is real, bro.
Using reality. I'm looking at the software saying, can this be real?
Okay, I just
but the
posted
software
in the
isn't
chat.
real, so...
Hold on, dude. He asked for something. It's in the chat. It's a 1-hour video of him testing the accuracy of Google Maps while driving. He drives 100 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at this.
Okay, so until then, shelve it, dude, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're completely in conjecture land. You're just you're telling us what you believe to be true. You don't have any evidence it's actually true.
Okay, yeah, so this looks like, I haven't obviously watched the entire video, but it looks like he's basically driving, as you said, and then he says, oh shit, there is a deviation between Google Maps or Google Earth, whatever he uses, and reality.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that there will be a problem, but not like, oh, it deviates some couple of degrees. No. There will be like a massive fucking problem. Like,
what are you basing that on?
Exactly what we established.
What are you basing
earlier.
that there will be a massive problem on? That is a prediction.
Exactly what we.
Okay. You're just saying stuff. When you say there would be a massive problem, stop interrupting me. I'm trying to clarify what you're saying, dude. No, you didn't let me finish the first time. Listen, when you're saying there would be a big fucking problem, what is the basis of that prediction?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Exactly what we established earlier. You cannot have a continuous mapping from something that's flat to something that's spheric. I'm feeling like I'm repeating myself. We established this earlier and we both agreed upon it.
Okay,
Jench,
yes,
you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yes,
bro.
you can. Yes, you can. Want to bet on it? See, you're confusing a projection with a... Hold on. You're confusing a projection of straight rays with a mapping. So, for instance, I want me to tell you how it's done. So they have something called the geoid, and what they do is they actually curve the verticals. So the verticals, like from the center of the Earth, right? So you have the surface of the Earth, right? And if you have a line, right, on a sphere, you're assuming that, hey, they're drawing straight lines through the sphere, and they're projecting those lines onto some flat surface. Yes, there will be a distortion if that's the case, okay? But that's not what they're doing. They're curving the lines. So they're doing a mapping function and not a projection. It's called a projection, but it's a second order projection, meaning you have the celestial sphere, which is the latitude, longitude coordinate system, right? That's what the actual coordinate system is, because you can't find them without the stars. You have no coordinate system. So that coordinate system is... Yeah.
exceed that limitation that would be able to be explained by refraction, then you couldn't use refraction as an excuse.
Yeah. Okay.
So right. So these are thousands
of the guy you're talking about.
Yeah, it's Dr. Matthew Jelovic, but I've got his the clips. I've got the clips saved just here. So just give me a second. I'll just post them in the side chat. They're just short clips. And the clips also lead you to the full debate if you want to watch that at another time. So you can see it in full context. But these are just two short clips about what I was talking about. So just give me a second. All right, I've got them just here.
Are we talking 2 seconds? Because do we agree that on bodies of water, the refraction effect can be much stronger.
Not necessarily. It can be quite strong, but it can also be extreme over the surface of the Earth as well, because we can have this. Because what happens generally is the sun heats up the ground, right? And you're going to get, like, if you're going over a desert, or if you're going over a hot road surface or cement, or if it's just a really hot day in general, okay, the ground's going to be very hot from the sun. So that's going to create a warm layer of air right above the surface.
Yeah.
Okay, and what that's going to cause is a gradient that's going to get cooler as you go up. Okay, so the light's going to be bending, deviating towards the cooler portion of the medium, and it's going to cause sinking refraction or inferior miraging effects. Most often,
I think that the 7 to 11% you're talking about, I think it's average conditions, not like maximum conditions we can observe. I think you're misleading.
Some people say no. That's what I said. Standard refraction is actually used by surveyors and things like that, right? So it's a refractive index of 0.13 to 0.17. So a refraction coefficient.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at the minimal end, it's
bodies of water, on bodies of water, it can be much stronger. Do you have the same kind of proof? Do you have the same kind of proof which is not on a body of water?
Yeah, it's been done over frozen lakes.
Yeah, not frozen lakes, not body of water, not the ground that is like much colder.
Yeah, it's been done from
because
from
the ground being much colder can the ground being much colder can lead to this kind of big deviation of light, like very big deviation of light.
Yeah, we can. So most of the observations that we're showing you, okay, we know the water temperature and we know the air temperature, and there isn't the deviation that you're talking about. Okay, it's not possible to have this extreme bending of light when you don't have the meteorological conditions to cause the change in the refractive index for that light to heavily deviate. Okay, and along with heavy deviation of light comes miraging effects. Okay, you can't have a crazy deviation of light and not have inferior or superior mirages, depending on whether you have hot or cooler air down lower. Okay, that's what I mean. You're going to have heavy distortion, like in that picture that I showed you above. Okay, that's a situation where you wouldn't want to use that observation as evidence, okay? But the one below it, we don't have that heavy refraction because we don't have any byproducts of it, okay? It's just a nice, clear image. It's not possible to have extreme changes in the refractive index and not have these heavy refractive conditions optically. Okay, you're going to see them. Okay, so if you've got extremely cool air down below, like really cold ground, and then warmer air above it, you can have extreme bending downward bending, downward refraction, and that's going to make.
I think doesn't you said the mirage, right? The mirage effect, like the distortions. I don't think it's based on the how far you can see with the strength of the refraction and how far you can see beyond the geometrical horizon, but I think it's more linked to the way that the gradient of temperature is changing and bending the light, if it's smooth, if it's abrupt, etc. So you could see far beyond without any visible distortions.
How?
If you have a smooth temperature gradient, okay, over the distance, that bends the light strongly without having like a big variation of the lights.
Does it mean a horizontal one?
No, vertical.
Is that possible in a dynamic system?
What do you mean?
This is yeah, exactly, because we have constant fluctuation.
Yeah,
it's everything's moving around constantly. Okay. It's not possible. Yeah. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, every single time we go out to make observations, we're seeing this. Okay, and there's no observations that I've ever seen in the last 8 years where this magical refraction, right, is not present, where we can see just flatness, right, far beyond, many thousands of percent beyond. Okay, now they have standard refraction for a reason. They say that's the standard. Okay, so that's what surveyors use. That's what they use in navigation and things like this. They'll say that they'll apply just standard refraction, just guessing basically. So that'll allow you to see 16% beyond the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, so it's not, they're not saying the standard, right? The norm is to be able to see 3,000% further. It's not. It's
there are places where you can see a lot further.
Yes, one moment. Just for your benefit, I posted something in the side chat you asked for. So it's an academic paper about mirages and refraction over land. All this was done over land. So you can have a look at that. Just save it, bookmark it, whatever, and have a read of it later.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is the thing, my friend. We can test this on a small scale. It's very easy to test. Okay, there's this channel called Sky Free, which Swoldog has just posted a clip from. Okay, they do refraction tests. They've done hundreds and hundreds of them on a small scale. Now, it's not possible, right, to create the situation that you're talking about where you're able to flatten out a curved surface consistently over distance. And what happens is when they manipulate the vertical refractive index, if there's a steep change, you always get those byproducts of miraging effects.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but do you have like experiments like you did that are not above water or frozen lakes, above ground?
Can I interject really quickly, Giannis? I don't want to get too far away from the point. So, in the observations that we've given you, have you noticed that the horizon itself, even with this idea of refraction, that the horizon itself can change apparent distance or apparent height? Would you agree with that?
Wait, so the horizon can change apparent distance or height?
Yes.
I don't really know.
Okay, so we've shown you a lot of examples, right, where the horizon and its location relative to you apparently can be in different places. We've talked about refraction where it may change the apparent height or distance, right, optically. Okay, so if the horizon is an optical phenomena, because it can always be, changed on where it might be depending on the conditions, wouldn't that kind of ruin the idea that the horizon is Earth curve completely?
Yeah, okay. I get what... Yeah, indeed, the horizon, because of the... because of the bending of the light, it's not exactly the curvature of the Earth, but that's exactly what I was saying, right?
Right.
At the start,
so it's not.
I was saying that you use a straight line to represent the observer, the light coming in the eyes of the observer, right? That's what I was saying. But in truth, it's not a straight line.
Right. So if that's not a straight line, then we can't do anything geometrically to determine if the horizon is Earth curve. It's just an apparent position, and therefore cannot be Earth curve.
Okay, so you say, since we cannot use exact mathematics to measure because there are like refractions problem, it's not exactly the horizon, like the geometrical tangents of so you have the Earth and you have the line and the tangent point between the light and the Earth curvature. Therefore, we cannot say anything. That's what
we can't say that the horizon is Earth curve, which means that all of the Earth curve calculators are useless. And then we have to go, well, then who measured the Earth curve to begin with? And it turns out no one ever has. So the Earth is not a sphere.
Okay. So because no one has measured the Earth curvature, because there is problem with like geometry, etc., therefore the Earth is not round.
Correct.
How does that making not round?
Well, let's put it this way. If the Earth is a sphere with the radius that they've given us, right? If we can measure that Earth curve, then we'd have something to talk about. The problem is we can't measure any.
Okay. We can't measure any what?
No Earth curve at all. In fact, everything that we do measure is flat or planar. So if we only measure the Earth as flat or planar, and it presents itself that way, why would we ever think that we lived on a ball?
Okay. So, so you're basically saying that if I have a can and I can't open it, there's no bean inside. That means that there is no bean in the can, right? I cannot say that there's beans inside the can. It means that there is no beans in the can.
No, that's a false equivalence. So what I'm telling you is that if someone tells me that we live on a ball, but it doesn't have the thing that requires it to be a ball, being curvature, then we don't live on a ball.
Okay. So you say if
hold on, man. Hold on.
Sorry, I'm not done speaking. So you say if
hold on.
I'm not done speaking.
Just hold on a second, bro.
I haven't finished. You speak when I have finished.
Spiraling, man.
You say I'm asking questions. I'm not spiraling, bro. I'm asking questions.
Just hold your question for a second. Swalldog's a moderator. Just let him say his thing, and then we'll let you finish your whole statement. Promise.
Okay.
So your entire life you've been told that the Earth is too big to see curve. It looks flat, but trust us, it's curving. So you've been given the story without any evidence, right? All we're asking you to do is produce the evidence that supports the claim that the Earth is a ball, because everybody on Earth experiences it as flat. No one has ever seen it curving. No one's ever felt it in motion. The entire cosmic ladder, the entire story hinges on the Earth being a ball with a diameter of 12,500 kilometers. You understand that?
So you're saying me that since I cannot prove it, it makes it not true.
No, not you specifically. Anyone. No one has produced any Earth curve measurements at all. Never.
Okay.
So, Giannis, just quickly, just with your analogy, right? So a better analogy would be like you claim that there's a bean inside the can, okay? And then we go and open the can and we look inside the can and we check it and we check it again and again and again. We use all these different methods and there's no bean in the can. Okay, then there's no bean in the can.
No, I mean, okay. Another analogy. So he said you cannot measure we haven't measured the radius of the Earth, right? Not the radius, the curvature of the Earth. Therefore, the Earth is not round. It's like saying you have a black box. You don't. Okay, it's like saying you have a black box.
It would be like if you gave me a can that had a picture of beans on it, and you said that there's beans in the can, and I open the can and there's no beans. That would be the equivalent.
It's a claim of
no,
geometry.
it's not because it's not measured. It's not because it's no. It's not because it's not measured that it's not there.
No, we're measuring it.
You measured it flat, dude.
Yeah, we could like if you tell us that you're 6 foot tall, okay, and then we measure you and you're 5 foot tall. Okay, you're never going to be 6 foot tall because we measured you and you're not 6 foot tall. So your claim is incorrect, and you don't have that.
The problem anymore. Have you actually? So I think there are measures of Earth curvature over long distances. By the way.
Yeah, that's what we
can 100% find you papers of that right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
we'll go over them.
I will search for them. 2 seconds.
You don't have them, but you'll get them. But they're there, but you don't know.
What?
I'd like to see at least one. Like, if you can bring us one today, we'll go over it with you, and we'll show you what it is.
Okay.
Understand, our community's been doing this 10 years. We've been looking for that paper that you think is so easily obtained.
Yeah, I'm searching for it. I mean, I don't know, right? I'm asking questions. I don't know. I'm septic. That's why I'm asking questions. I'm trying to like challenge everybody's belief and see if they are like good or not.
If you've never been presented with the evidence, why are you so adamant about defending it?
Okay, so you say if you have no evidence. Now I'm not saying that I believe into anything. I'm just like trying to, challenge your beliefs and see if they hold. That's all.
It's as simple as this, right? Claims of geometry
honestly, I don't know.
On measurement.
So you're saying there's So you're saying there is no measurement for round Earth, but there are for flat Earth model.
My God.
Yeah.
Look, it's just as simple as this.
claims of geometry must be based on measurement. That must be the foundation of the claim. That would be the
guys,
proof.
But he just said that he's not here. He's here to challenge your belief, not his beliefs. He's here to challenge you. Go ahead.
No, I'm interested. Honestly, I'm just interested in like how people think and how people justify their thinking. That's why I'm asking questions.
What about your belief? Have you questioned your belief? Have you questioned how you believe something? Your belief?
That's true. Have you questioned how you believe something? Well, I think that we all have preconceived beliefs, right?
Okay, so since you're in this topic, they're presenting evidence to you to the contrary of your belief. Have you looked into the evidence that they're presenting?
Well, the real problem is that the evidence is reported by someone. Therefore, you have to trust the person that reported the evidence to,
No, you don't.
So you're saying that there is a problem with the evidence, or you look into the evidence, you're saying that because someone did something, therefore you have to discard the evidence because someone
shows you evidence. You have to evaluate the evidence, make sure that it's internally consistent first, and then validate it externally.
Okay.
And our claim is not trust me, bro. Our claim is trust your senses, bro. Go do it for yourself.
Yeah. So the easiest way to do that is that it would be actually me going outside and trying to measure Earth curvature and finding out that there is none, right?
That's what happened.
Yeah, that's what I did. So look, this is what I wanted to bring up just at the start as well. Okay, there's a group of engineers called FE Core in Europe, and they went out and they did a series of 5 different laser tests. Now they spent about $30,000+ on their equipment, building an extremely high-powered laser and a leveling device, and they got weather stations to account for refraction. Okay, and they went to Lake Balaton, I think it's called, and they did a series of 5 different laser tests from approximately, I think they did 1.5 meter height on their longest test. Okay, and then they had a target 40 kilometers away at 1.5 meters height. Now, they accounted for refraction. They had weather stations set up, measuring the vertical refractive index. They had everything leveled using extreme precision. Okay, this is a whole team of engineers. Now, they hit the target on all 5 of their laser tests over different distances, different weather conditions, and the final one was the 40 kilometer one where they also hit their target. So they have an hour-long video where they go over every single observation in detail, and they have a 180-page paper going over all of the technical specifications. You might like that. You sound like a technical
so what
guy.
is the conclusion of the paper?
The conclusion's that there's no Earth curvature, and there's
good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I'll post it in the side chat if you want to save it for later. The video and the PDF document.
Which one? You sent it?
The FE Core, yeah. Just a second. I just
the video.
Okay, yep. So someone's posted the video there. So yeah, here's the video and the Google Docs, right? That'll take you straight to the PDF as well, where they go over all of the refractive index, they go over all of the technical information about the laser and the locations, the coordinates, everything.
And why do you think, therefore, that we have been fed the round Earth model for so long? What is the reason?
Hey,
how could any of us know the intentions of another person?
No, that's why I'm asking. What do you think? Not what.
Right.
Why?
And that's why I'm asking you. Why do I need to give you what I think? Are you accepting that the Earth is flat and that you recognize that they were lying? And this is you like, hey, what should I be looking into? Or is this some sort of, I'm going to propose you the question, you're going to give me an answer, I'm going to find your answer ridiculous, and then I'm going to dismiss it altogether?
No. I'm genuinely like just interested in why would they do that, like as a real question, not as like I'm going to say, actually.
We can't be certain about it. Yeah, we can't be certain, dude.
Yeah, that's why
we can't be certain about that. So we can be certain about our measurements, but we can't about motives.
Yeah. No, that's why I'm asking about what do you think, or I would just have said like why instead of what do you think?
I can figure that out later.
Even according to the mainstream, okay, if you take a deep dive into the history of how the globe Earth became the globe Earth, okay, it's not because people went out and did empirical tests and validated it that it's a globe. It was more philosophically reasoned into existence, right? Basically by making assumptions about an imaginary way of viewing the sky, right? Being the celestial sphere, and then over time inverting that celestial coordinate system into a terrestrial Earth-based coordinate system through philosophical grounds, right? Not through empiricism, not through testing, but through philosophy. And it's an interesting, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. I don't want to waffle on for too long about it, but it's something that is now kind of taught as a given. And most people that are teaching you that the Earth's a globe, university professors, scientists, these people are not lying for the most part, right? They genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe because their professors also believed that the Earth were a globe, okay? And they're just memorizing textbooks and that's it. You know, most people are not lying.
I'll say this, just so you get a little bit of context. It most likely started out with because they were designing the celestial sphere and trying to map out the stars so that way they could create maps for people to sail over. And so by looking at the celestial sphere and how the stars present to us in the sky, they then plastered their maps up against that celestial sphere. And basically it's just, you know, how we perceive the stars in the sky.
Yeah.
That's it. It's not about the surface of the Earth. So
and what does the ancient text say about how the Earth is structured? Like if we look at history,
ancient texts, like up until the 50s, schools were teaching that the Earth was flat.
Okay, and then it changed, right?
Well, this is the thing. Okay, all of the ancient cultures believed in a flat, stationary, enclosed system. Okay, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Indians.
Start cooking dinner after this game, okay?
Hold on, just a second.
Yeah, I think in if I'm not mistaken, I think in religion as well.
Yeah, in religion as well, absolutely.
Yeah, in Islam, there's the flat Earth with the God of the throne of God above.
Yeah. Same with the Hebrew depiction from the Bible. Same with the Hindu, the Mesa, all of them essentially. They all agreed on the same type of system where we have an enclosed system with a flat Earth. Yeah, and then it was first. Apparently, it was first suggested by a guy named Pythagoras. Okay, and
we know this guy.
Yeah, exactly. And most people think of him as a mathematician and a man of logic and science and that kind of thing, but that's absolutely not the case. He was more like a mystic cult leader type character, if he even existed the way that we're told. Now, he's the first person that's credited with suggesting that the Earth's a globe. Okay, and basically, those like the cult of Pythagoras, I'm not sure if you've heard of that, but they worshipped spheres, right? And numbers.
Yeah, I've heard of. Yeah, there's this theory. I don't know if it has to do, but there's this theory that no, I'm not sure, so I'm not going to speak about it. It's like it has to do with spheres and religion, but it's kind of the same idea. It's they say that spheres. It has been like the theory of that planets are spheres. It has been made to make people look away from God.
That's another theory as well, for sure.
Yeah.
But look, it was simple. I mean, okay, so just quickly, I'll just read something out. I'll read it really fast, and I won't read all of it. Okay, so just quick, it's easier than me saying it because I've got it written down. Okay, so long before Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere Earth, fixed stars attached to its inner surface. This was purely a geometric and observational construct. Oh. Yeah, hold on a second, whoever just said hello. Okay, thank you. It was a model of appearance, not of substance. The Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. The observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere, and the key thing to note is the celestial sphere was an optical projection. Angles and motions of the stars were mapped around the observer, not around the Earth as an object. Okay, and then the coordinate system was celestial, not terrestrial. Okay, and then later, philosophers such as Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, etc., took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth itself. They reasoned that since the heavens appeared spherical and what they considered perfect, the Earth must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing that I heard about. Yeah,
and then basically, a long time passed, and everyone didn't believe the Earth was a globe when these ancient Greeks allegedly said it was a globe. Okay, so a long time passed where everyone still believed that the Earth was flat. Even about a thousand years passed, essentially. If you believe the mainstream timeline, that is.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then the aftermath was essentially a coordinate system conversion mistaken for reality.
Yeah. I've heard this theory that it's a bit I don't know what that's actually a guy who told me that the ancient Greeks they actually contacted the how do you say that in English? The devils, and the devils told them to introduce the round Earth model. Yeah, to introduce the round Earth model and to introduce other planets as round planets, etc. And give their names. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, and we're still so basically they took the celestial coordinate system and they inverted it into a terrestrial coordinate system, which is still what we're using to this day. It's called the WGS-84. And we're still using that. So basically they took right ascension, that became longitude, declination became latitude, celestial poles became terrestrial poles, celestial equator became the terrestrial equator.
So you're okay. You're talking about the how do you say? Is it spherical coordinates versus regular 3D plane, right?
No, just navigation, period. He said longitude and latitude came from, looking at the stars. The magnetic poles came from the magnetic fucking field, which would be your azimuth directions. The way they navigate comes from these specific methods for navigation, and they blend them together.
Yeah.
It's like it originated, it was flat earthers and, the ancient cultures that we were talking about before. They needed an accurate way to be able to map out the movement of the stars for navigation and that kind of thing. So they basically invented a big giant imaginary sphere around the center of each observer. I mean, around where you're the observer, you're at the center. Okay, you've got an infinite plane around you, and then you've got like a big celestial sphere around you, and it's just an imaginary way of visualizing the motion of the stars. Okay, so let's say we use Polaris as an example. Okay, and we can just say we're standing at the north, and we've got Polaris above us. Okay, that's at 90 degrees right above us, and then as we move away, we say, okay, when we're at this spot on the surface of the Earth.
Polaris I get it. So you say that the coordinate system is based on the position of the stars, basically.
Yeah, sun and stars. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we have given you the stars so you could navigate, right? After all. Yeah.
And they had the Greeks inherited the Babylonian sky mathematics and applied the Hermetic maxim, as above, so below. You've probably heard that term before. As above, so below. Okay, yes. They saw the heavens as a divine and spherical, and reasoned that the Earth must mirror this perfection.
Yeah. Okay. Because the heavens are spherical, the Earth must be spherical, right?
Yeah, that's what they reasoned.
Okay.
And then there was the Copernicus came along about 1,000 years later, and then he took the geocentric model. Okay, so Ptolemy's geocentric model, and he basically kept it the same, except he changed it a little bit, and he transferred the motion from the sky to the Earth.
Yeah. Okay.
And then that's how the heliocentric model came to be.
What's our the heavens you talk about exactly, like physically in the 3D plane?
It's above the Earth.
I have no idea. Yeah, it's like a big clock in the sky, basically.
Yeah, because religion talk about 7 heavens, right? But it's very
not all.
It's very confusing.
Yeah, definitely. That's why we stick to the ground. You're in a room full of empiricists, basically. So if we don't know something, we'll just say, yeah, we can't check that. That would be speculation. But what we do know is that logically, if you don't have any detected curvature and over 70% of the surface, the known surface area of the Earth is water, okay, and then it can't possibly be the globe.
Yeah. Plus, earlier you were saying that you needed observations over land. Well, the reason we're giving you observations over water is because there's no topography over water. If the Earth is a sphere and gravity is the case, and it does hold everything to the sphere and pulls it towards the center or pushes it, depending on your method, then the surface of the water is going to be the perfect place to find curvature of that sphere, because the water is being held there.
Okay.
If we give you observations over land, you're going to have is that a hill? Is that a mountain? Is there a slope there somewhere?
Yeah.
And so pretty much what it boils down to is we're trying to find the radius value of the Earth. Okay, so we're looking at horizontally in front of us. We're looking towards the horizon, and we're using the horizon as our, so-called sphere edge, right? When things get out to the horizon and they begin to disappear bottom up, that would be similar to you being at the top of a hill and your friend walking away from you, and you begin to see his heels and then his shins and then his knees disappear because the hill is getting in the way, right? So the geometry of the hill is blocking your friend. So when you use the horizon as your marker that's the sphere edge, right? Then you identify something between you and the horizon to give you a distance location. That's 5 miles away from me. The horizon is in front of it. The horizon is beyond it. Okay, so if I'm seeing at least 5 miles, then the radius value should be this much. If you're at 1 foot observation height and you see the horizon 10 miles away, your radius value for that sphere is 264,000 miles, not 3,959 like they claim.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Now, we're not asking you to believe us, all right? I'm glad that you're stunned and you can grasp all of this. Now, the big moment for you is once you start to understand everything that you've just absorbed right now, you may need to revisit it a few times. But go out and test it for yourself and see for yourself. That's the eye-opening moment that most of us have all had, where we're like, oh my gosh. And yeah, man, like if the Earth doesn't have the radius of 3,959 miles, 6,371 kilometers, if that radius value is not there, if the horizon is not in that location, that means the distance to the moon is wrong, the distance to the sun is wrong, what the moon and the sun are doing in the sky is wrong, the distance to the planets are wrong. They've said in the past, from all observations, it looks like the Earth is the center of everything, but we can't accept that based on philosophical principle. We can't be special. So they've been designing some other system.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, Hubble pretty much said himself that that's a notion that should be avoided at all costs.
What notion?
That Earth is unique, has a unique position in the universe. That it's like the center, or that it's special,
the center of the universe,
from everything else.
Okay.
Right.
So there would be other flat worlds if it's not the center.
No.
Or do you mean the center of the universe, like geometrically?
There's no other worlds to go to. This is it, man.
We're not
on the floor.
There's other worlds.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So there's there's only Earth, right? Yeah. Okay.
That's what you experience, and we're not going to give you a model. In fact, we'll take all of the models that's given and compare them to reality, and then we'll, implore you to compare that model to reality around you.
And if you give us a model, we're going to scrutinize it.
Okay. I'll look into it honestly.
Yeah, cool, man. Look, I appreciate the cordial conversation. We're not trying to convince you. We wouldn't expect you to be like, "Oh, I now think the Earth's flat," or anything like that.
No,
right? It's good that you now have a much better understanding of where we're coming from.
Yeah, I understand, and I'm not here to trash you and start to say, "Oh, you're so dumb," because I'm just wondering, is this? I don't know, and I'm interested into how people think and how they're thinking differently. And am I wrong? Am I right? What is my own beliefs? What are others' beliefs? Did I actually check my beliefs or not? That's what I'm interested. I'm just asking questions. I'm not. And I'm seeing if your beliefs are actually based upon reasoning or just Earth is flat because otherwise we would be rolling around,
I'm glad you understand the rules to geometry, and you're being very rational and logical in this conversation, because that's a very difficult thing for many to do.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the challenging beliefs is always hard because the human brain is made like that. But yeah, it's surely something that is interesting.
Yeah. Well, to build off what Swaldog just said, we're talking about first order. So it seems like the everything about the globe and heliocentrism, and now the modern day cosmology of an ever expanding billions of galaxies within. It doesn't have that solid foundation of first order measurement. It just has inference. So it's standing on shaky. It's not have that solidified absolute. Hey, 100% the surface has this particular geometry because we directly measured it.
Because it was measured.
We know from that, right? So it doesn't have that. So that's where we want to start. If they had that, we wouldn't even be here. There would be no argument. It would just be as simple as, hey, this is how you measure the surface of the Earth. You see how it deviates from horizontal. You see how it's curving, and it'd be simple as that. Nobody's presented that to us ever.
Yeah. Okay. Very interesting. No, because I've had a friend before, which this friend is very religious, and he's also a guy that believes in the flat Earth model, and he was speaking to me about the flat Earth, right? And so that's not the first time I hear this, this model of how the world is structured.
Yeah. Well, the writers of the religious texts typically were using their experience to write what they were writing. So if somebody handed you a piece of fabric and then said, spread this out, you would naturally spread the fabric out, right? And so exactly. So in the Bible, in the Quran, they say that the earth is spread out, right? Right. And heaven is stretched out like a tent. Well, you know exactly what a tent looks like. It might not necessarily be the exact shape of the tent that you have in mind, but you understand what it means when the phrase is said to you, stretched out like a tent.
Yeah. It says that the earth is stretched out in every direction. Yeah. It's also said that the world was created from a single point and then it expanded.
That's Big Bang. That is Big Bang.
I cannot hear you. I think your microphone is bugging or something. Or
somebody else take over.
Oh, okay. Well, hello?
Welcome.
How about now?
It's still a little choppy. Try say a sentence.
I'm saying a sentence so I can check my signal.
Yeah, it's good now,
it's
man.
Good now. No, yeah. It was weird, but now it's good.
Okay. I find the Bible to be true, right? That's my center point. That's my, yeah. I'm not going to say that the earth is flat because my religion says so. The earth is flat because it's exactly what my senses say and my religious book.
Yeah, understandable. Yeah, understandable. So you're a Christian, right? Okay, that is cool.
Yep. And I'll have Christian friends of mine bend over backwards to make the Bible say that it's a sphere in the vacuum of airspace. There's nothing there that agrees with anything that they're going to try and say.
Yeah, I'm religious as well, but I'm a Muslim, and they say the same things in our book as well, and so that's why I'm wondering,
Yeah, well, your senses is the thing that God gave you. That's the thing that's going to tell you the truth of the world. You believe your senses wholeheartedly, otherwise you would not exist. Right?
That's
the only reason somebody would ever say I don't trust my senses is because they want to have a philosophical argument and they want to be obtuse, stand against you.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, honestly, I don't care, not in the sense that like I don't care about what you say, but if I don't know why people would be triggered if the earth is like round or flat. Like it's interesting to have a flat earth model, but it doesn't like shock me or like trigger in me something that earth is round. Like I don't have this feeling, this how can I say, attachment to around earth model in a way. But I know that some people have this thing where they're going to get triggered very hard if you speak about this, right? So yeah.
Oh yeah, some people it drives some people absolutely insane, where they're coming here, stalking us on all different accounts, sending death threats to people, trying to get people fired from their jobs.
And that's crazy.
All sorts of craziness. Yeah.
In a way, I do understand that if you have actual research and measurement, they do have nothing, and they're just coming and say, well, Earth is round because, well, my mom said it, you know. Then it's kind of ridiculous in a way.
Well, it's not much difference to people coming in here and saying, well, the Earth is a globe because the scientists said it. And then we go, what did the scientists say? They said the Earth is a globe. What reason did they give you? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. That's what we get a lot. So they just rely purely on faith. They just put their entire trust in the academic establishment.
Yeah, but you cannot you cannot impose your faith to others. That's it becomes a problem. So when they're trying to say no, Earth is flat because you have to believe it. Earth is round. Sorry, you have to believe it. Earth is round. That's kind of ridiculous. And
nothing should be immune from scrutiny, right? Examination. So that includes what we say. Yep.
Okay.
We encourage you to scrutinize and examine.
Man, do you get a lot of haters in the channel, like genuine people that are like, no, you know?
Yes.
Right, we have stalkers, people that follow us around daily, just to argue with us.
Yeah. Okay, get it. That's interesting.
What's really interesting, Giannis, and I was speaking about this about 8 hours ago, we get people that come in here so confident in themselves, and I was going to say something rude then, but I won't, that they believe they are more knowledgeable in particular fields than actual people who have studied this stuff for multiple years.
Yeah.
There's a fellow called Dr. John D, who's a expert in optics, and we get young kids in here, young kids that are only 18, 19, telling us that they know more than him and are so sure of themselves that they would actually injure themselves to prove their worth. That's
I totally understand. It's not just this debate. It's like people are like this, right? They think they're right, but that's why the correct way of doing it is actually asking questions instead of being like, but you don't know. I'm telling you. It's about asking questions and trying to see what is true and what people think and discuss about the measurements and how things were observed and measured, etc., instead of rage baiting, basically.
Yeah, we get death threats, insults, DMs, death threats. People
that's a bit harsh.
All sorts of,
The Earth is growing. It is growing. If you put all the continents together, they fit perfectly on a smaller globe, proving the Earth is growing. There is
Give us a demonstration.
It's impossible to have 24-hour sun in an ice place in December.
Give us a demonstration of this.
I don't understand. The Earth is growing.
He's a fucking troll.
It's 100% true. It's a theory that was abandoned in favor of the plate tectonics idea, which was heavily contributed by the guy who proposed the Earth growing theory anyways. So this theory we believe in is made by the same guy anyways.
He's just going to sit there and rattle on shit. Elio, start listening. What's the rate of growth?
I don't know.
So you come in here, you're making claims, and you've got nothing empirical to back it. Have a lovely day.
It grows slowly, but the planet is huge. That's why we can see 30 kilometers away.
How much will it grow in my lifetime? Let's say 80 years.
Let's Google it.
The Earth is growing. That's a crazy theory. I never heard of it.
Like I said, the thing about Pangea, why would there be land on only one side of the planet and water everywhere else? That doesn't make sense. Instead, the planet was small and covered with water, and it grows.
And so, okay, so since it grows, so since the surface grows, there is more land and less water, right?
Right now?
Yeah,
no,
but what's stupid has forgotten already is as it keeps growing, all the land is going to be on the other side of the Baltard.
Yeah.
What do you mean on the other side? I don't understand. No.
And what is growing in the Earth exactly?
If you minimize this planet,
yeah,
all the continents are gonna fit together perfectly. So South America.
Yeah, that's an assumption. If you minimize this planet, how about you prove you're on a Baltard in the first place, and then we'll consider some other theories tacked on top.
It's just obvious. Look at it. The Earth is growing. It's just
Elio, you're assuming it is a sphere. By using the word planet, you've inferred that it's a sphere. So how have you come to said conclusion? After we've discovered how you've got that and you've proven it to be true and correct, then we will discuss your other theories.
Because of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica in December.
Oh, my Atlanta.
So let me get this straight. By you looking up in the sun and going, oh, look, the sun is up in the sky, that proves the shape of the ground.
And it proves it's growing. Keep that in mind.
It's growing.
Elio,
and it explains a lot.
Elio, if I was to go to your house to lay nice carpet in your lounge room, would I stare at the lounge room light bulb or would I be measuring the floor?
Yeah, whatever, bro.
No. Just answer the question. Would I be staring at the light bulb or would I be measuring the floor?
In a few years, you're going to give up on this dream, bro.
No, I won't.
Well, now, because now it's...
I notice you don't want to answer the question.
It's a popular topic, that's why, but when...
I notice you don't want to answer the question. Why are you sidestepping? Elio, you're running away right now. Why are you not answering such a basic question? Let's try again.
Yeah, bro,
for the kids at the back of the bus. If I come to your house to fit carpet in your lounge room, am I measuring the floor or am I staring at the light bulb?
I don't know, whatever you want, bro.
Right. So you've just realised that you staring at the sun and then telling us it's there for 24 hours or whatever other time it is proves absolutely nothing in relationship to the shape of the ground.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the sun when it's convenient for you. But when it's not convenient, you say, oh, we don't talk about the sun.
Why do I need to measure the sun? If you read the top of this channel, mate, go back to the name of the channel. It says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's got nothing to do with the sun.
Who's the owner of this English server?
I am. I am.
Who?
Oh, he doesn't like me. Look out. I'm going to get another smack.
Who?
All right, hold on.
I am.
Press the button.
I'm 51%.
No, the
I'm
owner
51%
of the entire server, I mean.
Owner of the entire server? Buyback, yeah.
He's a flat
I'm 51% owner. Have any complaints? Go ahead. Tell me.
So I think Elias, yeah, I get along well with you, man. And look, interesting your theory and that kind of thing. I know you sent me a whole bunch of stuff in DM about it, which I'm gonna watch it because I'm willing to look at all theories and things like that. Okay, but I think you might have a like a false idea of what you think flat Earth looks like in your head, and maybe it's like that round map, the AE map with the ice ring that goes all the way around the edges, around the outside. Yeah, that's not what we're claiming. That's a bad argument. That's actually a globe projection map. That's not the flat Earth map. Okay, people that were saying that that's the way that the flat Earth is laid out. Okay, like Jaren, who went to Antarctica, he thought that that was the flat Earth map. It's exactly like that, and the white that you can see around the edges, that's Antarctica.
But what else can
okay, and okay, so that map, okay, that's a globe projection. Okay, so it's a specific type of globe projection.
Okay, well, yeah, of course, because we have the map of the continents. They have to be either on a globe or flat.
Yeah. No, it's well, the map's based off a celestial coordinate system, a sky coordinate system. Okay, but the point is, if some flat earthers were making the case that that's the flat Earth map, and then they say that there's a certain way that the sun and the moon move over the top of that map, and they were saying that this is the flat Earth model, and on the model that they were claiming, you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with the way that they were portraying it. That's not an argument that most flat earthers make. Okay, most people, even before that, were trying to say, no, the AE map is a globe map. It's not the map of the Earth. Okay, so it debunked a particular flat Earth model that's good. It's good that it debunked that. It doesn't debunk that we measure the surface of the Earth flat. Okay, but we don't claim that that particular model is the flat Earth model. I got to go on mute anyway. I just wanted to explain that because a lot of people think that we're claiming that map. We're not claiming that's the map of the flat Earth.
Okay. Exactly. We're not making a cartographic claim.
So you went on mute, but are you still there? I wanted to say something, to tell you something.
Yeah, I'm listening, bro. I just got to go on mute because I'm doing some work, but I'm listening. You can reply as much as you want.
So you said that, but you said that the sun is flying on the southern hemisphere in winter, when it's winter for the northern hemisphere. So like, I mean, you do claim it's like rotating over the southern.
Yes, that's true.
Right.
Everyone observes that the sun moves in the sky. I've never seen the sun underneath the earth. I've never seen it.
We don't claim rotation. We see motion. We're not claiming rotation.
And I think I think there's some unknowns about the way that the sky works and exactly what the sun is and exactly how the cycles in the sky work. Okay, I think there's something up there beyond our current knowledge, our current comprehension. Okay, we all observe the same thing up in the sky. But you've got to remember that the globe itself, it came from the way that we observe the sky. It came from a celestial coordinate system based on the motion of the sun and the moon and the stars, basically. Okay, it was reverse engineered from the way that an imaginary way of viewing the sky. So it's no surprise that the globe matches up with the spherical coordinate system that the globe came from. Okay, but this is the thing. When we test the surface of the Earth, we can't find any curvature over huge distances where there would have to be curvature. And thousands of tests have been done now, and we can't find any curvature. And then when we go looking for proof of curvature throughout all of history from the globe side, we can't find any at all, which is crazy. And that's the one thing that would have to be present if you want to have a globe. And that's what we're asking people for. We're not trying to claim to know how the sky works, because it could be something beyond our comprehension. Like what's the sun? What the hell is a star? We can't go and check those things, right? We can get given a model where we're growing up where we can't validate it. We just have to, choose to believe it or not. The heliocentric model, that's what we were all taught. So yeah, like that's all I wanted to say.
So we agree, Ilio, that if the Earth is not a ball, then the entire story about the sky is wrong. Now we still see Jupiter in the sky. We still see Mars in the sky. We still see Saturn in the sky. We see the moon. We see the sun. We see stars. We see all those things in the sky. There's just the story behind it is no longer there, because in order for the story that you've been given it to exist, the Earth first needs to be a ball. So we need to look at the ball.
Because on the globe, you have to have gravity. You have to. Sorry, man. Did you want to say something?
Just one thing. Okay, go on.
Okay, on a globe, you have to have gravity. Okay, you need to be able to explain how all of the oceans can stick to the outside of the globe. Now, gravity is explained as a constant, right? And everything is being pulled towards the center of the globe. Okay, that means that the water has to be curving at a specific rate. It has to be. Okay, for gravity to be real, for the globe to be true, if we have 20 miles worth of water, it has to be curving at 266 feet over that 20 miles approximately. Okay, it has to be doing it, otherwise gravity doesn't exist. Okay, and then if gravity doesn't exist, the globe doesn't exist. So if we can confirm that over 20 miles, there's zero curvature, okay, that debunks gravity, that debunks the globe. Okay, but one test isn't enough. I mean, it kind of is, but I mean, we can go out and test it again and again and again and again and again, all different weather conditions, different places all over the Earth, okay, and confirm that over these distances, there's no curvature. It's been done thousands of times now, and zero curvature is detected every single time. That's something that needs to be addressed and taken seriously because it's a big problem for the globe.
It's interesting that you say that there is no proof of curvature.
No, that's not what we're saying. We are saying that there is absolutely zero measurements of it, period.
Yeah, I mean, how can you really measure it?
Right.
There's no way to measure it, but
that
doesn't
beyond that,
necessarily.
Hold on. Why would you all of a sudden assume that you live on a sphere? I don't want you to beg the question and go, I live on a sphere, but we just can't measure it. What makes you think you live on a ball in the first place? Other than your belief. And I don't want you to anchor everything that you believe or all the things that you think about on a belief that has no evidence.
It makes more sense to me.
So the Earth being measurably and experientially flat and stationary makes more sense to you that you're on a ball, even though you experience it in a completely different way?
Yeah, the fact that we can see so far, for me, it makes sense that the Earth is a globe because it's so.
No, bro, you're making my point. No.
Complete opposite.
That's the opposite. So I can see really far, which you can't do on a ball, right? So that's the opposite.
Maybe you're just imagining like a very small ball.
No, we've been given the dimensions of the thing, man. Where are you going wrong with this? We've been given the dimensions of it. It's not as big as you think. Someone told you that it's so biggy that you can't see it. Oh boy.
Yes, I wanted to consider. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Why are people crying?
Sounded like a young debauched pain in the rear end. Anyways,
I don't think he was crying.
So the ball is actually a lot smaller than you think, because if you're going to have a horizon at 3 miles for a 6-foot observer, smaller than you think. You should be able to see that, quite frankly, with your naked eye, and you don't.
Oh, wait. These measurements are wrong.
Okay. Can you give me the correct globe measurements then? Can you give me the correct globe measurements?
I don't know the correct but I have like
no. I get this all the time in other debate forums. Hold on a second. I get this argument style all the time. So you're telling me it's bigger than what everybody else is claiming it's supposed to be. So you must know what it actually is supposed to be. Can you tell me what it actually is supposed to be, and where can we get these figures from?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know the exact measurements.
Oh, so you're saying that something is wrong based on zero information or evidence, just your belief. Dude, your belief is betraying you.
I don't think so.
Well, I think so, because it's making you say stupid things. I think you should go ahead and take your belief and just flush it down the toilet, because it's making you sound like a complete lunatic.
Okay, but I don't feel like believing it's flat.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. That's where we wanted to get to. Okay, so you have a bias. You want to believe in the globe. Yes, you do. You just said, I don't want to believe it's flat. You just said that. I don't feel like it. I don't want to. Terrific.
No.
So you want to believe in the globe.
I want to, but I don't feel like it. I feel like it's not true.
When you say feel like it, what do you mean by feelings? Feel. What do you mean by that?
Because I tend to believe it's globe rather than flat.
You tend to. Okay, describe to me what tendency means. You have a tendency, a bias?
Most people have bias. I don't have bias.
You do. You just said
feelings.
You just feelings. Does it hurt? Well, you just said you tend to.
Sorry,
bro. Can you?
You tend to. Tend is bias.
No, bias is like you are like these people who they don't want to. How can I explain?
You lean a certain way.
They care about They care about the criticism. They care about their image.
No.
They don't want to be classed as like.
That's not bias. That's not.
Can you read the definition in the side chat for me? Can you look in the side chat and read the definition of bias for me?
Hello.
What, bro? What?
Hello.
I tend to believe it's globe.
Tend to. There you go. So you tend to believe that that's what it is. Your bias is towards the globe. You are oriented towards the globe. Now I'm asking you why, and you already answered why, because you say it explains more, even though when I asked you how it makes more sense.
Bias is like whatever anyone shows me, whatever everyone shows me, I choose to not believe it. But
that's called willful ignorance. That's called willful ignorance.
If you prove to me it's flat, I'm going to accept it's flat. I don't have bias.
We already did that. We already showed you. It's measured that way by everybody. The measurements are of a planar surface that you dwell atop. We already did that. You don't want to believe it. That's not my problem.
So the measurements are that we can see 30 kilometers away.
No, that's not a measurement. The measurement is that the Earth is planar, right? It's flat.
Because of what I just said, and what else? What other measurements?
Because of what you just said, because people have gone out and measured the surface of the Earth, and especially over water, and we have zero deviation from what we would call 0 degrees, or the plane, and every deviation from that on the surface is also referenced to the horizontal surface of sea level. So the Earth is measurably flat, and all points above and below that.
What distance? What's the biggest distance?
What is the biggest distance?
About 1,000 miles.
No fucking way. There's a measurement 1,000 miles long.
Yeah, Jay Tolan. Okay, he takes about $15,000 worth of camera equipment up on airplanes, and he's able to see landmarks that are 1,000 miles away, where the landmarks that he can see clearly through his infrared camera, okay, should be hidden by like miles below the curvature, like a huge amount. You wouldn't be able to see them at all, but he can see them because he takes up this high-tech camera equipment, okay, that allows you to see huge distances, and he has infrared filters on his camera. Okay, so it helps you see further through the atmosphere. Okay, so there's huge observations that have been done with all sorts of different distances. He's got a whole range of tests that have been done over huge distances.
How many kilometers is this? 16,000 or how many?
Oh, 1,000 miles is 1,600 kilometers.
Bro.
Do you want me to tell you how much curvature there should be over that distance?
So, so this is like he took a picture or something, or
your video footage, high definition video footage.
Why didn't you just say that from the beginning, from the first time I entered here? Why did you show me all this other stuff? You should just.
Oh, good grief, dude.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Hey, if it's curving in 3 miles, it's curving over 1,000, right?
Oh, okay, Swoldog just put one of his even longer one, 1,200 miles. He's got a whole channel there you can check out. J. Tolan Media. Very smart guy.
Yeah. And if he's, okay, each video, he's got his own altitude. He's got the altitude of the plane logged already. But if he's at 44,000 feet, which is the max height for a commercial airline, the distance to the horizon should be 252 or 4 miles. And he's seeing 700, 1,000, 1,200 miles away. When
if
he should be seeing less.
If I were you, you should just show people this video from the beginning. Like, why are you guys? You guys
Why?
are very professionals.
Hold on a second, bro. If it's curving in 4 miles, it's going to be curving in 1,000, right?
It's not curving in 4 miles, but it should be.
Oh, good point.
1,000.
Good point. It should be because it's a ball, so we should have curvature everywhere.
I mean, no, not really, because the planet is so huge doesn't mean that it curves.
No, not so huge. If you say it's so huge again, how big is the Earth again?
No, look, it doesn't curve in 10 meters. That's my point. Or 100 meters.
I didn't say 10 meters, but it's supposed to be curving within 10 meters also, by the way. It's supposed to be curving down to the micron away from you at your feet. It's a ball.
Well, maybe, but we don't see the curve because it's...
Right. So if we don't measure it in 4 miles, I don't think we're going to be measuring it in 1,000 miles. If we don't see it in 20 miles, same problem.
I agree with you, 1,000 miles, it's a lot.
Yeah, but 4 is also a lot, and it's not curving.
But what is this guy looking at? He's looking at buildings or skyscrapers?
Just watch the video, bro. No, he's not looking at skyscrapers. He's looking at lakes and ocean bays, right? 1,000 miles away.
What are these things that are kind of tall? Mountains or what?
Yeah, probably.
Watch the video. Stop asking us questions what they are.
But how come? So he's in a plane or something. How come I don't see this when I'm in a plane?
Well, because you don't have an IR filter on your lens. That's probably why.
Yeah, he's using like $15,000 worth of equipment. Okay, he's taking up extremely powerful cameras and amazing quality lenses and all of the gear that you would need to be able to make such observations.
I mean, that's just a dumb question.
But if no, it's not a dumb question. It's like
it is a dumb question.
You have to use your eyeballs, which only see the visible light spectrum, right? Which is well defined. And then you have to look through the air, which has weather and different conditions, ability through all that is also well defined. The camera he's using is using light that the human eye doesn't pick up to see farther because that light doesn't bend and refract through the air and is not absorbed by the air like visible light.
Okay, but this is up
to put it in simpler terms, Elio. Put it in simpler terms. The Earth, or not the Earth, the air is mostly transparent, but there's a thickness to it, right? That's why we can see the sun directly over our head, and if we stare at it, it'll blind us. But if we look at it at the sunset, we can actually look at it, right? There's a thickness in the air. If you look at something far away, it'll appear to get a little bit more and more gray. as it moves further and further from your eyes because you're looking through the air and the air is scattering the light between you and the object.
So this is up in the sky in the plane. That's why he's able to see so far.
That's why he went up first. That's why you don't get that one first, because that's all you guys will talk about is, well, he's up in the sky. So that's why you don't get it first.
Okay.
He's up in the sky because it changes the angular resolution, and kind of similar to if you lay down on the ground and look across a flat floor, it's hard to see all the way at the end to the other side. But if you stand up, now you can see more of the floor. It's the same concept.
But that's why we do the math based off the size of the globe. Okay, so we do the math based off the exact size that they tell us the globe is. Okay, and then we can calculate if you should be able to see something in the distance. We can calculate how far away the horizon should be, and anything that's beyond the horizon should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, physically hidden behind the curvature. Okay, and we can calculate that the things that he can see should be hidden way, way, way behind the curvature of the Earth, and you shouldn't be able to see them at all if the Earth's a globe, right? You can't see through the Earth. That's what all of these observations, even if it's over a 20-mile lake, over a 20-mile...
So my theory has an explanation for the movement of continents and for the formation of mountains, and I don't think
it doesn't.
Theory has one.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, theory has. My theory only works.
Elio, the problem with your theory is it's based upon what to start off with.
Yeah, so what I'm talking about...
Yeah, don't just sidestep the question. That is exceptionally rude. Your theory is based upon one singular premise. What was that?
An exploding ball.
Okay, so?
Well, so we've debunked that. Ball, so your little theory gets chucked out the window, mate.
Got a ball to start with. Yeah.
Just let me finish. So... but
I'm going to keep going.
And he's going off of pictures of maps and saying, "Oh, look how you can put these together because they're drawn like this on a map."
You're just biased. You're biased.
We know your story, Ilio. We know the story.
No, I'm the only person who says this. You never heard this. The first person
I have heard it.
So look,
continents move across the Earth because of earthquakes.
Well, you need to have an explanation for why things are the way they are.
Earth's crust is
you need an explanation for why things are the way they are.
The center of the Earth.
Stop, dude. He said the ball was really small and everything was connected. Then it expanded, and that's why they're separated. That's his thing. Not sliding around.
And that's the reason why continents look the way they look, and that's the reason why mountains exist.
Okay, no worries. So you don't have a working theory either then, is that correct? Because the Earth's not a ball. You don't have an explanation. I need an explanation from you, and I want the first part of your explanation to be proven. Is the Earth a ball? And if it is, can you show me the measurements of it?
The measurements you show me are the same, are working for me as well.
Okay, what did we show you that's working for you? Where is it at?
Everything
what did we show you?
You're showing me seems to not be disproving my theory. Seems to be.
What was your theory again? That the Earth has to be a ball? Yeah, the Earth is a ball, and the reason for the continents is because the Earth was exploding and expanding, right? Oh, shoot, the Earth's not a ball. Well, that puts that to bed.
Well, why would you think it's not a ball?
Because there's no curvature measured anywhere by anybody.
It doesn't measure that way.
Look at Google Earth right now and imagine a very big ball. So because this guy is in Illinois, look at Google Earth. Because this guy is in Illinois, he can see New York. You think that means from the plane? You think that means the Earth is flat? Therefore.
No, it's because it's measured that way. Remember? Because it's measured that way. Because it's measured flat.
1,000 miles is not very far.
Hey, bro, it's measured flat.
It's not.
Okay, well then show me the Earth curve measurements. Just show them.
Yeah,
just
you
give
have
them
to show me some guy in.
I just need the Earth curve measurements. I'm not going to get off of this point until you show them to me. Or you can concede and say, okay, you're right. I don't have any. I just want to make this up because I'm very biased towards the globe. I like Star Wars. Just say that.
What you need to show me is, for example,
okay, at any point, can you get me a Earth curve measurement, please? I'm not going to get off of this. You can try and gish gallop and dodge the question all you want to.
I don't have one right now. I don't.
Okay, well, then until you have that, as we've demonstrated, as we've measured by everybody, by the way, the Earth is measurably flat. So your theory sucks.
Well, no,
it doesn't explain anything because its premise is bunk. You lost. I don't understand why you guys think that if you imagining something different is going to help your case. You can't imagine reality into existence. And if you think you can, you've got bigger problems than the Earth being flat, my friend.
Yeah, that's all, man. Elio, if there was any Earth curvature, we wouldn't be here. Measurable Earth curvature. Is there anybody else that has any questions? Seems like Elio is broken.
People that look new, Fabuladium. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Let's see, Rodri is here. Fabuladum is here. Yeah, man. Objects out in the distance, those are known demarcations, and then the horizon is your ruler. And if the ruler is not in the right location, and it's bigger than what they tell us it is, can't be a globe.
Like it never happened, Matthew. It seemed like it never happened.
Hey, Flat Earth Cafe. You guys. Hey, buddy. Flat
Sorry.
Earth Cafe. You're good. Nobody? Triggering triangle.
Oh, how did you go in the lobby earlier? First triangle a few hours ago. That was funny.
What?
Like, this is so triggered.
What did you say,
I was talking to Professor Trump. He said,
Yeah, I had to change my name. They're getting crazy. Chiggering
did he end up
triangle now.
answering? Did he end up answering your triangle test?
What?
The one guy said, yeah, he said C is a triangle, and I said you got it wrong, and he freaked out. I think he quit the server anyway after that.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's like a curve in this video you showed me.
It's just your eyeballs playing tricks on you because you want to believe so hard. It's like the people who see Bigfoot when they're going out to find Bigfoot, then they do see him.
No, it actually looks like a curve.
Yeah, so you're gonna
Bigfoot.
You're gonna find that all lenses have some barrel distortion. Okay, so if the horizon's above the center of the frame, it's gonna look like it's a little bit curved. And if it's below the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving the wrong way. It's just what lenses do. Okay. I can show you footage from one of my flights that shows the exact same thing. Okay,
That's why
so
I
even if
try to center the horizon in my lens.
Yeah, exactly. So even if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see any curvature from the height of a plane. It's not high enough.
Yeah, if you've got left to right curvature out of a plane window, you're screwed again because now you live on a toilet paper roll. So that's not going to help you.
Excuse me for the noise. I'm trying to improvise a line here.
Why is here too many people?
They all discovered the Earth is flat, so they ran in here. Did you just find out too?
How did you find out?
It was on the news.
What made you believe that the news was true?
You don't believe
everything they say on the news is true.
People say it's not flat, and people say it's flat. The news can be truth all the time, you know.
So when do you pick and choose which one to believe on the news?
When did I say I believe this one? I'm just asking you how did you know it's flat or?
Oh, because it's measured flat. Yep, planar surveys.
Did you see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've seen
large flat.
You have been far enough to see that it's flat.
No. Making a claim of entirety, saying that the surface, as we experience it to be on the surface, is flat. Just like you experience it as flat.
Yeah.
Do you not? Do you not think? Well, do you not experience the surface of water to be flat when it's at rest?
How would I know if it's so massive and big?
No, but I'm just asking you about your natural experience at this stage.
But that
what do you observe? Do you observe the surface of liquid to be flat or curving? It's in large quantities and at rest.
Yeah, for just for your question's sake, I would say yes, but that does not mean the Earth is flat, because if it's so massive and big, I can't.
It can be flat and massive. It can be big and flat as well.
No, I am saying if it is so massive and it is curved, I can't notice that it is curved. I can't see it.
All right. So what about measuring it? So how would it measure?
I did not measure. It's you who's claiming to have seen it, and it is flat.
But when people attempt to measure the surface, it doesn't measure to have any curvature. It just measures to planar, flat, horizontal.
Are you religious?
Wow.
No.
It always
Chris
goes
an Anglican.
Right to religion from as soon as it he lost his mind, he went right to religion.
Are you anti-religious?
Why
Are you anti-religious?
Who gave you the idea of?
Are you anti-religious?
No, I just I was just curious because
Lake Erie gave me the idea the Earth was flat. Lake Erie. Blame Lake Erie on this whole thing.
How big is the Earth, the guy?
I don't know. I can just say that it is so massive that I can't
Google it.
No, you can't just say that. You can't just say I don't know. It's just really, really big.
Yes, he can.
And that's why it's a ball.
Yes, he can say he doesn't know.
That
doesn't mean the Earth is flat just because he doesn't know the measurement of the
it doesn't mean it's a ball because it's really, really big.
Who said that?
Doesn't mean cancer didn't exist before we discovered it.
Elio, remember when you didn't have any more words to say earlier? You should stick to that and listen.
Your interpretation.
Oh, that's Elio again talking? No, dude, you're done. Dude, you're all done. Quiet down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. You're all done, dude. You're all done. Yeah, calm down.
We'll pick on you in a minute.
Shut the fuck up.
The guy, Google how big the Earth is.
Why?
Just diameter, circumference. It's important.
Yeah, for what purpose?
This is for geometry, for the sake of geometry.
People will be flattered.
Yeah, why? I don't have that information in my head. Why would I do that?
I said Google it.
And then to do what with it?
Well, we're gonna walk down a logical track and see if you understand the logic behind whether or not the Earth could be a ball or if it's flat.
Okay, wait a second. Diameter.
Because you agree that if the Earth is flat, it cannot be a ball, correct?
Yeah, it can't be a ball because flat is not a ball.
And do you agree that if there is no curvature, it can't be a ball?
Yeah, you have to have a curvature first in order to have a ball.
All right. Did you figure out how big the Earth is?
I'm seeing 12,756 kilometers. I don't know if that is the correct.
That's the diameter. That's the diameter. Awesome. So 12,700 kilometers in diameter, about 40,000 kilometers in circumference. In mileage wise, right, that's 3,959 miles times 2. That's 7926, if I'm not mistaken, 791626. So almost 8,000 miles in diameter, about 24,900 miles in circumference. To give you a little bit of perspective, if you fly from LA to New York 10 times, that's equivalent to the distance of one trip around the Earth. All right, so not very big, right? Seems big, but it's not as big as you think. So if you're standing at the ocean and you're looking out at the horizon, you know what the horizon is?
Yeah, are those the North and South Pole, or?
No, the horizon is what many people who believe the globe is. They say it's the curve of the Earth. That's where ships go over the horizon, the sunset, and those kind of things, right?
Okay. The horizon and vertical. Okay, the lines, right?
Right. Horizon is horizontal to plumb, or perpendicular to plumb. Perpendicular to plumb.
Okay, go on. Okay.
So you have your horizon. You look out at the horizon, and the horizon is the apparent location where the Earth and the sky meet. That's where it looks like there's that line, that dividing line there. Now I need you to Google how far away is the horizon. How tall are you?
How tall I am?
Yeah.
I am almost 2 meters, 1 and
so you're like
90.
6'4". So you're like 6'3", 6'4".
The feet is American stuff. I don't understand it, but I am.
Oh, go ahead. Google. How far is the horizon if I'm 190 centimeters tall?
The horizon. What do you say? How far is the horizon?
How far is the horizon?
Yeah.
If I am 190 centimeters tall.
Okay, I don't understand what you're trying to find with these informations, but let's see.
Well, what I'm trying to find is this. I'm gonna show you an image so you understand.
Okay, the distance to the horizon for a person standing at a height of 190 centimeters is approximately 4.9 kilometers. Okay, almost 5 kilometers.
Almost 5 kilometers. Not bad, right?
Okay, yeah. What is this?
Have you ever been to the ocean before?
No.
What about a large lake, like 10 miles wide?
Yeah, lakes maybe. Yes, lakes.
Like 15 kilometers wide?
Not that big actually.
Not that big. Okay.
But I have okay. I think I have been once in an airplane, but not ocean.
Okay. Well, the problem is when we go out and look over water, because they say that because of gravity, water is being pulled down on the earth, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then, so therefore, the surface of water would be curving all the way around the outer edge of this sphere at a specific rate, depending on how high above your eyes are. But the rate is continuous because it has to match a circumference of 40,000 kilometers.
Okay, the rate. Just explain. What do you mean by the rate?
So I don't know the rate yet, formula for kilometers, so I'm going to tell you in miles. It's 80
No, I follow you when you say that the waters, in order that they don't drain or they don't go away from Earth, it needs the gravity.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm gonna show you this formula. Hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. So there's a parabola formula, right? X squared plus y, or x squared times y, right? You see this?
What is this? I'm not that good at physics.
No, that's not physics. It's just geometry. So you see the red circle in there?
Let's see.
That would be the outer edge of the Earth, and then the parabola.
I'm not seeing anything. Are you showing me anything?
In the side chat.
Okay, let's see here. Okay, yes, there, yeah.
You see the red circle?
Yeah.
That's the outer edge of the Earth over water. Do you see the blue arch?
Yeah, the dark blue.
Yeah, that's a parabolic equation that matches a portion of the spherical Earth. It actually is pretty accurate up to like 700 miles and fairly accurate up to 1,300 miles.
Okay.
How would we know the Earth's not a ball? Who measured the accuracy of that?
Yeah, but the question is, how do you know that it is flat?
Because
it's not measured as being a ball. There's no Earth curve.
Yeah. Now here you just counter arguing that it is not a curved or a sphere, right?
It's not measured to be curved.
Where is your evidence for that it is a flat?
It's only measured to be flat.
You're measuring it to be flat?
Yeah, planar surveyors do. Yep.
The most.
So somebody proved that it is flat and not curved.
Yeah, it's already proven to be flat. That's what surveyors do. They measure it flat.
And how do people go from? And how do, for example, the United States meet with Russia with both two sides? Let's say, for example, there is Europe in the middle. You can go to Europe first, and then
if you're in California and you want to go to Russia, you just fly
over Alaska.
Yeah.
Okay, Alaska. So the other side, then. What about the? I don't know the big place where Russia sold to you guys, United States.
Why does it matter? Why does that matter to you guys?
Yeah, because how can you go if it's not a curved or a ball? How can you go round and find the same place? If it's just flat, you have to find an edge.
No, stop saying silly shit.
I am just following the logic of flat.
Nobody's ever gone all the way around.
No logic says you have to be in an airplane and find an edge to be on a flat Earth. That's the weirdest fucking thought I've ever heard, dude.
Just explain, because I have two ears. I can listen and understand.
Nobody's ever flown in a big circle all the way around the Earth.
Okay, but there is an edge, right?
I don't know.
We don't know. Why would we know?
But your logic says that if it's a flat,
nobody cares. Yeah, nobody cares.
No, you see?
Yep.
Where's the edge of the floor in your home?
No, that's not important. I'm just following my logic.
It's not important. There you go.
No, it's not important. But as you explained, you're trying to prove that the planet is not curved, right? I'm following the logic.
Not a planet. Not a planet either.
Yeah, it's fine. You understand that I meant Earth, okay? Call it the whatever you want, but
I'm just making sure that you understand. We don't live on a planet flying through the vacuum of space. That's pretend. That's all in your magic books and TV.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Whatever it is, just I'm trying to explain that if it's flat, you have to have an edge, right? How can that be? Explain to me how this is not logical.
Most likely, yeah. Most likely.
What do you mean, most likely?
Yeah.
What's the edge of an ocean?
Yeah, there's some kind of an edge or a wall or a barrier or something. Yeah.
Okay. Are you saying that the Earth is, if you go one straight line?
Oh my God, dude! I'm answering your questions for you.
What's the edge of a lake?
Because there is no flat Earth, there is no edge. That's what I believe in.
Oh, but the Earth is flat, so now there is an edge?
No, if it is a flat, you have two options.
Okay, what are they?
Okay, one, you have to have an edge, or the Earth has to be infinite big so that you can find the edge.
It's enclosed. We're inside something. That's the edge. It's a big enclosure.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, but let's say, for example, a plate.
Yes, you can go to it. All you have to do is just go that direction forever, and finally you'll hit something. Go do it. Yeah, I'll prove you right. I'll bet you $1 million you'll hit something. Go. And when you come back and tell me, yep, you're right, I'll pay you.
No, but in order for the Earth to be flat, can't you follow that you have to have an edge, or how can you not?
Nobody cares about that. No, only you care about that. When you discovered the Earth was flat, you cared about where's an edge, because we don't care. Space is fake. We don't live in outer space, so we don't give a shit. You realize that, right?
He said there's a wall. Hold on. He said there's a wall that if you just keep going in one direction, eventually you're going to hit the wall. So just go.
No, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. But I'm asking just
That's
fair
the
question.
edge. It's a wall. There's a wall there. It's a container. We're inside a
How do you know
terrarium,
that?
dude.
Yeah,
How do
because
you know
we're
that?
contained. We have air pressure. That's how we know. Because we have air pressure. That's how we know for sure we are inside a contained environment.
No, we're talking about the edge. He said
No,
that there
we're
is a
talking
wall.
about how do we know for sure that we're in a container because we have air pressure.
No, I am not asking about any container. I am saying he said that there is a wall.
That's where the edge is, dude.
Do containers have walls?
What
is there an edge inside of a container?
We're going to get him to answer it. He's going to try to skirt around it the whole way, and I'll just trap him till he has to answer the question. I've been playing this for 10 years.
Listen, my friend here. I am just, I don't have any I don't have to defend any logic. If you just explain, I can just easily say yes and follow you. Just explain.
We have been explaining it to you. We have been telling you.
No. You did not.
Oh, yeah.
You're not listening. You're trying to figure out.
Explain.
Hold on. You're trying to figure out what we say if it makes sense, so you can refute it. That's the only thing you're trying to do.
No.
Trying to figure out what to say next.
How do you know that?
Because we're contained. How do we know we're contained? Because we have air pressure.
No,
air pressure requires containment. A barrier.
What made you believe that we live in a flat Earth?
It's measured flat. Water's flat on the surface at all distances if there's no wind.
Okay, that's fine. But so you did not question about the edge of the flat place?
No, I told you all about it already.
No, you have to have an edge. You have to have.
Yeah, I said we're inside a container. Where's the edge? If you were standing inside a big giant domed stadium, where's the edge of the stadium when you're standing inside of it?
Okay, yo. Okay. That way there is no, right? You just go and you're explaining that we are kind of in a ball, right?
I don't know about that. All I know is that it's contained. It's contained because we have air pressure. It could be I don't know. It could be any kind of weird rock shape for all I know. I don't care.
Okay, so you're not saying that. So you're saying that we're
just saying the surface of water measures flat. That's all we're saying.
Okay, but that's fine. That's okay.
Yeah, and since 70% of the Earth is water, 70% of the Earth is flat, and you can't have a flat ball, can you?
Yeah, but the problem is if it's flat, you understand, and you know that you have to go somewhere, right? Where you have to find the edge.
No, I don't. I got to go to work Monday. You don't have a job. You start looking for it.
No, I did not say that you're supposed to find it, but at least accept that. Yes, it is logical.
You did say that we're supposed to find it.
I said we're in. Listen, I'm going to say this calmly for the last time, and then after this is when my attitude kicks in, and you don't want to hear that. I already said we're inside a container, and if we're inside a container, if you're inside a building, where is the edge of the building?
And how did you know that it's a container?
Because we have air pressure.
Can't have gas pressure without containment. Without containment, gas goes everywhere in all directions.
Come again?
You can't have gas pressure without a container. If you have an opening in the container, gas will exit and fill the available space in all directions because that's the nature of gas.
Okay, yeah. So the only way you know that we are in a container is because the gas is still here.
Yeah, it's a requirement. It's the pre-requirement to have gas pressure. It's kind of like if you're eating a beefsteak. Okay, like you know that there had to have been a cow that came from, because you have the beefsteak, right? There's no question.
Okay, the container.
that there had to have been a cow.
Yes, the container. If you take any direction and you just go, you're going to find the wall, right?
I don't know. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the extremities of the Earth. But this is one thing that nobody's ever done. Nobody's ever just kept going. Nobody's ever just kept going in a straight line and seen what happens, right? Like if you go south, no one's ever just kept going south. Because if you did that and you're on a globe, you would come back to where you started again. You would go over Antarctica, and then you would come back around the other side, and you would come back to where you've started. Okay, but nobody in all of history that we can validate has ever done that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not claiming that somebody did, but I'm just trying to make sure that it is logical, right? It is fine. But let's say, for example, if somebody did it, right? They could find an edge. It is possible.
If they want to go do that, they can go do that.
Yeah, but it is one of the possibilities, right? That could happen.
Sure. If they want to go do that, they can go do that.
Yeah, so first they're going to have to get permission, okay, because to go past 60 degrees south, you need to get a special type of permit from the government, because there's something called the Antarctic Treaty, which prevents any free exploration beyond 60 degrees south. Okay, and there's a whole bunch of terms and conditions that go along with that permit. You're probably not going to get approved if you tell them what you're going to do. And then the rules to the permit, right, make it extremely difficult. Like, you're not allowed to carry fuel past a certain point. And you're not allowed to, you have to carry your piss and your shit with you. You can't leave that there. All sorts of crazy rules, right? You have to have safety teams on standby, which cost hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. There was a Navy SEAL last year. Okay, he just wanted to carry a sled across a little section of Antarctica. He had to raise over $1 million, right, just to be able to do that, because he had to abide by the terms and conditions of the permit, which means he had to pay for all of these safety teams to be on standby and all these crazy rules and conditions. So it's not as easy as what people think. They make it very difficult for people to explore the South. It's also a very hostile environment, just generally. Even if you could freely explore there, it's extremely dangerous. And how, you've got you could die very easily.
And there was a guy who was from China who was raising money for cancer awareness. And so he was trying to land his plane on all 7 known continents. And he wasn't given permission to land on Antarctica. So he made a quick dive down to Antarctica. He's going to take a picture of himself there. And then he was going to take off and take his plane elsewhere. Well, when he landed, he was arrested immediately by the U.S. military.
That's interesting. I did not know that all of these regulations and ruling. It's not good, because you can say that there is something that they're trying to hide, but that does not mean that can't prove anything, right? Maybe it is the case that they know it's flat.
I'm not saying it does prove anything. We're just saying that for some reason it's very heavily guarded. There's even a guy named Jarl Anderhoy. He made several trips to Antarctica by himself without the permission of governments. And every time he was arrested, he was even quarantined in such a way where he was at a standoff and several of his crew had died in the process, and he was held on those charges as well.
So also, since we never made any claim about Antarctica, I'm not even sure why these guys are trying to tell you stories about Antarctica and people crossing it and all this other crap. It has nothing to do with the Earth measuring curved or flat. It's measured to be flat. Antarctica doesn't make it curved.
Yeah, so your argument for the edge is that nobody has been there, right? But you're not saying it can't happen, right? You're not ignoring it.
Oh, you can go ahead and try. You're just going to die. You'll run out of everything and die.
Yeah, but you understand that that's not what I'm trying to get.
We're not making a claim about the shape of the Earth or where the edge of the Earth is. Okay, it's just we can test the surface of the Earth and there's no curvature, so it can't be a globe. Okay, we're not claiming to know the shape. You got to remember flat Earth, right? Flat's not a shape. Flat's the description of a surface area that's not curving. So we're not claiming to have a replacement for every single claim that the globe side makes. We're not claiming a model. We're not claiming what we can't test and prove.
Okay, the honest answer of yours, I would expect, is that yes, we believe that it is flat.
I don't have a belief system.
We don't believe it's flat.
It has to be that way because it's measured flat and we have air pressure.
Wait a second. Give me a second, okay, please. And so, what I would expect
if I draw a line and the line's not curving, what is it?
It's straight. It's not curving. It's flat.
Right. So if I say, oh, well, you look at that line, you say that's a straight line, and I'm like, oh, you just believe it's a straight line. So now you get a straight edge next to it, and you measure it, right? And you're like, oh no, it's definitely not curving. It's even with the straight edge. Now you've measured it. Do you still need to believe that line is a straight line?
Now, if you proved it, yes, then you don't have to say you believe it because you proved it.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. We proved the Earth is flat. We no longer need to believe it. We know it's flat. It's measured that way.
It's fine. Since I'm not the expert here, I'm not going to argue anything. But my claim from the beginning was that because I'm not expert, my what I could raise as a question is if there is a flat, then you have to have an edge, or it has to be infinite, okay? Or you have to find a wall. So that's my conclusion. But
that's fine.
You guys, you did not come to any conclusion that there is a wall, an edge, anything like that. You just know that.
I told you it's not infinite. If it's not infinite, what is it?
Okay. So it is infinite.
No, I want you to answer it. You have to answer. If it's not infinite, what is it?
I don't know. It's maybe.
It's finite.
Earth is finite.
Little English lesson in there.
No, maybe if I'm making any.
If it's finite, that means there's a limit. The limit is the container. The edge is the container. The container is what holds all the gases inside this system. That's the reason why we have gas pressure, because of the container. The edge is the containment. The reason why we have gas pressure, the edge. The edge you want so desperately to talk about, that's where the edge is. The edge is where the edge is. Where it is, how far away it is, nobody knows.
Okay, is that a belief or that is also proven?
Is what
proven
a belief.
That we're in a container, we have air pressure. That's the antecedent of gas pressure is a container. So that proves that we are in a container. So whatever kind of edge you're looking for, it's inside that container. That's the only more questions I can answer about this question for the past hour.
Yeah, so you have to have a container in order to have the gases here.
Correct.
Yeah, but didn't people go outer space and they did not find any container?
No,
that's silliness. That's silly. Why? How can you go into outer space? How can you go into outer space? What's keeping the gas on Earth?
So the air pressure does not reduce when you go up.
Yeah, it does. Okay. It's a gas pressure gradient. Now you're going to have to look up the definition of gas pressure since you want to go down this whole road.
Yeah, I am trying to explain that you don't have to have an
No, you don't explain it to me. You don't explain it to me. You research it as we're talking about it. You now need to look up the definition of gas pressure.
No, why?
Because you wanted to bring it up and you don't understand what it is.
No, yeah, just if I use the word, just try to understand what I mean with it, because
I did, but we're going to have to clarify it so you actually do understand, not so I pretend that you understand. We have to know that you actually understand.
Okay, at least let me finish my point. Then we can clarify the words. Because if you just cut me, then there is no words to clarify. So what I'm trying to say is that there is a place where people traveled up, and there is no air or gases, as you call it. Okay, but they did not find any container there to keep the gases. Only down here.
Is that the story you believe?
Naturally, was down there, right?
Oh, I want to know how I want to know how the dead people came back down and told them that there was nothing there.
Yeah.
Who dead people?
Well, how would they go up and know there was no air up there? Until the only way you're going to find out is the first person's going to go up and die.
Okay, so about all of these astronauts, and it's false, right?
Is that the story you believe?
All false. Yeah, he wants to go right to astronauts. That's fine. Yep, they're false. All liars. Just big liars.
They're paid propaganda.
Okay, so if you need to go up yourself, right?
No, space is fake. No. There, pull the Band-Aid off.
The guys in spacesuit containers told you that they don't need containers to be in space. That's ironic.
No, I'm trying to say is because you don't believe that people went up some distances.
No, you can't.
You're right. I don't believe it. I don't want to believe them. I want to know, right? I would rather know than believe. You're choosing to believe. We've measured the surface of the Earth, and we know.
No, the surface is fine. Okay, we just said because if you measured it and you can show it to the experts and you can.
So the whole point of them going up real high in space is to show you that you live on a ball. That's the only reason they do that trick. They don't go up there to say, look how flat the Earth is. They go up there to say, look, we're going to go to the moon. We're going to go to Mars. We're looking at the ball Earth. Look, things fly around the ball Earth. So that's all fake. That's all fake.
It's fine. It could
all fake.
Yeah, it could be fine. It's fake, okay. But the what I'm trying to explain here is that, let's say you went up, okay, somewhere they took you upward where there is no gases, okay, and you don't see any wall or any container. So would you believe that?
If I go up where there's no gases, I'm not going to see a wall or a container. That's for sure. I'm going to see death, and I'm going to see blackness for like probably instantly. As soon as I lose my air pressure.
Yeah, okay, I'm fine.
It's not slowly. It's not going to be a slow, like 30-minute, fall asleep thing. You're going to be dot, 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 dot. Good night, like that.
Yeah, okay. Just if they proved you wrong, if they took you up there,
but they can't. They can't prove me wrong. Going up in the air does not prove the ground is flat or curving or what. You have to do it from the ground. You can't go up in the air to measure it.
No, I'm arguing about the container.
Who cares about it? We already know it's there because we have air pressure.
No, but you said that.
Yeah, I know.
In order to have the gas here.
Yep, that's the proof. Because we have air pressure, that's proof we have a container. And that's all I need to know. I don't need to know anything else about it.
No, is it only you or everybody is?
Pretty much everybody doesn't give a shit what it's made of or how it's made or what it looks like or how it tastes or if it smells like oranges or anything. We don't care.
You guys, are you the same? Your way of talking? This guy is just talking, right? He is not even trying to convince me.
No, it's not. It's not the most. It's not the most important issue. It is. It would be nice to know, right? But it's not necessary to know that it exists. Like I don't need to know what my brain is made out of to know that I have a brain.
Yeah, fine. That makes sense. But he argued that in order
That's what I just said.
Wait, just okay. Give this
don't
guy.
Need to know what it smells like, looks like, tastes like, acts like, what it sounds like, anything. We don't need to know anything about that to know that we're inside a contained system that is holding air pressure.
No, it's no. You see, when you want to prove it's flat, you measured it. But when it comes to prove your point is wrong, then you say you don't have to know that.
It's the antecedent of air pressure. I told you to look up the definition. You didn't do it. You know what an antecedent is?
And why would I know that? We're not.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you. So the antecedent of a baby is a mother. So the antecedent of air pressure is a container. You can't have one without the other on both of them. So that's how you know you're contained, because you have air pressure. The end. I mean, really, that's all I can say.
Okay, the person who just spoke, did you hear him?
Yeah. But just like I mean, he's just reiterating what I said. It'd be nice to know, right? It'd be nice to, but it's not necessary. The thing that's necessary is like equivalent for the antecedent. The thing that's necessary is the container to have the pressure. Can't have the pressure. Like you wanted to talk about the change in pressure, the change in delta, but that requires. Well, maybe you should look up the definition of gas pressure, like he asked you.
And
then you might understand it. At least.
Now.
No, he is saying that if there is no container, then the gas we have here should just escape.
Yeah, high pressure moves to low pressure. It's a law.
It should just escape. You don't think that?
Okay, so you can find a space where there is no gas and there is no container. There is just nothing. There is no gas or no.
You can't find that. That's correct. Like we can't find that anywhere. Everywhere we go, the thing that's necessary, the necessary antecedent, the thing that you need is a container. Everywhere you go. Do you think it's a coincidence?
So okay, what would convince you that you're saying wrong?
Holy cow, dude! How about? It's not a matter of what we need to have to convince us otherwise. What you would need is to demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
We were already convinced.
That for us?
We were already convinced like you. Now we're not convinced anymore. Now we know the truth.
Is he talking about the Earth, or is he talking about gas pressure?
Yeah, because
he won't look up the definition of it, though. Says who? If he doesn't look up the definition of gas pressure, it's like the whole conversation doesn't work. And I've asked him 3 or 4 times now.
It's very simple what would convince us, right? You just need to show us gas pressure without a container. Very simple. And then you're going to have some earth curvature. Okay, so you're going to have to show us that. Okay, not faith-based evidence. We want empirical evidence, testable, repeatable empirical evidence. Okay, and that's what you're not going to be able to present. We can back up everything we're claiming.
Yeah, it is so hard. I think if the Earth was flat, I don't think you guys could explain to anybody, because your ways of you're fighting. You're not explaining anything.
No, we're not. We have been explaining everything to you. We've been demonstrating to you where you live and how it exists. And it's basically what you experience every day. But you don't want to believe that because you're stuck in a very hardcore cognitive bias.
And I explained to you what an antecedent is, because you didn't know. And that's exactly what it is. And you didn't like that.
No. Not liking it, I don't know it. How can I like or not like it? I can.
A baby has to have a mother. Air pressure has to have a container.
No, okay. Maybe how does What did you say it was? Yeah, just because I don't know the word does not mean I can't understand it, or it's not something that I was supposed to know previously.
Now you do. Now you do. A baby has to have a mother, right?
Yeah, mother.
Okay. Air pressure has to have a container, right?
No, I don't know that.
Oh, then look at the definition of gas pressure for the 50th time.
I made it really easy on him. I posted it in the side chat, the definition of gas pressure, so you don't even have to Google it. Now, if you avoid the side chat, that means that this is willful ignorance and we can't do anything for you.
No, wait a second. You're fighting. Take it easy. Okay, where can I find your chat? I think the previous people that was arguing with
you see the chat?
Wait a second, give me a second. Yeah. He's scrolling. Yes. Yeah, says who.
You see the picture from Sozville? Okay.
Yeah,
take your time.
Is the force of the gas particles. Okay. I see the text in this picture.
Yep. That is the actual definition of gas pressure. If you go to nasa.gov, it will give you the same definition. So wherever you go, this is what the definition of gas pressure is. When you have pressure, there is going to be a container, just like the baby is going to have a mother. So we have gas pressure, therefore the Earth must be contained. What it looks like, where it is, I don't know, but the Earth is measured flat and we have gas pressure. So space is fake, just like Triggered Triangle over there said. And yeah, it's over. There was never a globe. It's just a big, fat mathematical idea. And, you know, a lot of us bought into it, most of us, I would say. But we went ahead and checked because, you know, people apparently weren't checking. We measured it. Turns out it's flat. End of story.
So that big faulty information, everybody just accepted it. Just you guys find out the truth.
Yeah, we use our brains. We have critical thinking skills, and we use them.
They put you under a spell, right? Like they put everybody under a spell. They show you a globe on TV constantly over and over and over. Like we all know that you need the container to have pressure. We all have basketballs or soccer balls or whatever. We all knew it was true, but they kept showing you that the impossible was possible. So now you're sitting there thinking in your head, I know that I need a container to have pressure. I know that to be true. My tires in my car and my bike, that I know it's true. But I also have seen a globe on TV. And that's where you have a contradiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but then the globe on TV is something that, I mean, like these guys are telling you, that's something that you have to believe in. You can't demonstrate that. You can only ever demonstrate that water, when contained, lies level, and that whenever you have pressure, you have it in a container.
Yeah, I am not for the curvature because I am just asking you guys because you're the blamers here. But I'm just trying to use their what they say, because if you go this way and that way, you can find Russia in two different directions.
Yeah, half the battle is explaining to people, like if you want to call it that, like somebody like yourself, that you already know a lot of these things, right? But you might say, but no, the Earth is still a globe, So, but if the things you know are true, then the Earth can't be the globe that they say it is. So it's a tough battle.
Okay, let's solve this problem with Russia. Okay, so your house, when you walk up to the building, if you live in an apartment or if you have a house, can you access that building from the east and the west?
Yeah.
Yeah. is the ground flat?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter whether or not you can access something from one side or the other. That has nothing to do with whether or not the ground itself is flat.
No, I think you understand what I'm trying to explain, right?
No.
Let's start from Canada. Let's just go, and you don't turn back. You just keep going, right?
Okay. So a circle.
Yeah. So don't you find yourself in Canada again, back?
Sure. So if I walk out my front door and I maintain my direction, which means I walk out the door and I go left, and I just keep going in that direction, make a left turn, make a left turn, make a left turn, and then I end up back at my front door. I did a big circle or a square or whatever you want to call it, and the ground is still flat. You realize circles don't necessarily mean that you're on a ball.
Okay, but that's what I said. I did not say you have to go to left. I did not say that. You just go straight.
Okay. Let's call it east. Well, if you go straight, is there nobody has actually ever gone straight on the earth and ended up back where they started? You realize that?
Okay, so
well, you can't. There's no frame of reference for you to make a straight line.
Right.
That's right.
Mm-mm.
You could if you have a team. If you have a team of people, you can. You would need a survey team. Then you could shoot a straight line across the country, and it would be straight. But that's the only way you could do it. You would need a team.
The interesting thing about circumnavigation is it's kind of in the name. That circle bit, yeah, they make a big circle, and they end up back where they started. That's how circles work. Doesn't mean the ground is a globe.
Yeah, the gas pressure, it makes sense. I'm going to think about it some other day, but you guys, did you do any argument with any expert?
Yeah, all the time, man. We've had physicists, satellite engineers, all sorts of different people have come through over the years. We've been doing this for 10 years or more, okay, recording our streams 24 hours a day. We have thousands of hours of footage, debates, anyone you can imagine of any field, and they don't do much better because they don't have empirical evidence to back up their explanations. Okay, they're very good at explaining things, but then we say, can you back up the explanation empirically? And they can't do it. Okay, because there is no curvature. All right, there is no motion, and they can't back up their gravity claim either. But they're very good at memorizing and regurgitating information that they learned during their studies. Because that's how you get those positions, right? You become very good at memorizing and regurgitating the information in the textbooks, and then writing that down in your exams, and then you get your certificate.
Yeah, so, but you guys, you're not based on religions, right? Just to make sure.
No, we have some people that are agnostic, some Christians, we have all sorts of different people. We have Muslims, we have Hindus, all sorts of different people. Okay, but we don't base our flat earth evidence on anything to do with religion, even though all of the scriptures also, speak about the earth being a flat, contained, stationary system. Okay, but that's secondary, that's faith-based, that's just some stuff that's written in some books. We're talking about empiricism, okay, going out and shooting lasers over huge distances over the surface of water and hitting targets that would be impossible on a globe, going out doing long-distance observations and testing and testing and testing to make sure that there's no curvature.
There are no more questions here because I'm not that expert, but why were you so
Yes, you are. You are an expert. You are an expert. Don't put yourself down. You've experienced reality just as much as anybody else. You are an expert.
Yeah, no one's really being necessarily aggressive, right? Some people are more passionate than others, right? And some people get frustrated when people are using faulty logic, right? Or fallacies. Like, why don't you go up in a spaceship or something like that,
Yeah, and the guy said, he said that there is no space. Yeah, okay, but even going up with an satellite would not convince him that there is some place,
you
not
can't do
Earth.
that. You can't do that, right? I spoke about the Antarctic Treaty earlier. There's also an outer space treaty. It's called the OST, right? Outer Space Treaty. And you're actually not allowed to launch anything at all above a certain height. You're not allowed to film above a certain height. It's like 100 kilometers, 120 kilometers, something like that. It's actually illegal, and that's why no one has ever independently sent a rocket up or a satellite up privately. Okay, you have to get permits and permission, and then you would have to hand your equipment over to a government space program, for example, and hitch a ride on their craft, right? And then who knows what happens to your equipment after that? But yeah, you can't. We can only go up so high. I mean, we can go up on a plane, right? We see a flat horizon. We can send up a weather balloon, 120,000 feet. We see a flat horizon. We can't go up any higher than that. So we can. It's very difficult. They make it very difficult to explore the far south, and then they make it very difficult to go up past a certain height. And
yeah, maybe it's the case that it is dangerous and it's suicide, right?
Yeah, maybe, but you're allowed to go and do other things that are dangerous, right? No problem. You can go and, if you wanted to go and climb Mount Everest naked, right? You can go do that. No one's going to stop you. You're going to die, but no one's going to stop you doing that, right? You can go do all sorts of crazy shit. You can go swimming with sharks, whatever. Like, anyway, when we keep testing the surface of the Earth, right? Look, it's super easy to do. We can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over distance. Right? We get a 20-mile lake. There's 266 feet of curvature over that 20 miles if the Earth's a globe. That's like a skyscraper building. But I can go to a 20-mile lake. I can zoom in across the lake with a super zoom camera, and I can see my buddy standing on the other side 20 miles away. Not hidden by any curvature at all. We can show you all of these tests as well. These are all...
Okay, come again. That made sense. Okay, so you said a 20 kilometer. You're better. Okay, I'm going to give you. Okay, the previous one, the guy, you're not good. Okay, if I would be convinced that the flat,
leave him alone.
Yeah. If I would be convinced, it wouldn't be you. But anyways, continue. Yeah, explain your thing, the lake thing.
All right, have a look in the side chat. I'm going to show it. I'm going to show it to you. Okay, so this is a 21-mile distance across a big lake in Utah. Okay, so 21 miles, that's 34 kilometers. All right, so let me show you some information. Okay, so that's just a small clip from the full video. Okay, just take note of that, but I'm going to show you some more details now. Okay, so this is the observation location. And you can see a yellow line. Okay, so he's setting his camera up at the top of that yellow line. And then he's going to be zooming in with this camera across to the other side of the lake that's 21 miles or 34 kilometers away.
And according to the curvature law or something, the physics, he shouldn't be seen, right? Is that the logic?
No, that's right. So you can go to Google. Okay, here's a screenshot. You don't have to do it now. You can check it after if you want. Okay, so you can go to Google, you can type in Earth Curvature Calculator, and then a whole bunch of these calculators are going to come up where you can put in the height of the observer. Okay, so have a look at what I posted. Earth Curvature Calculator. So you put in the height of the camera, okay, the eye height. So that's 5 foot. So he's just got his camera set up at the surface of the water, 5 foot above it on a tripod. And then the target distance is the shoreline on the other side of the lake. So you put in 21 miles, that's the distance, and then you hit calculate, and then it's going to come up with how far away the horizon should be on the globe. Okay, so the horizon should be at 2.7 miles away from the observer, based on the height of the observer. And then the target, which is the shoreline on the other side of the lake 21 miles away, that should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet. 223 feet, that's about 80 meters or a bit more.
Okay. This 21 miles is so short. Okay, let's take
no. 293. No. This. Okay, so that's why I'm showing you the calculation. Okay, so the target shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by 223 feet if the Earth's a globe. 223 feet is like a 23-story building, 23 stories high. Okay, let me give you an analogy to so you can get an idea.
I understand you. But just to make sure that, because this distance is not that long that he should be covered or he should be hide.
Yeah, he should be hidden. Okay, so if you had a 23-story skyscraper building on the shoreline on the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it. It would. Yeah. Yeah, that's a skyscraper. It's enough curvature to hide a skyscraper. Right? If the Titanic, the boat, right? If that was on the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it. It would be hidden behind the curvature.
According to
the globe, according to the globe mathematics, according to the Earth curvature calculators. You can also double check the math on ChatGPT or Grok or anything like that. It's all gonna give you the same answer. Okay, over that distance, there's a certain amount of curvature because of gravity. Okay, and because of the size they tell us that the globe is. So the formula is 8 inches per mile squared, and you can work out exactly how much curvature there will be over this distance. And then you can use a different formula, and you can work out how far away the horizon should be. Okay, now have a look at the footage that I just posted. Or actually, hold on a second. Before you look at that, I'm going to show you what it looks like over there. Okay, so this is some footage from the side of the lake that he's going to be zooming into. Okay, so take note of the shoreline, right? The beach. There's also a big white tower you can see in the background. Nice landmark. Now this is the view from. Hold on just a second. Okay, so this is the camera setup. Sometimes it's helpful if I can show you where he's observing from. Okay, so here's the camera set up. It's just 5 foot height. Okay, and then you can see the close-up of the shoreline, and then the image in the center there. Okay, that's the view from behind this camera. Right, so first thing you'll notice is that you can see the shoreline, and you can also see the whole of the white tower. So he does the observation during the day, and then he wanted to stay there and do it again during the nighttime. So here's the same camera location. Okay, and this is what it looks like at nighttime. So once again, you can see the big white tower in the background. You can see the shoreline. You can see the lights reflecting off the water.
What's the distance?
21 miles, which is 34 kilometers.
Have you guys tested longer distances?
Yeah, we've tested much longer distances than this as well. Okay, but you need to go up to a higher height to do longer distances, generally.
Why?
Because the atmosphere is opaque over distance because we have a thicker atmosphere down lower. Okay, and you can only see so far through it. For example, if you check your visibility rating where you live right now or anywhere, it's going to be about 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. It depends on how clear the air is that day. When you go up higher...
So you're talking about the air, not about being folded by any mountain or something like that.
Exactly, yeah. So if you have, let's say you have, you're looking across the ocean. It's a huge distance, okay? You can only see a maximum distance because the air is opaque over distance. It's not because of the Earth curvature. Okay, we can see things that are way past the Earth curvature, but over distance, it's going to become opaque. You know what I mean? There's a maximum visibility rating, right? You go somewhere where the air's thick, like India, right? A lot of pollution and dust. The visibility is like 3 kilometers to 5 kilometers. Okay, you go somewhere in the country, like where I'm at now, I'm in Poland. The visibility is 16 kilometers today, where I'm at. It's not even that far. Okay, this is a nice.
You're saying that the visibility becomes blur when.
Yeah, exactly. It's think about it like this: if you go up on a mountain and you're looking out over more mountains in the distance, each mountain gets harder and harder to see. Each one becomes more opaque until you can't see the mountains anymore because it's too blurry because of the air, because we have dust and pollution and that kind of thing. Okay, so we can.
Yeah, that's good. But what? I'm sure that the expert of the curved Earth says something about these calculations, right? They have to have an answer for this.
They'll tell you that you should only be able to see a certain distance if the Earth's a globe. Right, so I'm going to show you a diagram really quickly.
Okay, but you definitely have heard an answer, right? Because it is if it's
we're
so
testing
easy
the answer. We're testing the answer. There is no answer to these observations.
No. What do they say? What do they claim? Because these observations, they know they exist, right? And
no, most people don't know they exist.
No, the experts, for example, the astronauts or the engineers in NASA.
They're not going out. They're not going out testing if the Earth's a globe. Okay, they've been taught that the Earth's a globe their whole life. They've never gone out and tested the Earth, right? They just assume that it's a globe because they've
so only you guys, not too many. Nobody knows about this.
Yeah, a lot of people. There's millions of flat earthers. Millions, right? They do polls. 10% of Americans don't think the Earth's a globe. 10%
no,
what
I'm trying to get at is that this objection you're claiming, it's no of the astronauts or the scientists of the curved or flat earthers. No one raised this question. No one tried to show them this is the objection of the.
Yeah, we show it to them. We're showing it to them all the time. I mean, a lot of people come in here. We have satellite engineers. We have physicists, right? We're showing these to people.
And then they say what?
Quite often people will say, well, I can't explain this, right? I'm going to have to look into it further and get back to you. Okay, sometimes they come back. Sometimes they don't come back. Most often they don't come back. Right? Although sometimes people will say, oh, the flat earthers have to be lying about the distance at the location or something like that, right? But you can check the distance yourself very easily. You can go and stand right where the guy's standing on Google Earth and look across the lake. You can do your own tests and measurements, right? He shows the coordinates, he shows the location. Like, these people are not lying about the location because we can check the location. And anyone can go and test these themselves. For example,
that's fine.
Yeah, we've had people trying to debunk flat Earth from academia, like Dr. John Dee. There's a guy in the United Kingdom called Dr. John Dee. He has a PhD in spectrophotometry, which is it's like the study of how light travels through a medium, essentially. So he's the right guy for this job. Okay, so he went out to try to debunk flat Earth originally. Okay, and he was doing long-distance laser tests and long-distance observations, and he became a flat earther in the process. That's why we encourage people to go and test it for themselves, because when you go and test it for yourself, you'll see too far, and you'll check for yourself. There's no observation that matches up with the globe. And you might think that there is, because this sounds kind of crazy at first. But the more you look into it, you're going to find that there actually isn't. There not one.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, your explanation makes sense, but I don't know why there's not too many people that is supporting you guys.
There's quite a lot. There's quite a lot, but they don't put it on the news, right? They're gonna try to mock Flat Earth. Now, what they did back in 2015, 2016, Flat Earth was becoming one of the most popular topics on all of the internet. Okay, it was number one on YouTube as the top search results. Even during Donald Trump's election, Flat Earth superseded it. It surpassed it in the search results. And instead of addressing the observations, United States Congress actually got together with the owners of Facebook and YouTube, and there's a video of this, right? And they said that they're going to censor Flat Earth and shadow ban it. Okay, they're going to put disclaimers on the videos, and they're going to hide the videos from the search results. And not only did they do that, but they also replaced the search results with a playlist of propaganda that makes fun of flat earthers. And that's still effective now. So after 2016, it started declining in the search results. You can check the algorithms, right? 2015, 2016, Flat Earth spikes up like crazy in how many people are searching for it and finding the results. Then after 2016, you see it just decline like a cryptocurrency crashing out because of the censorship. And they admit that they did this. Now it's making a big comeback recently because we've got platforms like X and TikTok, and even now YouTube has stopped the extreme censorship, right? It's much easier to find the content now. And we have platforms like this, right? We have a home server with 30,000 members, but we've got the owner of big Discord servers like Vivek that owns the English hub, right? This server has 350,000 members. They invited us to come and start a channel here. And our channel is basically the most popular channel in the entire server. Even though it's not even English learning related, it's a very, very popular topic. It's an intriguing topic to people.
Yeah, okay. But just because I am not so expert on the topic, I can't raise great angle to question your logic here. But what you explained made sense, and it's something new. It's good to know.
Yeah, it's something that interesting to look into. And this is what we
because
encourage.
If the calculation of the curved Earth should say or makes it difficult for you to see anything far away from 30 kilometers, and you're seeing something, then there is some proof anyways, right?
Exactly, and it's consistent as well. So we can go to this location, and then I could show you footage from a different country where someone else has gone to a large body of water or a frozen lake or a salt lake, and then they've done the observation there, and then it's been done in this place and that place, and then it's a huge accumulation of empirical evidence showing that there's no Earth curvature. Now, all we're encouraging people to do is to analyze the footage, right, and put on their critical thinking cap, okay, and critically analyze it, try to debunk it, and then also be equally as critical when looking at the evidence from the globe side, and then weigh up both of the lots of evidence and see which one makes more sense to you. That's all. Make up your own mind. We're encouraging people to think critically and just check out, look, here's some information that you probably never heard about before. And it's definitely interesting. And the more you look into it, the less evidence you're going to find for the globe, and the more the flat Earth arguments are going to make sense, because they're based on empirical evidence, logic, common sense, and what we experience is our everyday reality.
That's right. Yeah, the globe is an archaic and scientifically, geometrically disproven model as the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but you guys are not saying anything about the Earth having any edge or something like that, right?
No, because no one's ever kept going south. Okay, it's very difficult. I did explain the restrictions in the south. Okay, people.
Yeah,
people
perfect. Because I thought in the beginning, I thought that the guy who was here arguing with me said that there is no, you don't have to have an edge for the Earth to be flat.
Well, sometimes when people think about flat Earth, they think about the globe model of outer space, right? The space vacuum, and then they think about the round planets that we've been brought up believing in, and then they think that, you know, we live on one of those planets, and then they hear about flat Earth, and then they replace the globe in the globe model with a flat globe, essentially, like a flat disk. And then quite often people will come in and ask us where the edge is, because they think that we're claiming a flat planet that's floating around in space. Okay, so some people might get defensive about when you say where's the edge, because some people are thinking something that we don't claim, and that they think that you could fall off the edge of the Earth into space or something like that, which is not what we're claiming. Right? You could probably think of the flat Earth more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in. Okay, and the known areas of the Earth you could think of more like a big lake. Okay, you could think of the continents like islands sticking out of the water within the world ocean. And then, logically, there would be an edge or a shoreline to any large body of water. Okay, whether you have a pool or a pond or a lake or a sea or an ocean, there should be a shoreline at some point. Okay, but no one's ever kept going south to find out exactly what happens. It would just be pure speculation, and we try to stay away from speculation. Anything that's too high for us to test or too far away for us to test, that's a speculation. And we try to stay away from that, because then when people say to prove your claim, right, we want to be able to show people empirical evidence, right, like long distance observations or how gas pressure works, etc. There are a lot of theories about what happens if you keep going south, but they're just speculations at the end of the day. Some people will say that there could be more land beyond the south, and they're hiding that. Okay, the most valuable resource on Earth is land. Okay, and maybe the elite or whatever could be hiding more land. There's a lot of theories out there, but we don't really say any of them are facts because we can't test them.
Mm. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you're not saying there shouldn't be any edge. Okay, it's fine, because if you say that no one knows if there is an edge or not, then yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, there could be some kind of edge, but is it like the edge of a lake that leads upward to a container, or is it like, we don't know that, so it would just be speculation.
I don't know if it's a water, if it's a wall, just something, because if
something, it's logical to think that there would be something, but then again, this realm that we live in could be something beyond our recognition, with the way that the sky works and the way I don't know. I'm just
I understand the space works. I understand. Maybe that's something new that we don't know, right? Yeah. It's fine, but that's what I think. At least I hope you think that way, because that's what we know. You have to have an edge. That's what we know, but no one of us did see it.
I know. So do you listen? I'm not against what you're saying. So, but do you apply that thing that like you're like the necessary antecedent, right? Is an edge. Do you apply that up, down, left, right, in all directions?
Or the gas pressure?
Upward. I think upward. Then now, because all I have is what you guys say it's false. I can't speak anything, but I would say downwards. Yeah, we know that you have to dig, and you're going to find just Earth, right? Upward, it should be infinite according to the science.
Remember when I told you that it's like a battle, because you already know the thing that is necessary and the thing that's true. You already know you need an edge, and then somebody shows you a globe, and you say, "Well, maybe we don't need an edge now."
No, because
you knew it a moment ago. You knew a moment ago that you need an edge.
An edge. not to a ball. Can't you just understand what I'm trying to picture in my brain? A ball, you don't have to have an edge for that, right?
I see.
When I accept the idea of not having an edge for the curved Earth, is because if you have a ball, it's fine with no edge. But when you say flat Earth, then you have to have an edge for me. If there is something new, you explain. If you don't know, you say this is something not
now,
that
the
I
guy,
did not done.
I could understand you saying there must be an edge if we said Earth is a square, Earth is a triangle, Earth is a rectangle. If we were to pinpoint and give you a direct claim to a shape, I would say then, yes, show me the edge. But no one's actually made a shape claim. All we've given you is a descriptor of the surface. It's flat, or it's planar with topography.
Yeah, then it's fine, yes. Then, yeah.
So why are you needing an edge then?
Yeah, because because I thought you guys were saying it is flat. The Earth is flat, and
well, the surface of water is flat, and it needs an edge to be contained. That's like the thing, you know.
Yeah, because no. Let's say, for example, any space, right? Any place, any flat place where, let's say, for example, you play football, right? You have to have an edge for it. If it is curved, you can go round, right?
How come you're not asking about other things besides where an edge? You never asked like where the edge of the United States is, or where the edge of your country is, have you?
With his football, with your football guy, that is a defined field. That's a rectangle. Did Triggering Triangle mention anything about rectangles? No. So you're still assuming that we're handing you a shape. We're not giving you a shape, but you're still clinging to this edge thing.
No, I feel like he was honestly over it. I kind of brought it back up. He might have been over it. I'm not sure. I take the blame.
I have a counter
Complete
question.
dimensions are unknown.
No, I think ultimately you guys don't mention any edge or something.
Edge,
you just say, we measure it is flat, and the curvature does not apply because we take photos and it's false. Okay, it's fine there. But when you try to explain it is flat and it does not have any, when you come to the edge thing, I think you guys fail.
Yeah, we don't know that, and we don't claim to know everything about
only
this
you're
place.
saying that.
So
but the other guys, they all said
the same thing. We don't know the shape of the Earth. We're not making a shape claim. Flat's not a shape. Everyone here will agree with that. That we're not making a shape claim. We're not making an edge claim. It's kind of like, imagine if I asked you this question. Okay, they tell us that the universe is flat and it's expanding. And if I was to ask you, where's the edge of the universe? Right? If it's flat and it's expanding, that would mean that it would have to have an edge. So where's the edge of the universe? You wouldn't be able to answer the question. You'd probably have to say, well, no one knows. I have no idea.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of question because no one's ever kept going south, right? Even people that believe the Earth's a globe, you would think someone would have just kept going south and then come back to where they started again. Okay, taken a plane or a drone or something like that, and then started going south. Okay, flown over Antarctica and then come back around the other side of the globe. And no one's ever done that. That would debunk flat Earth. But you know what people have done? Thousands of people have done east to west circumnavigation, because east to west works just fine on a globe and also works just fine on a flat surface as well, because east and west are just circles around the north. But what wouldn't work on a flat Earth would be north to south circumnavigation. And it just so happens no one's ever done that, which is kind of crazy.
Perfect. Now, I follow, I understand it. Fine. Why does the North and Pole and South Pole debunk the flat Earth if somebody would do it? because
I'll give you a simple.
There has to be an edge, or they're going to go infinitely, right?
Yeah, because they would come back to where they started again. Right?
Yeah,
and
if you're on in case of curvature.
Yeah, like you would go around the globe and come back to the other side, right? Say you started at the North Pole, and then you went down any line of longitude, and then you go around, you go over Antarctica, you come back up again, and you came back to where you started. That only works on a globe. That doesn't work on a flat surface. If you flatten out that same surface, now if you keep going south, you're not going to ever come back to the north again. You're just going to keep going further and further away from the north, and God knows what would happen.
Yeah, you see? Now you're following my logic. That's what I'm trying to explain.
We don't know. Nobody has ever kept going south.
Yeah, perfect. That's short answer. Your friend should answer that the same question answer. You don't know, okay? If you don't know it, you don't know it. But
they
just
were
following the
essentially
logic
saying
of
the
mine.
exact same thing.
No, I was just from the beginning. I was asking if you're going to have a flat Earth, then it is logical. Either you're going to have an infinite place.
No, it's not infinite. It stops. Like I said, you have air pressure, so it's a finite container. It's a fixed volume, so it has to have. We are inside a container, so there's something there. So that's what I said, and you didn't like it. So too bad.
Okay, so there is something there. Okay. The gas proves that. Okay, it's fine. Yeah. I think you need a more stronger evidence for the container because maybe the gas is not enough. But yeah,
that's like saying that
you need to have. So do you need to have really strong evidence that a baby had a mother, or do you know a baby had a mother?
I can see.
Must have been an ovum, right?
Baby.
Had to have been an ovum.
I can see with my.
No, you only see the baby. You only see the baby. You never see the mother. Does that mean the baby just popped out of nowhere, or did the baby come from a mother?
No, still, even though I did not see the mother, me seeing the baby and knowing that he had a mother is based on me seeing a mother before. Even though I did not know.
Air pressure requires container. Yep. We gave you the definition of how it works. And that's it. You cannot go around it. You got to face that one like a man.
Yeah, gas pressure's mother is a container.
Yeah, exactly. Like if I want to pump up a car tire, right? I'm going to definitely need a car tire. Okay, I can't pump up and have pressure around my car tire or my car rim without a tire. Okay, now obviously you need to have a container if you want to have a high pressure system that's above 14.7 psi, which is the air pressure. Okay, so if you want to have a pressure system, you need to have a container. It's impossible not to. Now let's say I have a container and I fill up the car tire, and now I stab a hole in the car tire. Obviously, the high pressure inside the car tire is going to violently pour out, right, of the hole. And then after a very short amount of time, it's going to fill the available space, and there's not going to be any additional pressure left inside that container. Okay, because high pressure is going to go to low pressure. It always happens. There's not one instance where I can have a high pressure system and then take create a hole or take a lid off something like that has a high pressure system, and that pressure is going to stay in there. Okay, because you have to have the container, and it's a natural law. It's always going to happen that the high pressure is going to try to fill the available space. It's going to try to fill the lower pressure system. And what they're telling us, what they're telling us is that we have a high pressure system inside a giant space vacuum, extreme low pressure, and then high pressure that we're breathing right now, with no physical barrier at all separating.
Is the sun in the same container as us?
We have no way of testing exactly what the sun is, what height the sun is, what's the sun made out of, all that sort of thing. What medium is the sun in? We don't know. We don't know that. We can't test that. It's not something that's possible for us to empirically validate There's going to be a bunch of assumptions, a bunch of calculations based off those assumptions. It's going to be speculation. It's going to be pseudoscience if we're claiming it as science as well. Right? Like the distance to the sun on the globe model. Right? It's pseudoscience by textbook definition.
So we can't say anything about the sun?
Nope. We would just ask you, what do you suggest we do to test the sun? And then you'd be like, I have no idea.
And obviously the sun's not a gas ball in a vacuum, because the Earth wouldn't do that, and we have already debunked that. Sun would need a container too.
Okay, so we have two containers now, at least.
No, just one gas
we
pressure
just
system.
get rid of space. Yeah, we just get rid of space, and we don't have to worry about it. Then we're contained in our own system. Then that's it.
No, the sun, either it has to be in the same container as us, or it needs its own, right? Because
we don't know what it is. Yeah, we just see an apparent light in the sky. We're seeing a,
okay, yeah. Okay, you guys don't. Okay, you're not claiming, or you don't believe that the sun have some kind of gases.
Yeah, we don't know.
Okay,
could do, maybe.
Could do. Yeah, we don't want to guess.
Okay, yeah.
We see it moving across the
because
sky.
if there is a container and the sun is in the same container, and your logic of the pressure of gases is going to mix us with the sun. So I hope it has its own container, or
you're making assumptions that the sun is some kind of gas ball.
Yeah. As you know, I was told in this way, but.
Yeah, look, if we get a vacuum chamber, we can't have something similar to a sun inside the vacuum chamber. That doesn't work either. Okay, because they claim that the sun, a ball of gas, is within a vacuum, a space vacuum, more powerful than any vacuum chamber we can create here on the Earth. That doesn't work. Can't have a ball, like you can't have a gas ball inside a vacuum. It's completely illogical, goes against gas laws, natural laws, common sense, experimentation. But we can.
I think it's the most nearest theory to believe in, because what would you say otherwise? Only a light?
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, yeah, you could say that's more logical than a gas ball in a vacuum.
What about the warmth? We get from that?
Lights are hot. I don't know.
Light interacts with.
It's colder as you go up.
Yeah, it's warm because it hits the ground and the ground heats up. It's not the sky heating up.
No, the sun. So are you saying that the light of the sun does not heat you?
Yeah.
Interacts matter.
Hey, here's something crazy. When it's winter in the northern hemisphere, the sun in the globe model is over 3 million miles closer to the Earth in the heliocentric model. And then when it's summer in the north, for example, okay, it's over 3 million miles further away from the Earth. What flat earthers would say is that the sun is taking a path that's closer to you when it's summer and further away from you when it's winter. Which one makes more sense?
We can see the path changes in the winter from where I'm at. Goes from like southwest or southeast to southwest, basically.
So the which one is moving? Are you saying? Are we the ones who are moving around the sun, or the sun is moving around us?
No, the sun. The sun moves, right? Everything that we see in the sky moves in the sky. It moves in cycles. Think
okay,
about
then,
this.
Okay, then if it is moving, so now at least you have to accept that you have to have a space, right? Don't you?
No, not a vacuum of space. Not a space vacuum.
He wants space to be real so bad, dude. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but me trying to prove anything against you is not something bad, and you don't have to.
It's fine.
Be emotional.
It's fine. Look, this is the thing. Okay, we've all been fed a big story about how the sky works from a young age, in which we have no empirical evidence for whatsoever. We're just saying that we don't know. Now, we've falsified the heliocentric model because we've tested it and there's no Earth curvature. The claim of outer space violates natural laws, gas laws, etc. Okay, so it can't be what they're telling us. What is it? Falsification is independent of replacement. We don't need to come up with an alternative theory for how all of their bullshit works up in the sky, in which they don't have any empirical evidence for. We don't have to replace their bullshit. Okay, they tell us, they tell you crazy things. Oh, sorry, last thing. They tell you crazy things and people just believe it, right? They literally tell you that it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune and stuff like that, right? Imagine if we were the ones claiming things like that.
Yeah, we're not going beyond the scope of what we verify. I mean, I'll grant you this, though. If the sun is a physical object generating light, causing heat, then it occupies a space. It has a volume, right? Does that mean? Now, that's a big if. I can't even guarantee you that's true, right? But if that was the case, it doesn't necessarily mean that it sits inside a vacuum. I mean, lots of things here that we can interact with. They're objects, right? They are objects and they occupy space. They have a volume. They're not inside a vacuum, are they? Just because something occupies space doesn't mean that the space surrounding it is a vacuum.
No, if we are seeing it and it is moving, then should we expect that there is rocks in front of it, but it's just floating?
It's apparent, right? So we can only describe what we experience. That's all we can do. You can't necessarily draw further conclusions from that.
I mean, you claim it's floating in a vacuum. Moving
I'm not claiming. You said, no, wait. I did not say anything. All you said was it was the sun which is circulating us or moving, right?
I said we observe the sun moving. You observe the sun moving across the sky. So do I. Now, when you see the sun moving on a globe, they tell you that really the sun's not moving. It just makes it look like it's moving because you're spinning on a big spinning space ball. We just say the sun's moving across the sky and that there's no evidence that the Earth is in motion. And they don't have any evidence that the Earth is in motion around the sun. Even Einstein said that there's absolutely no way to prove if the Earth revolves around the sun.
No, I understand it, but you just said there is no space. You don't believe that there is no.
There can't be a vacuum of space, and then we're inside the vacuum of space on a ball that's covered in water and gas. That's not possible. You can't have water in a vacuum. You can't have gas in a vacuum.
Not without it expanding to fill that space.
That's exactly.
No, that's fine. But if we are experiencing that the sun is moving, and we are claiming, or you are claiming that there is no vacuum, wouldn't that by itself?
We don't need to claim it. Okay, it's gas law. Okay, and practical demonstration. Have a look in the side chat at what I just posted. Okay, this is an example of an enclosed ecosystem Now this guy has never opened this ecosystem in 50 years, but it thrives. Okay, everything works in it. He doesn't even have to give it water. It's its own ecosystem. It's like a smaller version of what the Earth could be something like. Okay, like a terrarium or a vivarium. Now, what do you think would happen if he removed the container and put it inside a vacuum chamber? Okay, everything's going to be dead within a few hours, basically. Okay, you need to have a container to have the gas pressure, to have the cycles, right? We live in a complex dynamic system. And we can make mini versions of this. We can make little ecosystems that are completely self-enclosed where it rains, okay, and it has nitrogen cycles and evaporation cycles, all sorts of different things, and you don't have to open it. It just looks after itself. But you take away the container and you put it in a vacuum, everything's going to be dead. It's not possible. You can't have water. As soon as you put water in a vacuum, it just boils and just turns into steam. It turns into gas. It's gone. So that's what they're telling us, that we're in a big giant vacuum, a space vacuum. So have a look at what T-Dub just posted in the side chat. This is a great little example. Because the top chamber is a vacuum. Okay, that could represent what they're claiming is up in the sky, outer space, a vacuum. And then the bottom one is the Earth system, like we're breathing right now, gas pressure, what's keeping us alive. Now there's a valve in the center that separates the two systems. And then as soon as he opens the valve, the gas, the high pressure in the bottom system, instantly tries to fill the available space. Okay, because that's what gases do. Gas fills space. Gas particles move in all directions, and the high pressure will always try to fill available space. Just kind of like.
Okay. What about, they say it's gravity? What do you say about it?
Yeah, there's no evidence of that, because the gas particles themselves, they don't get pulled down to the Earth. Okay, gas particles, if you look up right now, if you go to Google and you type in what is the definition of gas particle movement, it's going to come up with gas particles move at random in all directions. They travel in straight lines between collisions against each other or the walls of their container. So gas particles, if gravity was pulling the gas down to Earth and stopping it from expanding into space, all the gas particles would be pulled down to the surface of the Earth, because gravity is strongest at the surface of the Earth. That's where gravity is the strongest. Okay, but that's also where the gas is being produced. 80% of the oxygen, right, and 99% of all the gases that make up the air are produced at ground level or below ground level, where the gravity is meant to be the strongest. Okay, but you can go up a mountain and you can still breathe. Sure, there's less pressure up there because it's colder, but that gas that's created at the ground, right, it wasn't held down to the ground by gravity. Those gas particles are moving at random in all directions. So gases debunk gravity. The claim doesn't work.
I know the argument that the particles are not affected by the gravity.
Demonstrably.
Yeah, I don't know why, but yeah, that's something that I knew previously.
Yeah, like you look at the example that Tito put in the chat, right? So even like, no gravity is going to hold the particles. There's not going to be higher pressure in that bottom chamber. It's just going to equalize. The gas particles don't have a downward bias. Otherwise, it would be in the definition of gas particle movement. Even if you have heavier particles.
There is some answers all the time.
Yeah, gravity, just saying gravity. It's just saying gravity. The answer is to say gravity. Gravity is like the magical band-aid to say all the things that don't make sense. How do we have ocean sticking to the outside of a ball? How does water curve? How do we have gas pressure in a vacuum? Gravity, 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 gravity. Prove gravity. They'll say, oh, we have no idea what gravity is. We have no idea where gravity comes from. But to have the globe model, it has to be there. We know it has to be there. Okay, then their gravitational model of the universe was off by 99%. And they're like, oh, maybe there must be dark matter and dark energy. Oh, what's dark matter and dark energy? Oh, we have no idea. It just has to be there for the model to work. Right? It's junk. It's pseudoscience.
And why do you think we can fly upward when it is the case that the Earth is flat?
We can fly upward.
So you understood my question, but you just answered it.
No. I'm asking you. I didn't understand your question. I didn't hear it properly. That's all. Say it again.
Okay, yeah, fine. Yeah. So let's say, as you're saying, that the Earth is flat. Okay, we can't go upward, right?
We can go up to 40,000 feet in a plane. How are you going to get any higher than that?
No. Something is pulling us down, right?
No. You're more dense than the air.
What?
You are more dense than the surrounding medium, which is the air. Okay, if you were a helium balloon, you would go up, right? You wouldn't be sinking through the air. Okay, if something is more dense than the surrounding medium, then it's going to sink through the medium if you lift it up and drop it. If something's going to go up, it means it's less dense than the medium. Okay, so it's always about the relationship between the medium and the object that's in the medium. Okay, and then whatever displaces the object is going to cause the object to reseek equilibrium within the medium based on its density. So if I have a glass of water and I have an egg and I put the egg into the glass of water, the egg's going to sink down to the bottom of the glass of the water. Now, you could put some salt into that water and that changes the density of the water. And now all of a sudden the egg will go upward and go up to the top of the glass of the water. Because you manipulated the density of the medium and it changed the behavior of the direction that the egg's going to go in. It's called relative density. It's very easy to explain why things rise or sink.
Okay, so everything that makes us stick to the ground is the air.
No, the air is just the medium that we're breathing. It's the gas pressure that requires containment that we were talking about. Now, it's a very light medium. Most of the objects that we interact with are more dense than the air. So they're going to sink through the air. The air can't support them. Okay, but if you have a less dense object like a helium balloon...
Yeah, but why do they need the air to support them to go upward? What is it in the first place that is...
No. So it's going to go up. Things are going to go upward if they're less dense than the air. The same reason if you put a tennis ball in the water, it's going to go upward. Because it's less dense.
Yeah. But if you remove the water, what happens then?
It's going to go downward because now it's air. Yeah. So now the object is less dense than the air.
Yeah, but
you've changed the medium. Okay, so you've changed the medium. Yeah.
Yeah, but why? Why? Because of the it's denser than the air. Why wouldn't it go the other side or the other direction?
Bro, we are only showing you what we observe. We're not giving you a cause. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but for when they give the answer, the gravity, and you're saying it's fake, then I think it would be logical for me to ask these questions, right?
Yeah, no, what would be logical is if somebody could prove gravity to you in the first place, not for you to question us as to why gravity is fake. You would have to prove that it actually exists.
Yeah, but I am not with the person who back up the claim here. I am just with you guys here. So maybe I should use my time.
We can debunk it. We can debunk it really easily. Really easily. Okay, so you could refer back to the long distance observations and laser tests, because the gravity would require the water to be curving at a specific rate. If the water is not curving, right, the gravity cannot exist. It requires the water to be curving at a specific rate. There's no instance where you could have gravity as it's defined on the globe model, where everything's not being pulled towards the center of the globe and the water is not curving. So it would be impossible on a globe to have 20 miles, for example, with zero curvature.
Yeah. But my now I'm about to forget my question. Why would any ball, anything, would go back to Earth and not upward?
Bro, because we already explained this to you. It is a object and medium relationship. So things are not going to the Earth if they are in a different medium. Let's say water. Anything less dense than the water goes up, right? Up. So now we have up. Tell me why the things go up.
Because the water is lifting the thing up. As if I would lift you up, you would go upward.
The water is not lifting anything, as far as we can tell.
It's not, really.
No.
The water's not exerting any force. Well, I mean, any energy. Okay, it's just the density relationship between the medium and the object, and everything has a starting point of origin, and everything will never move unless it's displaced in the first place. Okay, you could have a rock sitting on the ground. It's never, ever, ever, ever going to move unless some outside source of energy comes along in one way or another and displaces that rock. Now, once it's displaced, it's going to re-seek equilibrium based on the density. So if it's more dense than the medium, it's going to go down. Okay, if you replaced all of the air with liquid mercury, for example, an extremely dense liquid, everything would go up. Okay, even steel anvils float in liquid mercury. So if you're claiming gravity, if you're claiming
because
gravity,
then I think.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, if you're claiming gravity, right, like you said before, it would have to be pulling the gas particles down. It's not doing that. The water would have to be curving. That's not happening either.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm saying that makes sense. But what I'm expecting from you is that at least you have to accept when we together are finding something that makes sense, right? Why? Let's take everything. Why would be the moving direction be toward Earth and not?
Nobody knows the answer to that. Okay.
Yeah, but that's something that would make sense, right?
Even the people that claim gravity, they still don't know what gravity is.
Yeah, I understand, but that's something.
This is a fact. This is a fact. There's two primary directions. Okay, straight down and straight up. Okay, straight up and straight down are the same direction for everyone on the Earth. Okay, on a globe, they're all different directions depending on where you're standing. But there's two directions, two primary directions, up and down. It was like that when we got here. Okay, nobody knows why down is down and why up is up. Nobody knows that. We can explain the mechanism with the density relationship with the medium on why things are going to rise or sink, but why do they go down or why do things go up? Okay, no one knows that. There are a whole bunch of unknowns about this amazing realm that we live in, and that's the way it is. If you want to make an alternative claim and you want to claim that you know, then we're going to need a scientific experiment where it's been tested over and over again, proof to validate the hypothesis.
Yeah, not knowing why is fine, but at least we should agree that things are going downwards. Not every particle, but stuff like us, for example, we are not going upward. Okay, that should make sense. That should raise any question.
And our explanation makes perfect sense on why that is. Now, if you had gravity, then you would have to have that curving water. And the gas would have to be getting pulled down to the Earth where gravity is the strongest. That's not happening, so we can throw your theory out the window. Okay, still an unknown, but we can throw out your theory now.
Let me help you out with something. So you live in air. Would you agree with that? Most of your life is spent in the air, right? Yeah? Okay. So when you see things like yourself, heavy, dense objects around you and their relationship with the air, most things go down. Now, let's pretend that you're a fish, okay? And you live in the water. And what you notice all day long is that everything is going up. Even one of your friends, he dies, well, he floats up to the top of the water. In their scenario, most things, or a lot of things, are going up. So they'd be asking the question, how come everything goes up? It's the same problem. Depending on the medium, you're going to have a vector. The more dense the medium, stuff is going to be going upwards. It's just the way it is. So there is no exclusive down or mostly down. There isn't an exclusive up or mostly up. So it's just what we observe.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that when your density is lesser than water and air, then you're going to go upward. And when you're much more denser, you're going to go down. But if you take out the air and water, then the direct